Chapter 38. Let's talk somewhere else. Ziyu said, then walked to a place with fewer people. Although Gu Fei had some doubts, he still followed. The others were focused on the fierce battle in the ring, so no one noticed the interaction between Gu Fei and Ziyu. Why are you looking for me? After the two stood still, Gu Fei said straightforwardly. He was very curious why this outstanding disciple of the Taishan Peak's leader would look for him. I heard that you and Dongfang Chen seemed to have some misunderstanding. Ziyu did not pretend and went straight to the point. The friction between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen did not hide from the ears and eyes of those who were observant. Humph. It was that Dongfang Chen who looked for me. Although I don't want to cause trouble, if trouble insists on looking for me, I don't mind getting rid of this trouble. Gu Fei rolled his eyes, and two cold lights suddenly shot out from his eyes, shooting straight at Ziyu's handsome face that could be described as demonic. Facing Gu Fei's eyes that were as bright and sharp as stars, Ziyu's heart trembled for no reason. He saw a trace of killing intent in Gu Fei's eyes. This actually made the outstanding disciple of the sect leader feel awe in his heart, and a trace of uneasiness emerged from the bottom of his heart. In this instant, he knew that the only disciple of the Green Spirit Peak in front of him had already expressed obvious hostility towards him. This was not a good thing. Cough cough. Ziyu coughed twice, calmly suppressing the trace of uneasiness in his heart, and then said with a smile, "Don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. It's just that I want to remind you, don't force Dongfang Chen into a corner, otherwise, you will be in danger." When Ziyu broke into a smile, Gu Fei actually felt his eyes light up. He simply thought that Ziyu was not a man, but a peerlessly beautiful woman. This kind of feeling was very absurd. Oh. Then many thanks for senior brother's reminder. Gu Fei's hostility towards Ziyu immediately disappeared. He smiled disapprovingly, and then turned his gaze back to the battle in the ring. Seeing that Gu Fei did not seem to care about his advice, Ziyu was somewhat helpless, and then said, "That's all I have to say. Junior brother, be careful, I'm going to go on stage. I won't see you off." Gu Fei turned around and nodded to Ziyu. Ziyu smiled, then turned around and walked down the steps in front of the square. Over there, Li Lingfeng seemed to glance unintentionally at Gu Fei. Ziyu, Li Lingfeng, the branch of the head. Gu Fei continued to stroke his chin and pondered for a moment. First, the head had passed on to him a method of weapon refinement, and now it seemed that both Ziyu and Li Lingfeng were paying attention to him. Why would the branch of the head of Taishan Peak pay attention to him? This made Gu Fei unable to understand. Suddenly, there was a clamor in front of him. Gu Fei hurriedly looked up, and saw that on the third ring, the battle between Zhao Ziru and Chu Zhan had already reached a white-hot stage. On the ring, dozens of water dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They were not really formed from water, but formed from the power of water of the five elements, vast and mighty water elemental power surging out. It could be seen that Zhao Ziru had already displayed her water elemental Dao techniques to the fullest extent, and that full moon peak disciple, Chu Zhan, had already displayed all of his skills. Countless firebirds soared around him, and waves of terrifying heat waves caused the surrounding air to seem to have evaporated. The water dragons and firebirds continued to bite and pounce, constantly vanishing. The water dragons surrounded the firebirds from all directions, and that Chu Zhan stubbornly held on. His hands repeatedly formed seals, and streams of spiritual power poured into the firebirds around him, causing their power to increase greatly. And Zhao Ziru, who was hidden in the heavy waves, also formed seals, and sent her own spiritual power into the dozens of water dragons, extinguishing the seemingly endless firebirds around Chu Zhan. Chu Zhan withdrew his power, as if he was already at a disadvantage. In fact, even if he was at a disadvantage, he still had the ability to counterattack. He was waiting for an opportunity, and the outcome was still unpredictable. The onlookers could see clearly, and Gu Fei had already noticed Chu Zhan's strangeness, and vaguely guessed his intentions. He was a little worried that Zhao Ziru would fall for it, and thought that he had already completely suppressed Chu Zhan. If the situation really continued to develop like this, it was very likely that Zhao Ziru would lose this match under Chu Zhan's counterattack. However, the high-level disciples of Purple Bamboo Peak could already see Gu Fei's worry, especially Zhao Ziru's master, Yan Hengyun, whose brows were already tightly knitted. During the match, reminders were not allowed. Everything depended on how Zhao Ziru grasped the battle technique and rhythm. Only by tempering herself in battle would she truly improve. The disciples of Full Moon Peak, on the other hand, had already stopped cheering for Chu Zhan, and were all nervously watching the two people fighting on the arena. Although Chu Zhan was at a disadvantage, it did not mean that he did not have a chance. Thus, the surroundings of arena number 3 quietened down. However, Chu Zhan was destined to lose. On the arena, a vast wave of spiritual power suddenly spread out, and then, a white jade seal with water vapor lingering around it appeared above Zhao Ziru's head. From the seal, a vast amount of water elemental energy was released, and in an instant, the water elemental energy on the arena became extremely dense, and the firebirds around Chu Zhan dissipated one after another. Chu Zhan was immediately shocked, and without thinking, he stretched out his right hand, and a red flag the size of a palm immediately appeared in his hand. Black Tortoise Seal. Master Xian Tsang, who was sitting high up on the platform, immediately changed his expression. He did not expect that Long Hongxue would actually give the treasure of Purple Bamboo Peak, the Black Tortoise Seal, to a young disciple to use. With the Black Tortoise Seal in hand, Zhao Ziru was equivalent to being invincible within the awakened 6th heaven, and even if she faced an opponent of the awakened 7th heaven, she would be able to contend against them. It could be said that Zhao Ziru had already won this match. At this time, the white jade seal floating above Zhao Ziru's head, which caused people's hearts to palpitate, had already been infused with spiritual power by Zhao Ziru, and it quickly expanded to the size of a small mountain, then smashed towards Chu Zhan. It was as if a huge mountain was moving, or as if a vast lake was pouring down from the sky. This part of the world was completely enveloped in the boundless power of water, and countless transparent ripples submerged the arena. Roar! Under the Black Tortoise Seal, Chu Zhan roared again and again. He desperately poured spiritual power into the small red flag in his hand, and the small flag in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling flame. The small flag in his hand instantly became a large flag surrounded by raging flames, and a huge shape of a firebird rushed out of the flag. The firebird erupted with a terrifying temperature, and immediately evaporated the water dragon formed by Zhao Ziru's spiritual power. It was extremely ferocious. Fierce Flame Flag. Master Long Hongxue of Purple Bamboo Peak, who was sitting next to Master Xian Tian, saw Chu Zhan use the large flag to resist the Black Tortoise Seal, but he was not surprised at all. The Master of Supreme Mystery Sect, Master Xian Tian, had a smile on his face as he watched the disciples on the 9 arenas compete. His gaze did not seem to be paying attention to that arena. Zhao Ziru and Chu Zhan used the Black Tortoise Seal and the Fierce Flame Flag respectively. The momentum was extremely great, and it immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of the other branches in the square. Everyone looked towards the 3rd arena in shock, and their gazes were all attracted by the 10th scene on the arena. Gu Fei was no exception. However, he was wondering if the short stick that he had fused with his weapon refinement technique, which could unleash sharp sword chi, could contend against the Black Tortoise Seal and the blazing flame flag. Chu Zhan waved the large flag, and raging flames soared into the sky. Countless huge firebirds emitted boundless flames, and rushed into the sky, colliding with the Black Tortoise Seal that was smashing down from the sky. Using such a powerful magic treasure consumed an astonishing amount of Fa Li. Chu Zhan only waved the fierce flame flag a few times, and his face became pale, as if all the Fa Li in his body had been sucked out. At the same time, Zhao Ziru did not feel good either. Using the black tortoise seal also consumed a large amount of Fa. She also seemed to be abnormally tired, and her clothes were already drenched in sweat. Rumble. The black tortoise seal that was directly smashing down from above Chu Zhan's head seemed unstoppable, and the space under the seal began to tremble. The huge firebirds that rushed into the sky collided with the black tortoise seal that was the size of a small mountain, and only ripples appeared. They could not stop the large seal from smashing down. Chapter 39. Chu Zhan waved the live flame flag. Above the vermilion flag that was wreathed in raging flames, there were firebirds that were so realistic that they looked like fire phoenixes. They emitted an unparalleled heat as they flapped their wings and charged towards the black tortoise seal. However, the black tortoise seal that was as big as a small mountain above Chu Zhan's head directly smashed the firebirds that were charging towards it. When the firebirds exploded, the burst of raging flames was like a small sun that appeared in the sky, causing the spectators below the stage to be unable to look directly at it. The result of this match was already very obvious. Chu Zhan's body was already on the verge of collapse. In front of Zhao Ziru, who was activating the black tortoise seal, he was already powerless to turn the situation around. Rumble. The black tortoise seal descended, and the vast and mighty power of water was like a surging ocean in the sky. The gazes of everyone in the square were already attracted by the power emitted by the black tortoise seal. Junior Zhao has already won. The black tortoise seal of the purple bamboo peak is indeed extraordinary. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei already knew that Chu Zhan's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. As expected, as the black tortoise seal in the sky slowly pressed down, the boundless power of water came down mightily and pounced towards the firebirds that were charging towards it. The power of fire emitted by the live flame flag was gradually suppressed. A large flag was waved by Chu Zhan and made a fluttering sound. However, the fiery light emitted by the live flame flag began to dim. Zhao Ziru formed a seal and pointed towards the black tortoise seal in the sky. Instantly, a water-blue energy surged out from the seal like a surging river and swept down from the sky. In an instant, Chu Zhan, who had almost exhausted all the Fa Li in his body, was sent flying out of the stage. At this moment, Chu Zhan could not even hold the live flame flag firmly in his hand. He simply did not have any power to resist and was sent flying into the sky. The crowd of Full Moon Peak disciples below the stage could not help but exclaim loudly. Then, they saw a middle-aged Taoist wearing a green robe soar into the sky. With a wave of his right hand, the live flame flag immediately flew out from Chu Zhan's hand. It quickly shrunk to the size of a palm and fell into the hands of the middle-aged Taoist. Then, the middle-aged Taoist caught Chu Zhan with one hand and lightly floated to the ground. Chu Zhan was still exhausted. The middle-aged Taoist stared coldly at Yan Hengyun of the purple bamboo peak. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and he carried his disciple and walked away. Chu Zhan's cultivation was just a little bit weaker than Zhao Ziru's, but Zhao Ziru's magic weapon, the black tortoise seal, was not an ordinary item. Although this black tortoise seal was not the genuine black tortoise seal that was passed down from the ancient times, but it had been painstakingly refined by generations of purple bamboo peaks chiefs, its power could be imagined. Chu Zhan's cultivation was only slightly weaker than Zhao Ziru's. However, Zhao Ziru's treasure, the black tortoise seal, was not ordinary. Although this black tortoise seal was not the genuine treasure that had been passed down from ancient times, it had been refined by the heads of the purple bamboo peak. Its power could be imagined. After Zhao Ziru defeated Chu Zhan, she waved her hands and shot out seals towards the big seal in the sky. The surging water element power immediately retreated like the tide and entered the black tortoise seal. After that, the black tortoise seal spun in the sky, turning from big to small, transforming into a fist-sized white jade seal with blue light lingering around it. Zhao Ziru waved her hand and the crystal-clear white jade seal flew back into her hand. Holding the black tortoise seal, she jumped off the stage. Zhao Ziru's master, Yan Hangyun, led his disciples to welcome her. Zhao Xueqi, on the other hand, looked around. She was looking for someone, but she only saw that person's back disappear into the crowd. The sect leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect and the 7 faction heads, who were sitting on the steps of the plaza, were not surprised by the result of the third arena. However, the expression of the head of the Full Moon Peak, Daoist Xianzang, was a little ugly. This Chu Zhan was an outstanding disciple of Full Moon Peak's younger generation, and he also had Full Moon Peak's magic treasure, the live flame flag. He originally thought that with the power of the live flame flag, even if his cultivation was slightly weaker than Purple Bamboo Peak's Zhao Ziru, he still had a chance of winning. However, Taoist Master Xian Cang did not expect Long Hongxue to hand over the Black Tortoise seal to this disciple. Taoist Master Xian Cang could not help but feel a little indignant. The 9 Meridians general trials were held once every 10 years. Although it was said to verify the level of Tao techniques that the younger disciples had learned in the past 10 years, it was also, to a large extent, a contest between the 9 meridians of Taixuan. Each meridian wanted to overwhelm the other meridians in the trials. Taoist Master Xian Cang said indifferently, "Junior brother Long, I didn't expect you to use the Black Tortoise seal. It seems that you want your Purple Bamboo Peak disciples to enter the top 10 before entering the Ruined Sky realm to train." His favored disciple, Chu Zhan, had already been defeated. Taoist Master Xian Cang thought of Long Hongxue's intentions. The trip to the Ruined Sky realm was related to the longevity grass. If one more disciple entered the Ruined Sky realm, their chances of obtaining the longevity grass would be higher than the other sections. Ha! Don't tell me senior brother Xian Cang has the same idea as me. Long Hongxue smiled. He was in a good mood. His disciple, Zhao Ziru, had already won a match. Even if she lost the second match, she would still be able to enter the second round. Alright, junior brothers, let's just watch the next match. Taoist Master Xian Tian, who was sitting in the middle, raised his head to look at the sky. He then waved his sleeve and interrupted their conversation. Taoist Master Xian Tian knew the personalities of his 2 junior brothers. Even though they had cultivated for hundreds of years, their competitive nature had not diminished in the slightest. If the 2 were to continue talking, they would definitely start arguing again. Oh. That kid from Green Spirit Peak is going up. At this moment, a lone figure entered Taoist Master Xian Tian's field of vision. That person was Gu Fei. His first match was against one of the 9 branches, the young disciple of Morning Sun Peak, Li Hao. Li Hao was a slender youth with a thin face. He was less than 20 years old, but he had a hint of maturity that did not match his age. This was a person with a story. The first time Gu Fei laid eyes on this youth, he had this feeling. This person might have experienced things that others had not. Only by going through trials and tribulations would one mature. Take Gu Fei for example. For the past 10 years, he had been looked down upon by all the disciples of the 9 sections. Everyone thought that after he cultivated the ancient body tempering technique, he was crippled on the path of cultivation and had no more achievements. Just like that, Gu Fei's mind had been tempered after being looked down upon, bullied, and even stepped on by others over the past 10 years. As a result, he had become stronger than most people who had never experienced such things, and his cultivation heart had become even firmer. Now, he focused on his heart. Whatever he thought, he would act accordingly. He would not let his mind be shackled at all. Only by doing as he pleased could he perform as he pleased. On the path of cultivation, if there were too many shackles in one's heart, too many worries, it would be very difficult to cultivate the cultivation method to the extreme realm. Only by maintaining a pure and innocent heart at all times could one walk further on the path of cultivation. Bang! Gu Fei arrived at the bottom of the 7th arena. His feet kicked off the ground, and his body shot into the sky like an arrow before landing on the arena. At this moment, Li Hao also leapt into the air and landed on the arena. Please. Please. Chapter 40. Gu Fei fiercely shook his muscles and bones, and his entire body immediately emitted a thunderous explosion. Then, his legs pushed off the ground, and his entire body bounced up like a spring. Like an extremely fierce tiger, he pounced towards Li Hao with the momentum of a tiger descending a mountain. At the same time as he pounced forward, Gu Fei's hand stretched forward, and his 5 fingers closed. His fingertips pointed downwards, like a tiger's claws, and directly clawed towards Li Hao's head. This was exactly the move of a tiger pouncing on its prey, but it was used by Gu Fei to face his opponent. The dragon rides the clouds, the tiger follows the wind. This pounce of Gu Fei was exactly the momentum of a tiger pouncing on its prey. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, rushing towards Li Hao. A fiendish aura immediately pervaded the arena. Li Hao suddenly saw Gu Fei's pounce, and couldn't help but be startled. The gust of wind hit his face, and in that instant, it was as if he had seen a tiger pouncing towards him. The Jade Spirit Peak did not cultivate Tao techniques. This was something that all the disciples of the Taishan sect knew, and Li Hao was no exception. He had already prepared to deal with Gu Fei's attack, but he had never expected that Gu Fei would use such a unique attack. This had already exceeded Li Hao's expectations, and it caused him to be secretly shocked. 5 Elements Illusion, Earth Perplexing Steps. Li Hao was also not an ordinary person. To be able to step onto the arena, he was an outstanding disciple of the Shaoyang Peak. Of course, he would not be frightened by Gu Fei's pounce. He hurriedly chanted a technique, and his body immediately surged with a misty, sand-like light. In the next moment, Li Hao's figure disappeared within this sand-like light. Boom! Gu Fei directly pounced towards the misty, dust-like earth qi. Without the slightest hesitation, the thick earth qi was immediately dispersed in all directions by the force of his pounce. Earth-type Tao technique. Gu Fei's heart went cold. At this moment, the cloud of dust didn't disperse, but it enveloped the entire arena, and Gu Fei's line of sight was immediately obstructed. Below the stage, the spectators' vision was also obstructed, and they couldn't clearly see what was happening on the stage. When the disciples of Shaoyang Peak saw Li Hao use an Earth Attribute Tao technique to trap Gu Fei in an Earth Attribute energy, they couldn't help but shout excitedly, cheering for Li Hao. In their eyes, it was far too easy for the outstanding disciple of their rising sun peak to win this match. After all, with Gu Fei's reputation as a good-for-nothing, no one believed that he would be able to defeat Li Hao. However, none of them knew that Li Hao, whom they thought highly of, had just been frightened by Gu Fei's pounce. Gu Fei's strength could not be underestimated, and Li Hao felt danger from his body. Li Hao hid within the gray, dust-like earth attribute energy. Activating his Tao technique, he drove the vast and heavy earth attribute energy towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei immediately felt as if the space around him had solidified, and a powerful force surged towards him from all directions. The gray earth attribute energy was about to pounce on his body. Humph! Gu Fei gave a cold laugh, and all the muscles and bones in his body trembled. At the same time, the heavenly drum of thunder sounded, and at the same time, the huge amount of essence qi within his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh surged violently. A wave of qi immediately spread out from his body, forcing away the thick earth attribute energy that had surged towards him. However, Li Hao was hidden within the cloud of energy, and for a moment, Gu Fei couldn't determine Li Hao's exact position. He's in the dark, but I'm in the light. Gu Fei carefully sensed the ripples around him, and his eyes exploded with rays of light. He swept his gaze around, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the thick layer of earth attribute energy that surrounded him. Bind! Suddenly, a cold voice filled with hostility came from within the thick earth attribute energy. Then, Gu Fei felt a strong wave of transcendence energy coming from his right. Immediately after, within the surging, sound like earth attribute energy, chi, chi. The sound of chi rang out, and one after another, earth-yellow chains as thick as a child's arm shot out from within the gray, dust-like earth attribute energy. From all directions, they wrapped around Gu Fei. As Li Hao launched his attack, the transcendence energy that exploded from his body was immediately captured by Gu Fei. Gu Fei abruptly leaned over the arena, and then his body was like a python, sticking close to the surface of the arena. So, with its chi sound, he scurried towards the right like lightning. The countless chains formed from earth attribute energy that had wrapped around Gu Fei immediately missed, and from within the thick earth attribute energy came a cry of surprise. He then heard plop. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the thick, gray earth attribute energy on the arena. Then, the thick earth attribute energy that enveloped the arena seemed to have lost some kind of power binding it. It could no longer condense and quickly dissipated. In the end, the thick earth attribute energy completely disappeared, revealing the two people on the arena. Of the two people, one was standing, and the other was lying on the arena, as if they had already fainted. When the disciples of the Shaoyang Peak below the arena saw the appearance of the person standing on the arena, they immediately became excited. What's going on? What happened? Why is he the winner? Not only the disciples of the Shaoyang Peak, but the disciples of the other branches were also extremely surprised when they saw the winner of the 7th arena. Zhao Ziru, who saw this scene from afar, revealed a trace of a smile on her face. As for Dongfang Qin and Wang Yuanji, who were closely watching the 7th arena, when they saw the person standing on the 7th arena, their expressions couldn't help but change. Sitting on the steps in front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, the sect master of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Daoist Xiantian, looked at the person on the 7th arena with interest. He wasn't surprised. However, when the heads of the 7 branches sitting next to Daoist Xiantian saw the winner of the 7th arena, their eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Green Spirit Peak, this branch seems to have produced a pretty good disciple. The heads of the 7 branches were very clear that the ancient cultivation method of the Green Spirit Peak was very difficult to cultivate, but once it was successfully cultivated, it could display strength that far surpassed cultivators of the same level. It was for this reason that the Jade Spirit Peak lineage abandoned the Tao and focused on cultivating this ancient cultivation method after obtaining it. However, no one was able to cultivate this ancient cultivation method to the transcending mortality realm, which ultimately led to the decline of the Green Spirit Peak. The victor standing on the 7th arena was none other than Gu Fei. Over the past year, apart from cultivating in the cave dwelling, whenever he had time, he would go into the depths of the mountains to fight with fierce beasts. Over time, he had learned some simple, direct, but powerful, and practical fighting techniques from the fierce beasts he had killed. Tiger Pounce and Snake Movement were 2 of them. Gu Fei used the snake movement technique to avoid the attack of the Shaoyang Peak disciple Li Hao's Earth Attribute Dao technique. He instantly rushed to Li Hao's side and chopped at the artery in his neck, causing him to faint and fall to the ground. Li Hao's Dao technique immediately collapsed. Chapter 41. The only remaining disciple of the Jade Spirit Peak, Gu Fei, had defeated the outstanding disciple of the Shaoyang Peak, Li Hao. Almost everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground, especially the younger generation disciples of the 9 Supreme Mystery Meridians. They couldn't believe their eyes. Many people knew that just a year ago, Gu Fei was bullied by the disciple of the Tongtian Peak, Wang Yuanji, without the slightest ability to fight back. Now, Gu Fei seemed to have been reborn and easily defeated Li Hao. This result was difficult for the disciples of the Shaoyang Peak to accept. Of course, among the younger generation disciples, there were still a few people who knew of Gu Fei's strength. Ziyu was not surprised that Gu Fei could win. As for Dongfang Qin, he had already listed Gu Fei as one of his strong opponents. Even if he were to face Li Hao of the Shaoyang Peak, he would not be able to win so easily. Congratulations on your victory, senior brother. Zhao Ziru had been paying close attention to the battle between Gu Fei and Li Hao. Gu Fei had defeated Li Hao, which surprised her greatly. After Gu Fei jumped down from the arena, she went up to greet him. "It's just luck," Gu Fei said indifferently. Although he said so, his eyes were filled with confidence. He thought, is a cultivator at the peak of the sixth heaven only so? Senior brother Dongfang, look. In a corner of the square, Wang Yuanji and Dongfang Qin stood together, coldly looking at Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru. Wang Yuanji said fiercely. Dongfang Qin snorted coldly, looking at Gu Fei with incomparably cold eyes. He was also a little surprised that Gu Fei had defeated Li Hao, but it was more fun this way. He wanted to personally end Gu Fei's footsteps. Li Hao is really trash. He actually lost to Gu Fei. Wang Yuanji was filled with hatred. He couldn't wait for Li Hao to teach Gu Fei a lesson. Enough, your own cultivation can't compare to that Li Hao. If he's trash, then what are you? Hearing this, Dongfang Qin couldn't help but frown and impatiently say. If the Wang family and the Dongfang family did not have such a friendship, Dongfang Qin would not stand up for Wang Yuanji and provoke people like Gu Fei. This Gu Fei is definitely not simple. If he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger before, then this person is really scary. Dongfang Qin said indifferently. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. That's impossible. Wang Yuanji said in surprise. He knew about Gu Fei. A year ago, he, Wang Yuanji, could easily play with Gu Fei in the palm of his hand. Dongfang Qin pondered for a moment, then said, if that's not the case, then something that we don't know happened to Gu Fei, and these things are enough to greatly increase his cultivation. It was not a coincidence that Dongfang Qin was able to become the eldest disciple of the sect leader, Li Lingfeng, and sit firmly in the second position of the younger generation of the 9 branches of the Supreme Mystery sect. According to the information revealed by Wang Yuanji, he guessed the situation of Gu Fei. You mean a fortuitous encounter? Gu Fei got lucky. If Wang Yuanji still didn't understand what Dongfang Qin was referring to, then he was the #1 fool in the world. You send someone to carefully check what Gu Fei has done and where he has been in the past year. Dongfang Qin vaguely guessed something and ordered Wang Yuanji. Yes, brother Dongfang. Wang Yuanji quickly responded. The current Wang Yuanji, as long as it was something that was not good for Gu Fei, he was willing to do it, and he would do it. With that, Wang Yuanji turned around and left to contact the so-called friends he had made in the Supreme Mystery sect. This was the advantage of being a disciple of an aristocratic family. He had a wide network and many friends. Even if he was a playboy, there was absolutely no lack of scoundrels around him. Because behind the disciples of aristocratic families, there was the power of the family as a backer. What some people really valued was not Wang Yuanji, but the Wang family behind him. Just like Dongfang Qin, he had always disapproved of Wang Yuanji's actions and did not want to have too much interaction with people like Wang Yuanji. However, the Wang family and the Dongfang family in the cultivation world of the state of Qi were inextricably linked. In this way, even if he, Dongfang Qin, hated Wang Yuanji, he had to stand up for him. At this time, Gu Fei, who was talking to Zhao Ziru, suddenly seemed to feel something and turned his head to look at Dongfang Qin. Their eyes collided in an instant, and sparks flew. Both of them could see the strong hostility in each other's eyes. Humph! Dongfang Qin, you standing up for Wang Yuanji is the most stupid thing to do. Gu Fei's pupils contracted, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Gu Fei, don't be too proud. I will step on you in the arena. A cold smile appeared on Dongfang Qin's face. In the face of Gu Fei's sharp eyes, he was unmoved. The two of them were separated by at least 40 to 50 meters. Without saying anything, the two of them could see what the other wanted to express in the other's eyes. All of a sudden, in the hearts of Dongfang Qin and Gu Fei, a feeling of heroes cherishing heroes, a feeling of heroes cherishing heroes, a feeling of heroes cherishing heroes. Senior brother Gu. Zhao Ziru followed Gu Fei's gaze and found Dongfang Qin. Her heart couldn't help but move. It seemed that there was something wrong with Dongfang Qin and senior brother Gu. Dang! At this moment, a bell rang in the Supreme Mystery Temple. Gu Fei and Dongfang Qin withdrew their gazes at the same time. It turned out that the 81 young disciples who participated in the 9 Peaks trials had finished their first match. When the bell rang, the Xuanfa Daoist, who was sitting high on the steps, stood up and walked forward. The young disciples all walked toward the Xuanfa Daoist. The first match is now over. All disciples can temporarily disperse and rest for a while. The second match will be held in the afternoon. The Xuanfa Daoist looked around at the disciples below and said in a clear voice. Then, Xintian Daoist and the other heads of the 6 branches immediately stood up from their seats and walked into the Supreme Mystery Temple. The first match of the 9 Peaks trials was over. Some of the 81 outstanding disciples who participated in the competition were happy, while some were sad. The person who won the first round was naturally the one who was happy, but the person who lost the first round was definitely not happy. In the first match, other than Gu Fei's unexpected victory over Shaoyang Peak's Li Hao, there didn't seem to be such a good thing happening in the other matches. Without any suspense, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and Dongfang Qin easily defeated their respective opponents and successfully advanced to the next round of the competition. As for those who lost, they still had a chance to advance to the next round. In the second match in the afternoon, as long as they could win, they could also advance to the next round. Only the disciples who lost in both matches would be completely eliminated. After Zhao Ziru separated from Gu Fei, she returned to the group of Purple Bamboo Peak disciples. Gu Fei, on the other hand, sat cross-legged under a pine tree in a secluded area of the plaza, resting with his eyes closed. In the second match in the afternoon, his opponent was Dongfang Qin. Facing an opponent like Dongfang Qin, Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless because he felt a lot of pressure from Dongfang Qin before. The Biyun Peak definitely had a great treasure. If Dongfang Qin used a powerful treasure during the competition, like the black tortoise seal of the Purple Bamboo Peak, it would be very difficult for him to win against Dongfang Qin. This was the advantage of martial cultivators. Although their bodies were not as strong as martial artists, they had the help of treasures. With Dao techniques and treasures, martial cultivators could display strength that exceeded their limits. Therefore, if a martial cultivator had a suitable treasure in hand, their attack power would multiply. This was common knowledge in the world of cultivation. Gu Fei sat under the pine tree. The blood, flesh, and bones in his body were slowly surging. The essence of the 5 elements was transformed from his flesh and blood and then gathered in his dantian, forming a 5-colored ball of light. Then, the ball of light in his dantian dimmed and spread out waves of essence of the 5 elements into his muscles, bones, flesh, and blood. This cycle continued without end. His body gradually emitted rhythmic explosions. Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached the level of changing marrow and exchanging blood. The new blood and qi in his bone marrow were slowly replacing the original blood and qi. The new blood and qi contained a huge amount of essence. It flowed throughout his body and expelled impurities, causing his body to transform. The skin that was exposed outside of Gu Fei's clothes flowed with an imperceptible luster. It was as if there were threads of light flowing under his skin. To cultivate the body against the natural order, Gu Fei wanted to refine his body into a treasured body. Even though he was still miles away from a true treasured body, it could not be denied that his body was advancing in that direction. In the distance, many disciples of the other 8 factions were pointing at Gu Fei under the pine tree. They seemed to be discussing Gu Fei and the battle between Gu Fei and Li Hao just now. The voices of those discussions drifted into Gu Fei's ears. These words were mostly negative and not praise for Gu Fei. However, whether they were good or bad, Gu Fei ignored them and did not care at all. The words of others could not cause Gu Fei's mind to waver. They could not affect his state of mind at all. Only by maintaining one's original heart and not being disturbed by external things could one move forward bravely on the path of cultivation. At this time, after the Xuanfa Daoist announced that the competition was temporarily suspended, temporary tents were quickly set up around the square for the disciples who were participating in the competition to rest. The disciples who did not participate in the competition were not allowed to disturb the disciples who were resting in the tents. In the first round of the competition, not everyone was like Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, Dongfang Qin, Ziyu, and the others, who defeated their opponents with overwhelming strength as soon as they entered the arena. Most people would only emerge victorious or defeated after a round of intense battles with their opponents. The magic power that was consumed in the competition could not be recovered without a period of time to regulate one's qi and regulate one's yuan qi, as well as breathing. During this time, no one went to disturb Gu Fei. There were two reasons for this. One was that Gu Fei was no longer the same as before. The strength he had displayed made the few people who were hostile to him feel fear. The second reason was very simple. Today was a once-in-a-decade event for the Taishan sect. No one dared to cause trouble in the square of the Supreme Mystery Hall. In the square, there were too many eyes watching everything. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, they would not be able to escape the eyes of those who had the intention. Therefore, the square was very quiet. The disciples of the 9 branches only dared to talk in low voices. They did not even dare to speak loudly. After noon, it gradually moved to the west. 4 hours later, there was another crisp sound of a bell in the Supreme Mystery Hall. Then, the head of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Xintian Daoist, walked out of the Supreme Mystery Hall. Behind him were the 7 heads of the Supreme Mystery's 7 branches. Coming to the steps in front of the hall, Xintian Daoist and the heads of the other 6 branches sat on the seats at the top of the steps. The Xuanfa Daoist, who was in charge of the 9 branches competition, walked straight up. The time has come. I now announce that the second round of the competition will now begin. Although the voice of the Xuanfa Daoist was not very loud, it spread to every corner of the square. It even spread out of the Supreme Mystery Peak and lingered between the mountains. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged under a pine tree at the side of the plaza, opened his eyes and stood up. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds erupted from his body. Chapter 42. The battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen attracted the attention of the vast majority of people. One was a former cultivation loser who was destined to never succeed in his cultivation, and the other was the leader of the younger generation of the Taishan sect, a young master who sat firmly in the second position of the younger generation. This confrontation was already full of suspense before it even began. Originally, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei, but after he defeated Li Hao, the outstanding disciple of Shaoyang Peak, no one dared to easily make a conclusion on this battle. However, in the hearts of the younger generation of the Taishan sect, they still believed that the winner of this confrontation would be Dongfang Qin. Li Hao of Shaoyang Peak, who had fought with Gu Fei in the morning, was inexplicably defeated. He still had many powerful techniques that he had not used yet, and he was very unconvinced. He paid more attention to the battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Qin than anyone else. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others, who had not yet had their turn to fight, also came to the side of the 9th ring. They knew that Gu Fei still had a chance of winning. The Green Spirit Peak lineage was the most unique and the most unpredictable of the 9 veins of Taishan. This was because the cultivation method of this lineage was inherited from an ancient book that they had accidentally obtained. This ancient book recorded an ancient martial path. In the current world of cultivation, people who practice martial arts were not very rare, but the true meaning of martial arts had disappeared over the endless years. In the world of cultivation, no one knew what kind of earth-shattering power the true meaning of martial arts would display. When people faced the unknown, the first thought that came to their minds was fear. Because of the unknown, it was difficult to grasp. Because of the unknown, they did not know the depth of the other party. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If you knew nothing about your opponent, you would already be in a passive position and at a disadvantage that was not obvious. Although the disadvantage was not obvious, it was still a disadvantage. Therefore, almost all the disciples of the younger generation were paying attention to the battle on the 9th ring. He wanted to see what the cultivation method of the Green Spirit Peak was like. As for the older generation, they had a clear understanding of the Green Spiritual Peak lineage. This lineage could be said to be a heaven-defying lineage. It was extremely difficult to train the martial way to the extreme. However, if one succeeded in training the martial way, then the disciples of the Green Spiritual Peak lineage could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. At this time, Gu Fei had already walked under the ring, and Dong Fangchen also came under the lead of his master, Daoist Dan Yang. Behind Daoist Dan Yang was not only Dong Fangchen, but also a group of Biyun Peak's younger generation disciples. There were dozens of them. On the other hand, Gu Fei was alone. In the entire Jade Spirit Peak, he was the only one left. Dong Fangchen walked out from behind his master and looked at Gu Fei coldly. Then, without saying a word, he jumped onto the ring lightly and stood in the southeast corner. The mountain breeze blew, and Dong Fangchen's clothes fluttered in the wind. His handsome appearance, slender figure, and indifferent expression made him exude an elegant aura. Such an aura made many of the younger generation disciples under the ring feel inferior. This, perhaps, was the temperament of an amazing genius. Humph. Gu Fei sneered, then jumped up and stood in the northwest corner of the ring. This Dong Fangchen is very scheming. He seems to be standing casually, but he occupies the southeast corner. Gu Fei thought. Southeast was above, and northwest was below. With such a position, Dong Fangchen faintly suppressed Gu Fei. In fact, in a competition, how to stand was also a skill. Junior brother Xian Fa, do you think that disciple of yours can win this competition? Daoist Xiantian, who was sitting high up on the stairs, suddenly smiled and said to the Xian Fa Daoist. The Xian Fa Daoist couldn't help but frown. Seeing that the other heads of the branches were looking at him, he calmly said, although the disciples of the Jade Spirit Peak are much stronger than ordinary disciples in the same cultivation realm, I still have confidence in my disciples. Haha, that Gu Fei's cultivation is at the 7th layer of heaven, and your disciple. Looks like it will be a fierce battle. Daoist Xiantian didn't know what to say. After all, this concerned the face of the Xian Fa Daoist. Suddenly, the head of the Purple Bamboo Peak, Long Hongxue, asked Daoist Xiantian, Senior brother, do you still remember Wan Xianqing from the Jade Spirit Peak? Of course I remember. Junior brother Long, why are you talking about him? Daoist Xiantian looked at Long Hongxue with some confusion. Haha. Wan Xianqing once used the cultivation of the 9th layer of heaven to shake an ascended mortality cultivator. Long Hongxue laughed. A trace of displeasure flashed across the Xian Fa Daoist's face. Long Hongxue, aren't you saying that the most outstanding disciple of my Biyun Peak can't compare to Gu Fei from the Jade Spirit Peak? The heads of the various branches were very clear about the cultivation methods of the Jade Spirit Peak. The path of martial cultivation in the Jade Spirit Peak was much more difficult than the path of Dao cultivation. However, among the same level of cultivators, Jade Spirit Peak disciples were stronger than Dao cultivators. Their battle strength could be said to be heaven-defying. This was the reason why the Jade Spirit Peak didn't give up on cultivating this ancient cultivation method. It was also because of this that the Jade Spirit Peak's branch declined. Invincible under the same level, this was undoubtedly a huge attraction. It's a pity that none of the disciples in this branch can take that crucial step. I really want to know how strong a martial cultivator who has broken through to the ascended mortality realm is. Daoist Xiantian said regretfully. Yes. It's about to begin. Daoist Xiantian said, then turned his gaze back to the ninth arena. At this time, on the ninth arena, Gu Fei and Dongfang Qin, who were facing each other, were still pushing their auras to the limit. The powerful energy fluctuations coming from Gu Fei's body and the vast mana fluctuations coming from Dongfang Chen's body collided and rubbed against each other on the arena. The powerful auras coming from the two caused the expressions of the younger disciples near the arena to change. The powerful pressure forced them to retreat far away, not daring to stay near the arena. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They never imagined that Gu Fei's strength would be so tyrannical. It seemed like he could actually contend against the second strongest of the younger generation. Seeing this scene, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu's eyes lit up. Zhao Ziru temporarily didn't have her turn to fight on the arena. She was also mixed in the crowd, nervously watching the two people on the arena. Roar! Suddenly, Gu Fei's body sank as a sound similar to the roar of a ferocious tiger came from his throat. Then, he pushed off the stage with his legs, causing his leg muscles to erupt with astonishing strength as he charged forward. Gu Fei's attack was very direct and very simple. Borrowing the momentum of rushing forward, he punched at Dongfang Chen's chest. The power in his body surged into his fist, and his fist was immediately covered in a layer of bright golden light. Humph! Dongfang Chen didn't dodge. He simply raised his right hand, and at the same time, took a step forward, and with a whoosh, his right palm met Gu Fei's fist. His right palm also turned golden the moment it struck out. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with Gu Fei's. Hey! Fighting in close combat with me? You're simply courting death. When Gu Fei saw that Dongfang Qin had actually abandoned the Dao technique that he was most proficient in, and wanted to compete with his palm strength, a cruel smile immediately appeared on Gu Fei's face. Ha! Gu Fei shouted angrily. When his fist was about to collide with Dongfang Chen's right palm, his right fist suddenly changed into a claw. His little finger and ring finger bent inward, and his thumb, index finger and middle finger spread out, forming an eagle's claw. It bypassed Dongfang Chen's right palm at an incredible angle, and grabbed Dongfang Chen's right wrist joint with lightning speed. Dongfang Chen was shocked. He felt his wrist tighten, as if it was strangled by an iron hoop, and then he was pulled forward by a strong force. At this time, Gu Fei's left fist had already fiercely hit Dongfang Chen's lower abdomen. Chapter 43. No one thought that the battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen would be decided in an instant. This scene happened very quickly, so quickly that the spectators outside the ninth ring were shocked. Turning his fist into a claw, he hooked his opponent's wrist and dragged it in front of him. At the same time, his left fist punched towards his opponent's abdomen. Gu Fei's movements could be said to be done in one breath. His movements were extremely fast, as if he had already thought of how to make his move. However, during a battle, the situation could change in an instant. It was impossible for Gu Fei to predict how Dongfang Chen would make his move. Gu Fei didn't have the ability to predict, so his reaction was nothing more than a warrior's instinct. In an instant, he could use the most direct, practical, and effective combat skills according to the situation. The moment Dongfang Chen's wrist was grabbed by Gu Fei, he knew that he was too arrogant. He thought that after being defeated by Lin Shuai from the Shangqing sect a year ago, he could easily defeat the person in front of him. However, he didn't know that the moment they exchanged blows, his opponent had already put him in a difficult situation. This made this genius not only angry, but also angry. Roar! The moment Gu Fei's fist hit his abdomen, Dongfang Chen let out an angry roar. Then, a powerful force erupted from his body, and a bright golden light emerged from his body. Bang! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist landed solidly on Dongfang Chen's abdomen. The powerful force that was stored in his fist immediately burst out like a flood. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from Dongfang Chen's fist. Pang! The clothes on his upper body were instantly torn to shreds by the explosive power of Gu Fei's fist and flew all over the sky. Gu Fei deliberately wanted to teach Dongfang Chen a lesson. Therefore, he didn't hold back because it was a competition between fellow disciples. The powerful fist force directly smashed Dongfang Chen into the air. In the exclamation of the audience, Dongfang Chen rolled in the air, jumped out of the ring, and fell out in a parabola. As long as his feet touched the ground under the ring, he would lose. Disciple. Below the stage, Dongfang Chen's master, Daoist Dan Yang, could not maintain his composure and exclaimed. However, this was the 9 pulse trials, and Daoist Dan Yang could only be anxious. He could not help. Dongfang Chen lost like this. Li Lingfeng, who was watching the match from afar, could not help but feel surprised. At the same time, he became wary of Gu Fei's fierce battle skills. This is the combat skill of the Green Spirit Peak. Interesting. When fighting with this person, you must not let him get close. Ziyu, who was standing next to Li Lingfeng, looked at this scene with interest. Just when everyone thought that Dongfang Chen was going to lose, a golden armor appeared on Dongfang Chen's body. At the same time, a ball of golden light rushed out like a white butterfly at the same time that Dongfang Chen's clothes exploded. Dongfang Chen, who was flying backwards, repeatedly made a hand sign, and the golden light suddenly spread out. At this time, everyone could clearly see that this was not a golden light, but a magic weapon that emitted a golden light. This was a magic weapon that looked like a moon-shaped moon. It was round, as if a round part of the moon had been dug out, leaving a circle of extremely sharp edges on the side. This circle of edges was not closed, leaving a gap. As soon as this magic weapon appeared, the high-ranking disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect knew that this Dongfang Chen had temporarily escaped from the predicament of defeat. Sure enough, when the moon-shaped magic weapon suddenly expanded to the size of a face, whoosh! With a bang, it flew to Dongfang Chen's feet and lifted Dongfang Chen, who was about to fall to the ground. Golden Moon Wheel. On the steps, Daoist Xiantian, who was sitting on the throne, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Humph. Looks like these junior brothers of mine are really thinking of ways to let their own disciples win. Senior brother Xiantian, isn't that your magic weapon, the Golden Moon Wheel? The words of the head of the Shaoyang Peak, Daoist Chaoyang, sounded sour in the ears of the heads of the major branches. Li Hao, a disciple of the Shaoyang Peak, had lost to Gu Fei before he could even use his magic weapon. This made Daoist Chaoyang feel ashamed. He couldn't wait for the disciples of the Biyun Peak to lose to Gu Fei like this. Humph. When Daoist Xiantian heard this, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. He was the host of the 9 Peaks tournament. Daoist Chaoyang's words were clearly saying that he was biased towards his disciples. Daoist Chaoyang saw that Daoist Xiantian did not respond, so he turned his attention to the 9th ring. He wanted to know how Gu Fei of the Chuiling Peak would deal with the counterattack of Dongfang Chen. The battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen also attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Taishan sect who were watching the battle in front of the palace. This was not a normal battle, but a battle between a martial cultivator and a martial cultivator. Dongfang Chen rode the golden moon wheel of the Biyun Peak, rose into the air, and returned to the ring. He silently reached out and wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. There was a fierce look in his eyes as he stared at Gu Fei. Then he exerted force on his feet and directly threw the golden moon wheel at Gu Fei. The golden moon wheel shrouded in golden light suddenly turned into a golden blade, rotating at high speed and slicing towards Gu Fei's waist. Dongfang Chen, who was wearing golden armor, flipped in the air and landed on the stage. On the abdomen of the armor, a faint fist mark could be clearly seen. This was the mark left by Gu Fei's punch. It could be seen that even with the protection of the armor, Dongfang had suffered a strong impact. The fist force shook his body and caused minor internal injuries on the spot. Swish! Gu Fei used the desolate steps, leaving an afterimage in place. He flashed past the golden blade and rushed toward Dongfang. A powerful aura surged forward, and the essence of his body surged. His skin was crystal clear, as if it was covered with a layer of faint five-colored light. The power of the five elements surged under his skin. The golden moon will cut through the afterimage, turned in the air, and attacked Gu Fei from behind. At the same time, Dongfang's hands formed a seal, and a huge wave of spiritual power surged from his body. His hands repeatedly shot out golden lightning, attacking Gu Fei. On the ring, in an instant, the sound of thunder and golden snakes danced wildly. Dongfang had suffered a loss once. This time, he would never let Gu Fei get close to him. The attack of Dao techniques and the assistance of magical treasures seemed to give Dongfang an absolute advantage. The golden moon wheel of the Biyun Peak. Watch how I break your magical treasure. This time, Gu Fei did not dodge the golden moon chakram that shot towards him. He did not even turn his head. Instead, he stretched his left hand backward and directly grabbed at the golden moon. At the same time, he pressed his right hand forward. A golden aura surged out of his right palm and blocked the golden lightning that bombarded him from the front. When everyone below the stage saw that Gu Fei was actually trying to grab the golden moon wheel behind him with his bare hands, they could not help but be greatly shocked. How could the treasure of Biyun Peak, the golden moon wheel, be touched by a person of flesh and blood? Chapter 44. Seeing Gu Fei grabbing the golden moon chakram with his bare hands, even the controller of the golden moon chakram, Dongfang, was taken aback. As a disciple of the Biyun Peak, he knew the power of this treasure of the Biyun Peak. Was Gu Fei confident that he could block the golden moon chakram? In a competition between fellow disciples, if the opponent was seriously injured or crippled, he would inevitably be punished. However, when Dongfang thought of the punch that Gu Fei had landed on his body, he hardened his heart. He no longer cared if Gu Fei's palm would be crippled by the golden moon chakram. He repeatedly made hand seals, and when he raised his hand, he constantly shot golden lightning at Gu Fei. At the same time, he used his divine sense to control the golden moon chakram to strike at Gu Fei. On the other hand, Gu Fei remained calm under Dongfang's fierce attacks. He pressed his right palm forward and a surging golden aura swept forward like a huge wave, blocking the incoming lightning bolts, not allowing them to take a single step forward. At the same time, his left hand that was reaching out to grab the golden moon chakram suddenly turned purple and was surrounded by a purple aura. When Gu Fei's 5 fingers touched the golden moon chakram, there were a few slight clanging sounds. This was the sound of metal colliding. Gu Fei's left hand seemed to have turned into indestructible gold. He actually grabbed the golden moon chakram of the Biyun Peak. What a strong power of the metal element! When the 5 fingers of Gu Fei's left hand touched the golden moon chakram, his body immediately shook a few times. He only felt a strong, sharp, and incomparably sharp power of the metal hit his 5 fingers and palm, making his left hand numb. The golden moon chakram almost flew out of his hand. Under the impact of the golden moon chakram, the power of the metal element palm in front of him immediately weakened. Boom! With a loud bang, a golden lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm broke through the golden wave-like aura, and collided with Gu Fei's right palm. Dang dang dang! Gu Fei retreated 3 steps. The powerful and explosive power of thunder and lightning immediately attacked his arm from his right palm. On his forearm, tiny golden electric currents flashed chaotically. The sleeves on his forearm were instantly burned to ashes by the golden electric currents. From this, one could see how powerful the golden lightning was. Humph! With a thought, Gu Fei's right arm shook, and the power of the 5 elements immediately burst out from the muscles, bones, and flesh of his right arm. The power of thunder that invaded his forearm was immediately forced out. With another burst of crackling, the golden electric current disappeared in the void in the blink of an eye. After using all his strength to attack Gu Fei with a thunder palm, Dongfang Qin could no longer attack Gu Fei with thunder and lightning. He quickly pinched the Tao formula to control the golden moon chakram, operated the spiritual power in his body, and pointed forward. Gu Fei suddenly felt the golden moon chakram in his left hand. All of a sudden, the golden light shone brightly, and then, a huge power of the metal element burst out from the golden moon chakram. Countless sharp golden rays violently collided with his hand like divine needles, causing his left hand to feel a trace of pain. Then, Gu Fei's left hand shook, and the 5 fingers that grabbed the golden moon chakram were bounced off by the power of the metal element. A golden moon-like light rushed out from his hand and flew back to Dongfang Chen's side, circling around him. The golden moon chakram was taken back, and Dongfang Chen's heart was at ease. If the golden moon chakram of the Biyun Peak was taken away by Gu Fei, then he would lose a lot of face. Although the round of fighting between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen was short, it could be said to be thrilling. The disciples of the 9 lineages who were watching the battle were stunned. Because of the surprise, their mouths were opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. The strength shown by the two was impressive, especially the performance of Gu Fei, which was even more shocking. He could actually compete with Dongfang Chen head-on and was not at a disadvantage. Did the Green Spirit Peak really have a genius? And it was a genius who was transformed from a good-for-nothing. Gu Fei's performance broke everyone's view of the Green Spirit Peak. Weapon refining body, I didn't expect this little boy to master this magical power overnight. The head of the Taishan sect, Taoist Xiantian, who was sitting on the top of the steps and watching the battle, noticed that Gu Fei's left hand suddenly turned purple. He looked at Gu Fei with a bit of appreciation in his eyes. At this time, the purple color on Gu Fei's left hand had faded, and his palm had returned to its original color, but the disciples watching the battle below the stage had already seen this strange phenomenon on his left hand. Especially the 7 heads of the 9 lineages, who were many times more intelligent than the average young disciple, they had already vaguely noticed that there seemed to be something strange in Gu Fei's body. However, the weapon refining body technique was too amazing. It was able to fuse the divine weapon into the flesh and blood. Even the 7 heads of the 9 lineages felt a trace of strangeness in Gu Fei's body, but for a moment, they did not know what was wrong with Gu Fei's body. He grabbed the sharp blade of the golden moon chakram with his bare hands, but he was not injured. How is this possible? Although the Taoist Xuanfa did not show it on the surface, he was already shocked. The golden moon chakram was the most precious treasure of the Biyun Peak. After being refined by several generations of Biyun Peak's heads, its power was so great that it was not much worse than the black tortoise seal of the purple bamboo peak. Moreover, the golden moon chakram was a magic treasure of the metal attribute. It contained a huge amount of sharp metal power. Not to mention flesh and blood, even if it was a divine weapon made of the essence of the 5 metals, it would still be able to cut it in half. Could it be that Gu Fei's body had actually been cultivated to the point where it was even stronger than the essence of the 5 metals? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable that Gu Fei could grab the golden moon chakram. At this time, Dongfang Chen also felt that it was difficult to get off. Before the battle, he had more than once said that he would trample on Gu Fei, but now, it seemed too unrealistic. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded Dongfang Chen's expectations. Is there something strange about his left hand? Dongfang Chen was shocked that Gu Fei dared to use his flesh and blood to grab the golden moon chakram. He knew that Gu Fei was not afraid of the golden moon chakram. In this way, the advantage of a magic treasure was no longer an advantage. After taking back the golden moon chakram, Dongfang Chen and Gu Fei confronted each other. Neither of them dared to make a move rashly. Both of them were thinking about how to defeat each other. Among the thousands of disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect present, except for the Supreme Mystery Sect's Taoist Shintian, no one knew that Gu Fei had already integrated the short purple rod passed down from the Jade Spirit Peak into his body. The magical power of refining the body could fuse a divine weapon into the flesh and blood of the body, allowing a certain part of the body to have the characteristics of a divine weapon. Although the short purple rod looked ordinary, it was exceptionally hard. No divine weapon or Taoist magic treasure could damage it in the slightest. Gu Fei relied on this characteristic of the short rod that had fused with his body to dare to grab the Biyun Peak's killing weapon, the Golden Moon Wheel, with his bare hands. Chapter 45. The golden moon shines in the sky, illuminates the world, open. Dongfang Chen's face was gloomy. His hands separated, and the spiritual power in his body surged out, pouring into the bright golden moon in front of him. Buzz! The golden moon will suspended in front of Dongfang Chen suddenly made a long sound. At the same time, a wave of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the golden moon wheel. Then the golden light shone brightly, and the golden moon will shook repeatedly. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4. In the dazzling golden light, thousands of golden moons appeared, and the arena suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light that no one dared to look directly at. A gust of strong metal wind swept out from the arena, causing the disciples of the 9 branches to feel a sharp pain in their faces. The disciples of the 9 branches who were watching the fight around the arena were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The golden moon wheel, under Dongfang Chen's Taoist techniques, transformed into thousands of copies, and Dongfang Chen's figure was immediately submerged by the golden moons. Thousands of golden moons fluttered in the air above the arena, forming a marvelous scene. Wave after wave of surging and surging waves of magical power rippled out from the arena, causing the hearts of the disciples of the younger generation who were watching the battle in the surroundings of the 9th arena to palpitate. No one doubted the strength of Dongfang Chen. With the cultivation he showed, the disciples of the younger generation of the 9 lineages of Taishan sect, except for a limited number of people, were ashamed of their inferiority. Eldest brother, it seems that Gu Fei is in trouble. The golden moon will of Biyun Peak is not so easy to deal with. Ziyu, who was watching the battle in the distance, said to Li Lingfeng with a smile. As the eldest brother of the head of Taishan Peak, Li Lingfeng's knowledge was also beyond that of his peers. He looked at the 9th arena, touched his chin, and said, Dongfang Chen's strength is amazing. I think he is likely to have broken into the 8th layer of heaven, but that Gu Fei is not easy to deal with. Let's wait and see. The outcome will be revealed soon. Gu Fei, it's still not too late for you to admit defeat now. If I launch an attack, your life will be in danger. At that time, don't blame me for not reminding you. An awe-inspiring voice sounded from the heavy golden moon, filled with confidence. Thousands of golden moons danced around Dongfang Chen's body, and the power of the metal element had been pushed to the peak by Dongfang Chen. Waves of sharp, blade-like metal wind surged out, attacking the arena with a misty blue light. If it were not for the fact that an expert had set up a defensive formation around the 9th challenge ring to ensure that it would not be destroyed by the power of the Dao techniques unleashed by the contestants, the 9th challenge ring would have long been sliced into thousands of pieces by the sharp metal winds of the golden moons. Li. The metal wind surged, and the power of the metal element was like a blade. The clothes on Gu Fei's body were torn one after another, as if they were really cut by a sharp blade, revealing the bronze skin under the clothes. He stared at the thousands of spinning golden moons in front of him. He was shocked to find that he couldn't tell which golden moon was the real one. It was as if these thousands of golden moons were all real golden moons. It's not an illusion. How is this possible? Gu Fei didn't listen to Dongfang Chen's words at all. In his mind, he was thinking about how to break this golden moon wheel. As long as this treasure of Biyun Peak was broken, Dongfang Chen would become a toothless beast, and Gu Fei would have 60 to 70% confidence in defeating Dongfang Chen. However, it seemed that these thousands of golden moons were real tangible objects. The metal wind emitted from the golden moon was like a sharp blade. Although it was much more powerful than ordinary weapons, for Gu Fei, unless he was cut by the real golden moon, it was absolutely difficult to hurt him. Gu Fei had refined all the meridians and bones in his body to the point of changing marrow and changing blood. His whole body's qi and blood could reach every part of his body. With a thought, essence qi spread throughout his body, as if he was wearing an invisible armor. The sharp blade of ordinary weapons could no longer cut his skin and flesh. Very well, since you are asking for trouble, then don't blame me. Dongfang Chen, who was hidden in the thousands of golden moons, saw that Gu Fei did not pay attention to him, so he said in a fierce voice, "Go." Without any hesitation, before his voice fell, Dongfang Chen released a huge amount of spiritual power and integrated it into the golden moons that were hovering around him. Then, the thousands of golden moons around him immediately rushed up and surrounded Gu Fei in front of him. Whoosh whoosh. The metal wind surged, and thousands of golden moons covered the sky and the earth. From the sky to the ground, front to back, left to right, they blocked all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ziru, who was below the stage, opened her cherry mouth in surprise, revealing her jade-like teeth. She nervously looked at the figure that was surrounded by the golden moons. Her palms were already sweating. Among the young disciples in my sect, Dongfang Chen's cultivation is the strongest. To be able to use this Dao technique with the golden moon, he is not simple. The Xian Fa Daoist looked at the competition below with a smile. The power of the golden moon was, of course, far more than this. However, Dongfang Chen was limited by his own cultivation, so he could only use 20 to 30% of the power of this sect treasure. After Dongfang Chen released this attack, he felt a burst of exhaustion. The golden moon will almost sucked all the Fa Li in his body. The more powerful the magic treasure, the more spiritual power it consumed. This was proportional. And Gu Fei, who was surrounded by thousands of golden moons, was in a difficult situation. The arena was only so big. Thousands of golden moons covered the entire arena, blocking everything. It was difficult for Gu Fei to dodge, and he could not dodge. Swoosh swoosh. Like a sharp blade cutting through the void, the golden blades of light shot towards Gu Fei like countless crescent moons. The metal wind that surged from all directions was like a heavenly blade, chopping his body, causing him to feel bursts of pain. The places that were swept by the metal wind were burning. Although they did not cut his flesh, it was still difficult for Gu Fei to endure. Roar! In the face of danger, Gu Fei looked up to the sky and roared. His black hair suddenly danced wildly and stood up. A majestic force surged out from his body, and a ball of purple light instantly enveloped him. It was as if he was wearing a bright purple armor from head to toe. Extreme weapon refinement skill. Gu Fei had no choice. At the moment when the golden moons with the terrifying power of metal slashed at him, Gu Fei used the short stick that had been smelted into his body and turned it into a purple airflow in his blood and qi to cover his whole body, protecting his whole body. At this time, Gu Fei was equivalent to the incarnation of the short stick, and his whole body emitted a shocking sword qi. Boom! 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 The thousands of golden moons that were flying toward him from all directions collided with his body, causing a series of loud noises. The spectating disciples of the 9 branches exclaimed one after another. To these people, using flesh and blood to fight a magic treasure was undoubtedly an extremely crazy move. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for Gu Fei. Boom! The entire arena suddenly began to shake, and a violent force burst out like a raging sea wave, followed by a boom. Under the inexplicable gaze of the spectating disciples, a purple figure broke through the layers of golden moons, shattered thousands of golden moons, and rushed out of the encirclement. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Dongfang Chen's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Although he was shocked, his reaction was extremely fast. When Gu Fei rushed out of the encirclement of the golden moons, he made a Taoist incantation gesture and pointed at Gu Fei. Swish! The magic treasure golden moons transformed into thousands of crescent light blades in an instant, turned into a golden moon that illuminated the world, and slashed at Gu Fei's chest. Humph! With a cold snort, Gu Fei took a step forward and threw a punch out. His fist, which was shrouded in purple qi, streaked across the sky like a meteor and collided with the golden moon that was flying over. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the surging power shook the world. Even though it was daytime, the two terrifying powers violently collided, and the dazzling light that erupted from them illuminated the entire arena. The vast and mighty aftershocks caused the arena to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any time. The golden moon was directly smashed away by Gu Fei's punch, and Dongfang Chen immediately suffered a great impact. Ah! He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered a few steps, and almost sat down on the arena. Chapter 46. You want to humiliate me in the arena? Then you have to be prepared to be abused. Gu Fei's body was covered in purple flames, and the murderous aura that surged out of his body made people's hearts palpitate. He grabbed Dongfang Chen's neck with one hand and lifted him up. His long hair fluttered without any wind, and his eyes shot out two blade-like sharp eyes, shining on Dongfang Chen's face. There was no expression on his face. Just now, the thousands of crescent-shaped golden blades slashed on Gu Fei's body. Although they did not cut his flesh, his clothes had been cut into pieces and hung on his body. Cough! Dongfang Chen's handsome face immediately turned purple. He was not willing to be defeated like this. With a thought, all the remaining spiritual power in his body rushed to the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and a golden light immediately gushed out from his fingertips. Qi! Dongfang Chen's fingers were like a sword, and the golden light burst out from his fingers, breaking through the void, and fiercely pierced towards Gu Fei's throat. Humph! Gu Fei did not dodge. He looked at Dongfang Chen with disdain in his eyes. Dongfang Chen's right index and middle fingers pierced Gu Fei's throat like lightning. But at the moment when he pierced Gu Fei's throat, Dongfang Chen felt that his finger was like piercing a piece of hard iron. With a light "kacha," the finger bone was immediately broken by the force of the shock. Gu Fei, who fully displayed the weapon refining technique, was covered with the essence of the short stick that was smelted into his body. He had the characteristics of a short stick. Even the golden moon wheel of the Biyun Peak couldn't cut Gu Fei's skin and flesh, let alone a mere sword finger. Do you admit defeat? Do you lower your head? Gu Fei would never be soft-hearted to those who looked for trouble with him. Even on the arena, he wanted Dongfang Chen to lower his head and admit defeat in front of him. Bah! Dongfang Chen opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood at Gu Fei. The spittle that flew towards Gu Fei couldn't even get close to Gu Fei's body. The purple aura around his body shook the spittle away. Very good. Gu Fei suddenly smiled, and then punched Dongfang Chen's lower abdomen. The golden armor that Dongfang Chen was wearing was immediately smashed by the powerful fist force, and a faint fist mark appeared where the fist hit. Wow! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Dongfang Chen's face was extremely distorted. Obviously, this punch had a great impact on him. It shook his internal organs and made him even more injured. When the disciples below the stage saw how Gu Fei treated Dongfang Chen, they couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, they were shocked. This Gu Fei was throwing away the face of the Biyun Peak. He was really bold. The Supreme Mystery sect leader, Daoist Xian Tian, who was sitting on the steps in front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, as well as the other heads of the 7 branches, all frowned. Gu Fei's behavior seemed a bit excessive. especially the Taoist of the Biyun Peak. At this time, his face had already darkened. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like it was about to drip water. The most outstanding young expert of the Biyun Peak was actually humiliated like this by his opponent. The entire Biyun Peak could not help but be furious. "Stop!" The disciples of the Biyun Peak who were watching the battle immediately shouted. Some of them even directly walked up to the bottom of the stage, as if they wanted to make a move. Where it is possible to forgive people, one should forgive people. "Gu Fei, don't go too far." Below the stage, Dongfang Chen's master, Taoist Dan Yang, said fiercely. He looked at Gu Fei with eyes that seemed like they were about to spit fire. At this time, the Biyun Peak's treasure, the golden moon wheel, that was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, had already been used by Taoist Dan Yang to retrieve it. Humph. This is the stage. If Dongfang Chen does not admit defeat, then I will beat him until he does. Gu Fei did not give any face to Taoist Dan Yang. He continued to hold Dongfang Chen's neck like he was holding a rooster waiting to be slaughtered. He waved his left fist and repeatedly greeted Dongfang Chen's body, bombarding the armor on Dongfang Chen's body with golden light. "This Gu Fei is too arrogant," Li Lingfeng said with a frown. Offending the Biyun Peak did not benefit Gu Fei at all. Instead, he made a lot of enemies. The Dongfang clan would definitely not let this matter go after he taught Dongfang Chen a lesson in front of so many fellow disciples. They would not dare to do anything to Gu Fei on the surface, but they would definitely not let Gu Fei off in secret. The Dongfang clan was not a weak force in the Tinglong Continent's Qi country. If Gu Fei went down the mountain in the future, it was hard to say that the Dongfang clan would not take revenge on him. "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" Gu Fei shouted again and again. At the same time, he punched Dongfang Chen's body again and again, causing Dongfang Chen to vomit blood. Taoist Dan Yang, who was below the stage, saw his disciple being beaten by Gu Fei until he vomited blood again and again. He was anxious to save his disciple, so he did not care about his face anymore. He shouted at Gu Fei on the stage, "We admit defeat, we admit defeat, quickly stop." The disciples around the stage were all shocked to see this scene. This Gu Fei was really daring. He actually dared to treat the disciples of the Biyun Peak like this. As for the Biyun Peak disciples, their faces were filled with anger. Some of them even started cursing at Gu Fei. After hearing the words of Taoist Dan Yang, Gu Fei looked at Dongfang Chen, who was in his hand. He saw that although Dongfang Chen looked tired, he still held on and did not let himself faint. "Dongfang Chen, count yourself lucky." Gu Fei lifted Dongfang Chen in front of him and whispered in Dongfang Chen's ear. Dongfang Chen panted heavily and his whole body trembled. It was because he was angry. He was born in a cultivation family. It could be said that he had the wind and rain when he wanted it. Even if he lost to Lin Shui, of the Shangqing sect a year ago, it was far less humiliating than losing to Gu Fei. He was a proud person, a frivolous person. He was a disciple of an aristocratic family, a cultivation genius, and at such a young age, he had extraordinary strength. With such capital, how could Dongfang Chen not be frivolous? He was so ashamed that he wanted to die. In his heart, he already hated Gu Fei. He secretly clenched his teeth and made up his mind that in the future, he must teach Gu Fei a lesson. However, Gu Fei did not care so much. With the force of his right hand, he threw Dongfang Chen out of the ring. The bright purple light that was emitted from his body gradually faded, and then all of it was absorbed into his body. Taoist Dan Yang quickly jumped forward and hugged Dongfang Chen, who had fallen from the ring. He looked at Gu Fei who was on the ring and did not say a word. He turned around and walked away with Dongfang Chen in his arms. The battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen was extremely shocking in the Supreme Mystery sect. The Chui Ling Peak actually had a disciple like Gu Fei. His combat strength was amazing. He had defeated the outstanding disciple of the Shaoyang Peak, Li Hao, and the young master of the Biyun Peak, Dongfang Chen, and advanced to the second round of the competition with 2 complete victories. It seemed that among the top 10 young masters of the 9 Peaks tournament, Gu Fei had already occupied one of them. Dongfang Chen, who was second only to the eldest disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Li Lingfeng, had been defeated. Among the younger generation of the 9 Peaks tournament, perhaps only the eldest disciple, Li Lingfeng, could fight with Gu Fei. While everyone was talking in low voices, Gu Fei jumped down from the ring. Wherever he passed, the disciples made way for him. All the young disciples had a sense of awe for Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was not feeling well either. He had not used the weapon refining body refining technique perfectly. Under the desperate display of the technique just now, the flesh and bones in his body had been injured by the essence of the short stick in his body. If one looked closely, they could see that the pores on Gu Fei's body were oozing with blood. Gu Fei went straight to a big tree outside the square and sat cross-legged. He mobilized the exuberant essence in his body, shook his muscles, bones, and flesh, and repaired the damaged parts. Zhao Ziru saw that Gu Fei had won and wanted to congratulate him, but when she saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged under the big tree like an old monk, she retracted her foot that had stepped out. Gu Fei was recovering his yuan qi, but it was not suitable for Zhao Ziru to disturb Gu Fei at this time. After closing his eyes, everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with Gu Fei. The sounds in the square were all excluded from his ears, and he was unmoved. My heart is one, immersed in the path of cultivation, not disturbed by external things. This is Gu Fei's way of cultivation. What I think in my heart, I will put it into action, and I will maintain a pure heart. Chapter 47. Although the weapon refinement technique allowed Gu Fei to possess an abnormally strong body that could withstand the Biyun Peak's treasure, the Golden Moon Wheel, for a short period of time, this state of spreading a certain characteristic of the divine weapon into his body could not be maintained for long. Moreover, the strange essence of the magic weapon had not completely dissolved in the body's qi and blood. If he desperately stimulated the power of the magic weapon, his body would inevitably not be able to bear it. Gu Fei was now suffering from the side effects of overexerting the magical power of weapon refining body. Every inch of his body felt as if it was being pricked by sharp needles. Just sitting under the tree for a while, his tattered clothes were soaked with sweat. And the sweat, with a bloody smell, dyed the tattered clothes on his body dark black. It was the clotted blood that was forced out of the body. All of Gu Fei's flesh and bones trembled slightly. His body vaguely emitted the rumbling sound of heavenly drums. The vigorous qi and blood in his body washed through his body, and the pain of being pricked by thousands of needles gradually subsided. The body refining technique and martial arts cultivation method made Gu Fei's body strong enough to be comparable to ordinary magic weapons of cultivators, and his recovery ability was also amazing. Waves of qi and blood containing the original essence of the 5 elements washed through his body, and the wounds in his flesh and blood were healing rapidly. Well, the path of martial arts is a path of the strong derived from fighting. Progress in life and death battles, and move forward by stepping on the corpses of the opponents. Gu Fei felt that after the fierce battle with Dongfang Chen, his strength seemed to have made some progress. Life and death battles were conducive to the breakthrough of his cultivation base. This was Gu Fei's realization after the battle. It seemed that the predecessors had taken the wrong path. His master, Wan Xianqing, did not easily step out of the Green Spirit Peak. He always immersed himself in cultivation in the mountains. Little did he know that this ancient body refining technique was a killing technique created for battle. A strong body corresponded to unparalleled combat power. There was a limit to progress by immersing oneself in cultivation. Life and death battles were a shortcut. To comprehend in battle and sublimate in battle was a completely different path from the quiet and inaction of Tao techniques. Cultivators focused on meditation, moving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourishing the primordial spirit body, and condensing magical power. But the path of martial arts focused on movement, refining the tendons, bones, flesh, and blood of the whole body, and producing the original power from the chi and blood. Therefore, too much meditation would restrict the breakthrough of one's cultivation base. The Green Spirit Peak had not produced a transcending mortality realm martial artist for hundreds of years, and perhaps this was the reason. When one encountered a bottleneck in one's cultivation, they would enter into seclusion. This was a habitual thought process of cultivators, and it wasn't suitable for cultivators. For cultivators, rather than sitting in meditation all day, it was better to leave their seclusion grounds and challenge other cultivators. While fighting with others, they would be able to comprehend the true essence of the martial Tao. Gu Fei seemed to see a glimmer of light in the fog. He seemed to have comprehended a brand new path of cultivation, a path of cultivation that belonged to a martial artist, and that was battle. Gu Fei was unmoved by everything that was happening outside. On the 9 arenas on the square, the disciples participating in the competition were still moving up and down. The duels of Tao techniques would erupt from time to time, and there would be flashes of bright light and loud booms that shook the mountains. The remaining battles were far less intense than the battle between Gu Fei and Dong Fangqin, but they still attracted the attention of the thousands of disciples on the square. This time's 9 Peaks trials was different from the previous ones. The top 10 disciples would not only receive rewards, but also a chance to enter the Ruined Sky Realm. The Ruined Sky Realm was a blessed land for the 3 great Taoist sects, but it was also a dangerous place. For those who entered, it was also an opportunity. In this world, there was nothing that could be obtained without effort. In the midst of danger, there were opportunities that could change one's fate. If one could grasp this fleeting opportunity, they would be able to rise rapidly. If they could not, their lives would be in danger. Li Lingfeng, the eldest disciple of the Taishan Peak, and his junior disciple, Ziyu, easily defeated their respective opponents and advanced to the second round of the trials with 2 wins. As for Zhao Sueki of the Purple Bamboo Peak, she encountered Song Ruochen, an outstanding disciple of the Tongtian Peak, in the second round of the trials. Song Ruochen's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th heaven. Even though Zhao Ziru had the Black Tortoise Seal, the treasure of the Purple Bamboo Peak, it was still difficult for her to contend against Song Ruochen, and she was defeated. However, with 1 win and 1 loss, Zhao Ziru was able to advance to the second round of the trials. In fact, the main reason for Zhao Ziru's defeat was because she had used up a great deal of her magic power to activate the Black Tortoise Seal in the morning. Even after resting for 4 hours, she was still unable to fully recover, which gave Song Ruochen an opportunity to take advantage of. When night fell, all the trials were over. The profound magic Taoist expressionlessly walked out and announced that the second round of the trials would begin the next day. Soon after, a list was posted. It was the name list of those who advanced to the second round of the trials. When the profound magic Taoist announced the end of the trials for the day, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged under a tree at the side of the square, opened his eyes. With a thought, the golden light on his body flickered and disappeared. Then, the tattered, dark black clothes on his upper body were torn to shreds and fell to the ground, revealing his bronze-colored, robust body. Gu Fei's shirt was in tatters, and he was only wearing a pair of trousers that were also tattered and full of holes. However, the trousers on the important parts of his body were still relatively intact, so he would definitely not be exposed. Gu Fei stood up and immediately heard light footsteps coming from the side. He turned his head and saw a girl in a white dress walking over gracefully. In the night, she seemed to be stepping on a cloud as she floated over. Her beautiful appearance, long hair that burst out like a burst, and her muscles that were as cold as ice, as if she was a fairy that had descended from the heavens to the mortal world. Junior Sister Zhao. Gu Fei was startled. His eyes looked at the girl's face and some kind of emotion seemed to rise in his heart. This was a strange feeling that he had never felt before. This feeling made Gu Fei's heart beat faster and his blood flow faster. Zhao Ziru was as light as a swallow as she arrived in front of Gu Fei. Congratulations to senior brother Gu for showing your strength and defeating Dongfang Qin. Haha. It's really unexpected. The shock caused by Gu Fei defeating Dongfang Qin was unparalleled among the younger generation of disciples. The disciples of the Green Spirit Peak gave people the impression that their cultivation was low, but their skin was thick and they could take a beating. But today, the combat power that Gu Fei had displayed was shocking. Pure martial skills were very terrifying. Even the disciples of the older generation were amazed. Wan Xianqing, the disciple of the previous generation of the Green Spirit Peak, who had passed away, usually stayed in his cave in the Green Spirit Peak and would not easily show his combat skills in front of others. Therefore, even the disciples of the generation of Wan Xianqing, very few people knew how powerful the combat skills of the Green Spirit Peak were. And Gu Fei's performance today undoubtedly shocked them and also gave birth to some uneasiness. They were afraid that in the future, the Supreme Mystery Sect would no longer be peaceful. Humph. If Dongfang Qin didn't have the Golden Moon Will of the Biyun Peak, he would have lost even more miserably. Gu Fei said with some disdain. Defeating Dongfang Qin was actually not a great thing. The disciples of the Green Spirit Peak were originally stronger than the disciples of the other 8 branches of the same realm. Even if they faced a disciple whose cultivation was 1 layer higher than them, they could still compete with them. Moreover, this situation was not so obvious in the realms below the 5th layer. After surpassing the 5th layer, the advantage of a martial artist would appear among other cultivators of the same realm. Gu Fei's master, Wan Xianqing, who had passed away, had once used the cultivation of the 9th layer to force back a cultivator of the transcending mortality stage. And now, Gu Fei had cultivated the magical ability of transforming his body into a weapon. His combat power would be even more amazing, and it was no longer impossible for him to challenge someone of a higher level. Senior brother Gu, you must not be careless. With Dongfang Qin's cultivation, he could only display 10 to 20% of the power of the Golden Moon Wheel. Zhao Ziru said. The Golden Moon Wheel, being able to become a treasure of the Biyun Peak, its power was certainly not limited to this. However, with Dongfang Qin's cultivation, being able to drive the Golden Moon Wheel to display the Dao technique of the Moon's Shadow Division was already the limit of what he could bear. Gu Fei nodded. He knew that if he hadn't cultivated the magical ability of transforming his body into a weapon and smelted the short stick that seemed to be a sword hilt passed down by his master into his body, the outcome of today's battle with Dongfang Qin would have been rewritten. The sharpness of the metal element magic treasure, the Golden Moon Wheel, was definitely not inferior to the sharpness of a divine weapon. It was not surprising that the circle of sharp blades could cut hair, cut stone and split gold. Ordinary swords, ordinary magic treasures, Gu Fei could directly resist them with his body, but he would never be able to withstand the slash of the Golden Moon Wheel. With the power of the Golden Moon Wheel, even a real person made of iron would be split in half. Unless Gu Fei could cultivate this ancient body refining technique to the great accomplishment realm, his body would be able to ignore the attacks of any divine weapon or magic treasure. Senior brother Gu, let's go take a look at the list posted. Zhao Ziru said. All right. Gu Fei's words were very direct and very straightforward. He seemed to never be sloppy. He always maintained his original heart and did what he wanted to do. When Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru walked towards the steps in front of the square, a pair of vicious and fierce eyes were staring at the two of them under the tree opposite the square. Gu Fei. Under the tree, the man's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth, and these two weak and almost inaudible sounds came out of his mouth. At this time, a white-robed disciple walked towards the man who was full of resentment towards Gu Fei. Junior brother Wang, so you are here. Eldest senior brother invites you to come over. Why does Li Lingfeng want to find me? The man frowned, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then said to the white-robed disciple, please lead the way, senior brother. In the Supreme Profound sect, the only person who had enmity with Gu Fei was Wang Yuanji, and the person who wanted nothing more than to cut Gu Fei into 8 pieces was Wang Yuanji. The white-robed disciple was a member of the sect leader's faction, so Wang Yuanji did not dare to be negligent. He immediately changed his expression and followed behind the white-robed disciple, heading towards the back peak of the Supreme Profound Peak. Wang Yuanji originally wanted to use Dongfang Chen's hand to humiliate Gu Fei, but unfortunately, Dongfang Chen was not a match for Gu Fei, and was instead humiliated by Gu Fei. After this battle, Dongfang Chen had no face left, and even the disciples of the Biyun Peak felt ashamed. In this way, the new hatred and old hatred added together, causing Wang Yuanji to want to go crazy. He hated Gu Fei to the point that his teeth itched, but he could not do anything to Gu Fei. This kind of feeling of not being able to vent his anger almost made Wang Yuanji, a narrow-minded disciple of an aristocratic family, go crazy. However, so what? The demons could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. They could only break their teeth and swallow the blood into their stomachs. At this time, the people in the square had gradually dispersed. Those who had advanced to the second round of the competition tomorrow had already returned to their respective cultivation grounds to recuperate their qi and restore their mana and physical strength in preparation for tomorrow's competition. As for those who had been eliminated, they sighed dejectedly. On the contrary, they were still discussing today's competition with others, looking at the list that had been posted, or simply walking to the side in a daze. Chapter 48. Gu Fei raised his eyes and looked at the yellow paper on the wall next to the square. He glanced at it and said, In the first round of the competition, 39 people were eliminated, which is equivalent to eliminating half of them. Out of the 2 rounds of the competition, only 1 victory would allow them to advance to the second round. Yet, half of them had been eliminated. This had more or less exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. The number of people who advanced to the second round of the competition is the highest. Zhao Ziru also looked at the list of people who had successfully advanced and said. She did not seem too surprised. The disciples of the Taishan Peak were the disciples of the sect leader. The outstanding disciples of the sect leader were, of course, more than the other 8 branches. The eldest senior brother, Li Lingfeng, was recognized as the number 1 person in the younger generation. It was said that his cultivation was not far from the bottleneck of condensing the Tao core. Li Lingfeng is a good opponent. Gu Fei looked at the first name on the list and said indifferently. As soon as he said this, not only Zhao Ziru, but the disciples next to him were also shocked. Gu Fei actually regarded Li Lingfeng as an opponent. However, when they thought of the strength that Gu Fei had displayed today, they were relieved. This disciple of the Green Spirit Peak was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the loser whose cultivation was the last among the younger generation of disciples of the Taishan sect. With the strength that Gu Fei had defeated Dongfang Chen, he was qualified enough to challenge Li Lingfeng and even compete for the throne of the first among the younger generation of disciples. After looking at the list, Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru walked out of the square under the gaze of the crowd. Outside the square, after Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru parted, they directly went down the Taishan Peak and went straight to the Green Spirit Peak. Tomorrow, it would be a tough battle. Although today, they had the feeling of being in the limelight, but at the same time, they had also offended many people. Strength, as long as they had enough strength, they did not need to be afraid of anyone. Gu Fei wanted to become stronger, but on the path of cultivation, one couldn't become a peerless expert overnight. Aside from hard work, one also needed to be talented in cultivation. Today's battle with Dongfang Chen gave Gu Fei some insights, so he planned to use one night to digest today's insights. Although it was only one night, if he could comprehend it, he might be able to break through his current realm and take another step forward in his cultivation. Just as Gu Fei descended Tai Xian Peak and headed for Chuiling Peak, a person came out of a wooden house in the plum forest behind Tai Xian Peak. At this time, the sun had disappeared under the mountains, and there were still a few red clouds floating in the western sky that seemed to be on fire. In the plum forest behind Taishan Peak, there was already a trace of mist, and it seemed a little dim. After this person came out of the wooden house, he seemed to be impatient to leave this place. He walked briskly along a small path in front of the wooden house and headed out of the forest. The plum forest was not big, only about 10 acres. The man quickly walked out of the plum forest along the small path. Humph. He actually told me not to find trouble with that Gufei. This is outrageous. After leaving the plum forest, the man suddenly stopped, looked back at the wooden house in the forest, and muttered with hatred. The dim light shone on the man's face. This man was Wang Yuanji, who had been invited by Li Lingfeng. At this time, Wang Yuanji had a cold look on his face. He turned around and continued to walk forward. After leaving the plum forest, there was a gravel path that led straight to the front of Taishan Peak. When Wang Yuanji's figure disappeared on the path, the wooden door of the wooden house in the plum forest was pushed open from the inside, and a young man in white came out. This was an ordinary young man. He had no handsome face, no tall figure, no white skin. He was very ordinary, so ordinary that if he stood in the crowd, he would never attract the attention of others. But it was this young man, who was neither handsome nor tall and powerful, and whose skin was even a bit like that of a farmer, who was the eldest senior of the younger generation of the Tai Xian sect. Li Lingfeng, an ordinary young man, was known as a cultivation genius. He was the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Tai Xian sect. Although his appearance was not outstanding, no one dared to look down on him. I hope that Wang Yuanji can be vigilant. Otherwise, if he goes to find trouble with that Gufei, his life may be in danger. Li Lingfeng looked in the direction where Wang Yuanji disappeared inside. A person like Gufei is only dedicated to advancing bravely on the path of cultivation, but he is arrogant and does not leave any leeway, without the slightest restraint or restraint. Today, when he dealt with Dongfang Qin in the arena, I know that he is a decisive person. If Wang Yuanji really doesn't know what's good for him and provokes him again, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. A person like Li Lingfeng, of course, would not wholeheartedly cultivate in the plum forest in the back of the mountain. As a disciple of the head of the sect, the eldest senior of the disciples of the 9 veins of supreme mystery, things that he should know absolutely could not escape his eyes, and things that he should not know, he was too lazy to pay attention to. Li Lingfeng shook his head and sighed, then turned and walked into the wooden house, closing the wooden door. There was no light inside, and there was no light. The plum forest was silent, and no sound came out. Gufei, who had come down from Taishan Peak, ran more than 100 miles on the rugged mountain road in one breath, returning to the bamboo forest at the foot of Green Spirit Peak. My own place is still the best. Gufei took a deep breath, and the faint fragrance of bamboo floated into his nose, making him feel refreshed. Just as Gufei was about to enter the bamboo forest, he suddenly felt a chill on his body before he could even step down with his right foot. Then, all the hair on his body instantly stood on end. His entire body was filled with alarm, as if he was being stared at by a terrifying ferocious beast in the dark. Not good. Gufei was shocked, and all the muscles and bones in his body immediately trembled. His joints and bones immediately erupted with a burst of dense thunder, and as his flesh and bones vibrated, a huge wave of yuan qi immediately burst out. The wave passed through his body, violently shook the air, and a strong wind immediately swept in all directions. The bamboo leaves on the ground with a ting sound were stirred up into the sky, and pieces of bamboo leaves danced in the air. All of this happened in an instant, and at this time, countless dark green bamboos were reflected in Gufei's eyes. Without a sound, the bamboo that had been sharpened shot out from the bamboo forest and quickly streaked across the air, but did not make a single sound. It was extremely strange. Hey! Gufei's right foot, which had not yet stepped down, suddenly stomped down. Pang! His whole body left an afterimage as he rapidly retreated. However, Gu Fei had underestimated the speed of the countless sharp bamboo that shot out from the bamboo forest. The bamboos seemed to give people an illusion that they were slow, but in reality, they were unimaginably fast, and definitely exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. Just as his body flew up, the dense bamboo in front of him, as if it had teleported, shot in front of him. Damn it! Gu Fei was greatly shocked, and he only had time to cover his eyes with his hands before feeling waves of piercing pain come from his body, as if countless sharp steel pillars had collided with his body. Moreover, every single bamboo contained a formidable force of impact, and it directly knocked Gu Fei over 30 m away. Gu Fei felt as if he'd been densely bombarded by countless 500 kilograms hammers, and his entire body was shaken by the innumerable bamboo that collided with his body to the point it seemed as if it was about to fall apart, and the tendons and bones on his body emitted waves of soreness. Bang! Gu Fei directly smashed into a small patch of forest behind him, and a large hole was instantly smashed open in that small patch of forest. Broken branches and shattered leaves fluttered in the air, and dust and dirt rose into the air. Meanwhile, a black figure slowly walked out from the bamboo forest. This was a man in black, a person covered from head to toe in tight black clothes. From his appearance, it was impossible to tell whether this person was male or female, old or young. This mysterious person's exposed eyes revealed an undisguised killing intent. Looking at this posture, he not only came for Gu Fei, but also wanted to kill Gu Fei. Pang! With a sound, Gu Fei shook off the soil on his body and rushed out of the pit. His entire body rushed out a misty multicolored light, revealing a powerful and oppressive aura. The man was obviously taken aback. He seemed to be a little surprised. Under his attack, Gu Fei did not seem to be injured at all. Gu Fei was shocked. His eyes revealed a sharp light as he swept his gaze over the person in front of him. There was actually someone here to kill him. Was this person skilled and bold, or was his head kicked by a donkey? This was the territory of the Taishan sect. Was he not afraid of alarming the masters of the Taishan sect? The black-clothed man did not say anything. He coldly snorted, and then his hands formed a mysterious formula in front of his chest. A vast wave of spiritual power immediately spread out from the black-clothed man. Then, the mountain rocks that were scattered around the black-clothed man immediately flew up. At the same time, they emitted raging flames and turned into a group of meteors that flew towards Gu Fei from all directions. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his pupils could not help but shrink. This person's cultivation was really amazing. He was not an ordinary master. The flaming stone had not actually flown in front of him, but a terrifying heat wave had already hit Gu Fei's body. This heat was not simple. It made him feel as if he had fallen into a cave of fire. It continuously drilled into the 84,000 pores on his body, as if it wanted to ignite his body from the inside out. Gu Fei felt great danger from the black-clothed man. He did not dare to be negligent. His body immediately shrank. His entire body shrank to a height of about 3 feet, as if he had suddenly become a child. The black-clothed man was obviously shocked by the scene in front of him. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Whoosh! With a sound, Gu Fei, who had shrunk his body, leaned down to the ground at the same time. His feet fiercely pushed off the ground, and his entire body was like a spirit snake flying along the ground, rushing towards the black-clothed man. Boom boom. There was a huge tremor. The flaming stones that were rushing towards Gu Fei from all directions exploded at the moment when Gu Fei darted out. The terrifying heat that erupted from it burned the surrounding 10 feet into scorched earth. At this moment, Gu Fei had already arrived in front of the black-clothed man with the snake movement technique at lightning speed. Then, like a venomous snake, he twisted around the black-clothed man's body in an instant. With an incomparably fierce bear hug, he wanted to crush the black-clothed man's bones and crush his tendons to death. Gu Fei's attack was incomparably fierce. This bear hug was even more brutal and ferocious than the hug of the giant mountain bear. Chapter 49. Phantom Doppelganger. When Gu Fei extinguished the black figure, he was instantly shocked. This kind of doppelganger technique that was almost like a real person had already surpassed the scope of the Dao techniques that martial cultivators of the awakening self stage could use. This person is a martial cultivator of the transcending mortality stage. In an instant, Gu Fei was able to determine the cultivation level of this person. To him, a martial cultivator of the transcending mortality stage was simply too great of a threat. With his current cultivation level, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight against an expert of this level. In the blink of an eye, just as Gu Fei crushed the doppelganger with a bear hug, he instantly felt a bone-chilling murderous aura attack his body from behind, causing him to quiver and shiver. Then, a wave of magical power that was as vast as the ocean came from behind him. A flaming fist, with a terrifying heat that could melt gold and iron, cut through the void and smashed into his back in an instant. Pang! Gu Fei was directly smashed into the air by the extremely violent fist force. The moment he was smashed into the air, a large mouthful of blood involuntarily gushed out of Gu Fei's mouth and the blood splattered outside the bamboo forest. So strong, is this the strength of a martial cultivator of the transcending mortality stage? Although Gu Fei had used the weapon refining body transformation technique at the critical moment, condensing the qi of the divine weapon transformed from the short purple rod in his body onto his back to block the mysterious person's fist, the power of the flame fist that the mysterious person had struck out was simply too strong. However, the mysterious man's raging flame fist was simply too powerful. Almost with a single punch, the divine weapon qi that he had refined into his body was blasted out of his body. The powerful shock immediately caused Gu Fei's internal organs to be impacted, causing him to suffer serious internal injuries. If he had not used the weapon refining body transformation technique and the divine weapon that he had melted into his body to block most of the impact, even if this punch could not kill Gu Fei, it would have at least taken half of his life. However, the mysterious person's attack did not stop there. When he sent Gu Fei flying, he appeared behind Gu Fei, as if he had walked out of the void, soundlessly. The black-robed man seemed to open his mouth at Gu Fei, and suddenly a thin line of fire shot out from his mouth through the black cloth that covered his face. Chi! There was a subtle sound of a sharp blade tearing through cloth. It swept towards Gu Fei, who had already been sent flying hundreds of feet away and crashed into the bamboo forest. Fiery sword qi. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out from afar. A silhouette flashed as a person rushed over with the speed of the wind. You are from the Guangqing Immortal sect. How dare you come to my Taishian sect to cause trouble? A beautiful young man in white appeared outside the bamboo forest. This young man raised his hand, and a yellow light shot up into the sky, flying towards Taishan Peak. And at the moment when this young man in white appeared, Gu Fei, who had been sent flying hundreds of feet away by the black-robed man, was in a desperate situation of life and death. The black-robed man simply wanted Gu Fei's life, and his attack was extremely vicious. He could not kill Gu Fei with one punch, so he immediately opened his mouth and spat out a thread-like, 7 or 8 feet long sword qi of raging fire. A flash of fire, in an instant, caught up with Gu Fei, who had flown hundreds of feet away like a meteor, crashing into the bamboo forest, and wrapped around his neck. The cold sword qi revealed an unparalleled heat, and in an instant, it made Gu Fei feel like he was trapped between ice and fire. Roar! A feeling of extreme danger assaulted his heart. Without even thinking, Gu Fei let out a roar that sounded like that of a dying ferocious beast that had been forced into a dead end. His voice was filled with endless anger and unwillingness. At the moment when the fiery sword qi of raging fire was about to wrap around Gu Fei's neck, a layer of purple light appeared on Gu Fei's neck. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. When the fiery sword Qi landed on Gu Fei's neck, it actually emitted the sound of metal rubbing against each other. Then, like a spirit snake, it flew back and once again entered the black-clothed man's mouth. At this time, Gu Fei smashed into the depths of the bamboo forest. It smashed into the depths of the bamboo forest. Instantly, the ground shook, and the bamboo forest was destroyed. A dozen birds resting in the bamboo forest flapped their wings and flew out. At this time, the handsome young man in white who had suddenly appeared had already attacked the black-robed man. Without seeing how he moved, the ground under the black-robed man's feet suddenly broke open, and emerald green vines emerged and wrapped around the black-robed man. Those were not ordinary vines. Every vine was covered with dense black thorns. No matter if it was a man or a beast, once they were wrapped around, their skin would be torn and their flesh torn. The black-robed man did not want to be entangled with the white-robed young man. The black-robed man opened a scroll in his hand, and a strange wave of Li immediately rushed out from the scroll and enveloped the black-robed man. The black-robed man's body immediately became blurry, and in the instant that the thousands of vines wrapped around his body, he disappeared on the spot. All that was left in the void was a series of ripples that resembled water. The white-robed young man was stunned. A law technique scroll. And it is a high-level scroll with the space-shifting technique sealed in it. Who is this person? At this time, a vast wave of Li came from the top of Taishan Peak, like a monstrous wave, surging through the mountains. The next moment, a purple figure appeared in the sky above the bamboo forest below Green Spirit Peak. A purple-robed old Taoist stood in the void, exuding a majestic aura from all over his body. At this moment, the aura of a powerhouse who looked down on the world was fully displayed. Greetings to the head of the sect. The white-robed young man outside the bamboo forest immediately bowed when he saw the old Taoist. Ziyu, what the hell is going on? The person who came was the head of the Taishan sect, Taoist Shantian. He looked around and immediately noticed the Li that had yet to dissipate. Taoist Xuantian's expression could not help but change. With Daoist Xuantian's terrifying cultivation base at the 9th heavenly layer of Imperial Void, his Yuan spirit could cover a distance of 100 miles in an instant. But even with such speed, the black-clothed man still managed to escape. As Xuantian's proud person spoke, he pressed his right palm downwards and a figure floated up from the depths of the bamboo forest. It was as if there was an invisible rope pulling it towards Daoist Shantian. The person who rose up from the depths of the bamboo forest was Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already fainted. His body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. However, there was still a trace of his breath left. Reporting to the head of the sect, someone just tried to kill Brother Gu Fei. They wanted to kill Brother Gu Fei, the handsome young man, Ziyu, quickly replied respectfully. At this time, Taoist Shantian had already caught Gu Fei. He looked down and saw that Gu Fei's eyes were closed. His face was filled with pain, and there was a circle of wounds on his neck. The flesh on the wound was twisted, and blood was seeping out. Taoist Shantian was shocked and quickly looked closely. Fortunately, it was only a layer of flesh. The muscles, meridians, and blood vessels inside were not injured. Who the hell is it? Taoist Shantian, who rarely got angry, couldn't help but feel anger rise in his chest. His eyes shone several feet away. Swish! 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 At this time, figures swayed in the air above the bamboo forest. One after another, 7 purple-robed old Taoists appeared. They had sensed the terrible Li that had just exploded on Taishan Peak, so they had rushed over to see what had happened. Senior brother, this. The head of the 7 branches who had rushed over were shocked by what he saw. The bamboo forest was a mess, and Taoist Shantian was holding an unconscious Gu Fei. These 7 old Taoists had lived for hundreds of years. They had a wide range of knowledge, and their thoughts were meticulous. It was difficult for others to compare. They could be called old monsters. With a glance, how could they not know what had happened? How dare someone attack our disciple in our territory? How can we let this go? Purple Bamboo Peak's head, Long Hongxue, said fiercely. That person had dared to attack Gu Fei in the Taishan sect. This was no different from slapping the Taishan sect in the face. The 7 heads were already angry. Ziyu described that person's characteristics to the other martial granduncles. Taoist Xuantian's voice came down from the sky. Although his tone was calm, others could still hear a trace of gunpowder in it. Yes, head of the sect. Ziyu hurriedly bowed to the head of the 7 branches, who was standing in the sky, and then told them the characteristics of the black-clothed person. What? After a while, the heads of the 7 branches and Daoist Xian Tian were both shocked after listening to Ziyu's story. The identity of that mysterious person seemed to be, Senior Brother. Could it really be someone from the Guangqing Celestial sect? Taoist Xuanfa's tone was a little hesitant. He was not sure, because if this matter involved the Guangqing Celestial sect, it would be very troublesome. Humph. Someone who can cultivate the fiery sword qi is not necessarily someone from the Guangqing Celestial sect. In this world, it is not only the Guangqing Celestial sect that cultivates the sword celestial technique, Taoist Xiantian said after thinking for a while. A scroll that has sealed the power of a Dao technique, and it is a Dao technique that moves the universe and changes space. This kind of high-level Dao technique scroll is rare. Since the mysterious person who tried to kill Gu Fei dared to use the sword celestial technique, released the fiery sword qi, and then used the Dao technique scroll to escape, it was obvious that he was not afraid of the Taishan sect. No one knew if this mysterious person was deliberately trying to mislead them, or if he was plotting something. This matter needs to be discussed at length. We cannot be careless. If we do not handle it properly, it will cause a misunderstanding between us and the Guangqing Celestial sect. The consequences will be unimaginable. Taoist Xuanzang frowned. Junior brothers, there is no point in guessing here. You should go back first. Since that person was able to escape with a law technique scroll with the power of the law technique sealed in it, I'm afraid he has already planned everything. It is difficult for us to make any progress in this matter at the moment. I should take Gu Fei back to Taishan Peak and heal his injuries first. Taoist Xiantian thought for a while and finally said this. Since that mysterious person had used a Dao technique scroll to escape, then it was absolutely impossible to catch up to him, nor was there any way to pursue him. Because no one knew which direction he had fled in. The 7 leaders bid farewell to Taoist Xiantian and flew back to their own caves. But the medicine Daoist, the head of Spirit Bead Peak, was stopped by Taoist Xiantian. Senior brother, is there something else? The medicine Daoist seemed surprised that his senior brother had stopped him. In fact, he was faking it. As expected, Taoist Xiantian smiled. Junior brother medicine, do you really not know why I stopped you? Taoist Xiantian looked at the medicine Daoist meaningfully. Ah! If I had known, I would not have come here. The medicine Daoist helplessly patted the cosmos bag on his waist. A red gourd flew out of the bag and landed in the medicine Daoist's hand. The medicine Daoist painfully pulled out the stopper of the gourd. A faint fragrance immediately floated out from the gourd. This fragrance made one feel refreshed and comfortable. Chapter 50. One of the 9 branches of the Taishan sect, the Spirit Bead Peak, was in charge of the Immortal Herb Garden. It was the branch of the Taishan sect that was proficient in the way of alchemy. The amount of effort and energy required to start a cauldron was unimaginable. Most cultivators were not willing to spend too much time and energy on alchemy. This was because alchemy, in addition to expending a lot of effort and energy, it also required raw materials. Often, a cauldron of pills would require dozens or even hundreds of different kinds of spiritual herbs. The reason why spiritual herbs were called spiritual herbs was because they were rare. After all, these spiritual herbs were not like carrots. After 2 or 3 months, they would grow into a large field. The more precious a pill was, the rarer and more difficult it was to find the spiritual herbs needed. Often, when an alchemy master prepared to start a cauldron of pills, just collecting the spiritual herbs would take years, even decades, or even decades. The golden pill that the medicine Taoist poured out from the red gourd was the famous golden pill of 9 revolutions in the world of cultivation. To refine a cauldron of 9 transformations golden pills, just the preparation time alone would take up to 10 years. The number of spiritual herbs needed to be collected was as many as hundreds of types, and some of the spiritual herbs could even be called the spiritual essence of the world. Moreover, even if a cauldron of pills was successfully refined, it would be pitifully small. At most, there would be 7 or 8 pills. At the very least, there would only be one golden pill of 9 revolutions. The golden pill of 9 revolutions could restore flesh and bones from the dead. No matter how serious the injury, as long as one was still breathing, they would not die after taking the golden pill of 9 revolutions. For a cultivator, this was undoubtedly an extra life. With Gu Fei's current injury, if he did not take the golden pill of 9 revolutions, he would need to lie in bed for at least 10 days to gradually recover. However, the competition tomorrow would require Gu Fei's participation. Therefore, Taoist Xiantian asked the medicine Taoist for a golden pill of 9 revolutions. "Senior, I still have things to do. I will leave first." After the medicine Taoist put away the red gourd, he hurriedly bowed to Taoist Xiantian and turned into a ray of light, as if he was escaping. "Ziyu, come with me." Taoist Xiantian put away the golden elixir of 9 transformations and carried Gu Fei toward Taishan Peak. Ziyu, who was on the ground, felt his body tighten. Then, he could not help but rise into the air, following behind Taoist Xiantian. They flew through the air towards the towering Taishan Peak. In a secret room at the back of the Supreme Profound Hall, there was a praying mat in the center. On the praying mat sat a naked youth, and opposite the youth sat an old Taoist. There were 2 other white-clothed youths standing respectfully behind the old Taoist. One of them was handsome like jade and had an elegant demeanor. He was a beautiful youth, but his body seemed a little weak. The other youth's appearance was very ordinary, just like a farmer youth in the countryside. A person's appearance often did not mean anything. Of these 2 youths, one was weak, the other ordinary, but their backgrounds were not small. They were the 2 most outstanding disciples of the sect leader's generation. The graceful and beautiful young man was Ziyu, whereas the young man with an unprepossessing appearance that seemed to have dark red skin from being exposed to the sun and rain in the countryside was the eldest senior brother of the sect master's line, Li Lingfeng. And the old Taoist priest in the secret room was the sect leader of Taishan's sect, Taoist Xiantian. The youth who sat cross-legged in the middle of the secret room with his eyes closed, his expression pained and his body naked, was Gu Fei, who had been injured by the mysterious person. On Gu Fei's back, there was a deep purple fist print that had sunk into Gu Fei's body. Blue veins spread out from the center of the fist print, protruding from the skin on Gu Fei's back. It was a shocking sight. Gu Fei, who had bones of steel, had been heavily injured by the mysterious person's punch, even though he had used the magical power of refining his body to protect his back. This was the difference in strength, the difference between the awakening realm and the transcending mortality realm. The mysterious person's cultivation was a whole realm higher than Gu Fei's. If it were not for the fact that Gu Fei cultivated in a body-refining technique that was famous for its strength, and that his body was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial cultivator, if it were not for the fact that Gu Fei had used the magical power of refining his body to counteract most of the power of the mysterious person's punch, Gu Fei would have really died under that person's fist. At this time, Gu Fei had already taken the golden elixir of 9 revolutions. The medicinal power of the golden elixir of 9 revolutions was extremely strong. Daoist Xiantian sat in front of Gu Fei, his hands constantly forming seals, injecting magical power into Gu Fei's body, controlling and stimulating the medicinal power of the golden elixir of 9 revolutions, so that the effects of the golden elixir of 9 revolutions could be fully exerted. A huge amount of spiritual power surged through Gu Fei's body, and all his muscles, bones, and flesh were surging and trembling. Within his flesh and blood, not only was there a huge burst of spiritual power from the golden elixir of 9 revolutions, but there was also a trace of fire. It burned through Gu Fei's meridians, evaporated his blood, and burned his life. The medicinal power of the golden elixir of 9 revolutions was healing Gu Fei's injured body, but the threads of fire were like maggots in his bones, burning Gu Fei's flesh, bones, and tendons. The two extreme powers of regeneration and destruction were using Gu Fei's body as a battlefield. They collided with each other and cancelled each other out. This made it hard for Gu Fei. Every inch of his skin felt like it was being pierced by thousands of small knives. It was like he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. The golden elixir of 9 revolutions went through 9 revolutions. When the powerful spiritual power from the golden elixir of 9 revolutions in Gu Fei's body reached 7 revolutions, Gu Fei's body began to violently tremble. Then, strands of hair-thin flame seeped out of his pores. What a sinister method! Daoist Xiantian formed a seal, carefully drawing out the spiritual power in Gu Fei's body. It was now a critical moment. The huge amount of spiritual power was gradually forcing out the flames in Gu Fei's body. Daoist Xiantian never imagined that the person who had attacked Gu Fei had buried a fatal killing blow in Gu Fei's body. That mysterious person had actually injected the Daoist true fire into Gu Fei's body, causing the Daoist true fire to hide inside Gu Fei's body. At a certain time, it would explode from Gu Fei's body, burning him to ashes. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, who were standing behind Daoist Xiantian, watched this scene in shock. To be able to survive a full-powered attack from a cultivator at the transcending mortality stage, the shock that Gu Fei had brought them was a little hard to accept. As far as they were concerned, it was as easy as flipping one's hand for a cultivator at the transcending mortality stage to kill a cultivator at the awakening self stage. The miracle that appeared on Gu Fei had shattered this fixed view of theirs. Was the cultivation method of the Green Spirit Peak really so powerful? At this time, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu vaguely understood why the sect master valued this sole remaining disciple of the Green Spirit Peak so much. If such a heaven-defying disciple were to mature, what kind of scene would that be? This Gu Fei was still young, but his potential was limitless. Just who would attack Gu Fei? In the short period of time that the mysterious person had exchanged blows with Gu Fei, he had already used such a sinister move. Clearly, he was determined to kill Gu Fei. However, in front of a peerless expert at the 9th heavenly layer of the void-controlling realm, this little trick naturally could not be hidden from their eyes. Daoist Xiantian did not directly use his great power to expel the Taoist true fire hidden in Gu Fei's body. Instead, he sent streams of power into Gu Fei's body to stimulate the medicinal power of the 9 revolutions golden elixir, using Gu Fei's own power to expel the true fire in his body. At the 8 revolutions golden elixir, the Taoist true fire in Gu Fei's body had been completely forced out. The terrifying heat scorched the ground around Gu Fei into scorched earth. The praying mat he was sitting on did not seem to be an ordinary item, for it could actually withstand the terrifying heat emitted by the Taoist true fire without being burned to ashes. Daoist Xuantian's great power formed streams of light outside of Gu Fei's body, completely binding the powerful spiritual power that erupted from the 9 revolutions golden elixir within Gu Fei's body, not allowing a single strand of it to spill out. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both extremely envious. Gu Fei actually had such a fortuitous encounter that the sect leader would personally treat Gu Fei's injuries. The medicinal power of the 9 revolutions golden elixir would definitely cause Gu Fei to be reborn. This time, Gu Fei had really profited from a disaster. The power in the secret chamber was vast and mighty, and the yuan qi emitted from Gu Fei's body also became more and more intense. His body, under the enormous spiritual power, rapidly recovered. The fist mark on his back gradually began to fade, and the blue veins also began to disappear on his back. And the barrier that Gu Fei's cultivation seemed to have made some breakthroughs under the effect of this spiritual power. The spiritual power transformed from the 9 revolutions golden elixir was extremely pure, flawless, and full of vitality. It was precisely this power that caused Gu Fei's stagnant cultivation base to once again advance. Gu Fei's cultivation base was originally only a step away from the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. Now, he had finally taken this step. With his cultivation base at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, even if he encountered an awakened 9th heavenly layer cultivator, he would still be able to put up a fight. On the path of cultivation, aside from unremitting effort, there was also a bit of opportunity. For example, if Gu Fei hadn't been attacked this time, if Daoist Xiantian hadn't personally saved him, he wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough under such circumstances. There was no doubt about the miraculous effects of the 9 revolutions golden elixir. When the sky was about to brighten and the stars began to recede from the sky, Gu Fei finally completed the 9 revolutions golden elixir and completely refined the spiritual power transformed from the 9 revolutions golden elixir. The spiritual power merged with his own strength, and all his internal and external injuries were completely healed. The shocking fist mark on Gu Fei's back had long since disappeared. Just as he was refining the enormous spiritual power of the 9 revolutions golden elixir, all the muscles and bones in Gu Fei's body immediately exploded, and a wave of air surged out from his body. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, who were standing behind Daoist Xiantian, suddenly felt a strong wind blow against their faces, and they were extremely shocked. Gu Fei's bronze-colored skin was shrouded in a layer of precious light, and there seemed to be streams of light swimming on his body. His iron body exuded a powerful and oppressive aura. The flesh and bones in his body had been cleansed by the enormous spiritual power of the 9 revolutions golden elixir 9 times, making Gu Fei feel as if he had been reborn. His precious body had become even more powerful. The fluctuations of spiritual power in the secret room gradually subsided, and the fluctuations of yuan qi also gradually converged into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's eyelids moved, and then he opened his eyes. What was reflected in his eyes was the slight smile of Daoist Xiantian, the head of the Taishan sect. Gu Fei hurriedly turned around and bowed to Daoist Xiantian. Gu Fei greets the head of the sect. Many thanks to the head of the sect for saving my life. Although Gu Fei had been sent flying by a punch from the mysterious person before Daoist Xiantian had arrived, and then he had been strangled by the leaf fire sword qi on his neck, causing him to fall into a coma, the moment he woke up, he knew that it was Daoist Xiantian who had saved him. Daoist Xiantian stood up and said indifferently, "Get up." Then he said to Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, "Take Gu Fei to bathe and change his clothes, and then go directly to the square. It won't be long before the second round of the competition begins." "Yes." Head of the sect. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu hurriedly responded in unison. Then Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, and Ziyu bowed to Daoist Xiantian, and Gu Fei, led by Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, walked out of the secret room. There seems to be a secret on Gu Fei's body. The Tai Chi symbol on his chest is very similar to the one that appeared on the night when the demon lord of 6 paths attacked. Could there be some connection between the two? Daoist Xiantian sat down cross-legged on the praying mat again and began to ponder. When he was healing Gu Fei, he had discovered the strangeness on Gu Fei's chest. This shocked him and question marks appeared in his mind. Chapter 51. Taishan Peak was the most beautiful and magnificent of the 9 peaks of Taishan. The peak was covered with green trees and exotic flowers, and grasses could be seen everywhere. Waterfalls and springs dotted the landscape, and celestial clouds lingered. It was a scene of immortals. On this morning, when the sky was about to brighten and the eastern horizon was bright and bright, a man emerged from a small pool below a waterfall at the back of the mountain with a wah-wah sound. The man walked straight out of the pool, letting the water flow down his body. His bronze-colored body was slender and straight. His muscles were not very developed, but he gave off a feeling of power. It seemed that every muscle contained a terrible, explosive power. The perfect curves of his body could make all the girls in the world blush. He was this kind of person. A warrior who was cold, strong, and always maintained a heart of cultivation. He was Gu Fei. Gu Fei's appearance was not that breathtakingly handsome, nor did he have the charm that could make all the girls in the world fall head over heels for him. However, his face was well-defined, giving off a sense of determination and courage. He was a decisive person. Once he decided on something, he would not easily change his mind. For his enemies, he was a dangerous beast. No one knew what he would do in the next moment, because all his actions were in accordance with his heart. This was Gu Fei, the last disciple of the Green Spirit Peak of Taishan sect. Among the three great Taoist sects, he was the only one who did not cultivate Taoist magic. He was a different kind of Taoist disciple. Brother Gu. When Gu Fei came out of the pool, an ordinary-looking disciple in white came up to Gu Fei with a set of clean clothes and handed them to him. If other disciples saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Then, the gossip of Li Lingfeng helping Gu Fei bathe and dress would definitely spread throughout the Taishan sect in the shortest time possible. The ordinary-looking disciple in white who came forward with the clothes was the eldest disciple of the younger generation of the 9 branches of Taishan, Li Lingfeng. Thank you, senior. Gu Fei took the clothes. At this time, the water stains on his body had already been evaporated into water vapor by his inner yuan qi and dissipated into the surrounding air. After seeing Gu Fei put on his clothes, Li Lingfeng smilingly said, "It seems that Junior Brother's cultivation has improved again. I remember that Junior Brother's previous cultivation level seemed to be..." When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately felt a chill in his heart. Li Lingfeng's words had a hidden meaning. Gu Fei immediately became vigilant. Without batting an eyelid, he said, "On the path of cultivation, opportunities are sometimes very important. Your junior brother, was just a little lucky." As for Li Lingfeng's curiosity about his sudden increase in cultivation, Gu Fei simply brushed it off without leaving a trace. Gu Fei did not want anyone else to know about the secret of his great increase in cultivation, because if this secret were to be leaked, it would bring him endless troubles in the future. Oh. Li Lingfeng looked at Gu Fei with a strange look in his eyes. He said with some envy, "I don't have such luck as Junior Brother." Ha! Gu Fei laughed, then asked, "Where is Senior Brother Ziyu? Why don't I see him?" Gu Fei immediately changed the topic, not wanting to talk more about cultivation with Li Lingfeng. Junior Brother Ziyu. He has already returned to his place of cultivation. Today's second round of competition is very important. He needs to prepare, said Li Lingfeng. After the first round of competition, out of the 81 outstanding disciples of the 9 branches who participated in the competition, 39 people were eliminated, and 42 people advanced to the second round of competition. These 42 young disciples of the Taishan sect who won represented the 42 young disciples with the most powerful cultivation level in the 9 branches of Taishan. No one was weak, and the weak had already been eliminated. Even a young expert like Ziyu did not dare to be careless. As disciples of the sect leader, the pressure they endured was much greater than the disciples of the other 8 branches. The disciples of the sect leader had to lead the group of disciples of the 9 branches. They were the role models for the disciples of the other 8 branches. Therefore, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others could not lose. Even if they lost, they had to lose brilliantly. I want to cultivate my qi here for a while. I wonder if it's possible. Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 7th level of awakening. He wanted to feel out the situation in his body in order to better control the new power in his body. When Li Lingfeng heard this, his face did not show any expression. He only glanced around, then said, "Why not? However, you must not miss today's competition." "In that case, thank you, senior brother. When the competition begins, I will definitely be there on time." As Gu Fei spoke, he walked to a large rock beside the pool, jumped up, and then sat cross-legged on the rock, closing his eyes to cultivate. When Li Lingfeng saw this, he shook his head and left this beautiful place to go to the Supreme Mystery Temple. In the rear hall of the Supreme Mystery Temple, where Daoist Xiantian cultivated, Daoist Xiantian sat quietly on a praying mat like a stone statue. There were no fluctuations coming from his body, as if he had really turned into a lifeless stone statue. No one could sense his existence. Daoist Xiantian seemed to have become one with the world. His Tao was profound, and he was one with the world. His spiritual power was endless. This was the terror of a cultivator at the 9th level of Imperial Void. He was only a step away from attaining the position of a half-god and enjoying an immortal lifespan. This was the immortal god realm that every single cultivator that comprehended the Grand Tao and pursued immortality dreamt of. Unfortunately, this one step separated immortals from mortals. It was this one step that had shackled Daoist Xiantian for hundreds of years. The demigod realm was like an unattainable fruit. He could only smell the fragrance of the fruit, but he could not pluck it. Longevity grass, 200 years of lifespan. I can't miss this chance. Suddenly, Daoist Xiantian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed through them. At this time, a series of light footsteps came from the distance and stopped outside the door. "Come in." With Daoist Xuantian's powerful divine sense, the scene outside the door was immediately reflected in his mind. It was even clearer than when he saw it with his eyes. The stone door was pushed open from the outside and a white-robed youth walked in. The white-robed youth closed the stone door and respectfully walked in front of Daoist Xiantian. Did you send off that Gu Fei?" Daoist Xiantian asked indifferently. He didn't even look at the ordinary-looking youth in front of him. This youth was Li Lingfeng, who had come back to report. He quickly said, "Ancestor, junior brother Gu Fei is still in the back mountain, preparing for today's competition." Oh. Daoist Xiantian was a bit surprised. The people of Green Spirit Peak were all cultivation maniacs. This was not bad. They didn't miss any time to cultivate. Very good. Daoist Xiantian nodded to himself. "You can leave." Daoist Xiantian said. "Yes." Li Lingfeng respectfully took a few steps back, then turned to the stone door, opened it, and walked out. The cultivation place of the ancestor was not a place that just anyone could enter. Without Daoist Xuantian's orders, no one in the Taishan sect dared to come here, not even the heads of the 7 branches. What secrets does Green Spirit Peak have that I don't know? Is the Tai Chi symbol on Gu Fei's chest a coincidence or? Daoist Xiantian slowly closed his eyes and turned back into a statue. He sat quietly on the praying mat, motionless and silent. The sun rose from the east, dispelling the darkness that shrouded the world. Light shone on the earth. A figure stood at the top of Shaoyang Peak, facing the rising sun. His stomach expanded and contracted, and 2 flickering flames came out of his nostrils. The power of fire in the world, especially the first wisp of true fire that came from the rising sun, was sucked into the nose of the old Daoist. This old Daoist was the head of the Shaoyang Peak, Daoist Chaoyang. Daoist Chaoyang cultivated in fire elemental Tao techniques. He was absorbing the true fire of the sun to nourish the fire elemental power in his body. With the 9 revolutions of qi, Taoist Xiaoyang's nostrils sucked in the 2 streams of crimson qi into his body. His entire body was immediately covered with a layer of faint fire, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature, causing the space around him to distort. Where Daoist Chao Yang stood, there was not a single blade of grass within 100 feet of him. All that was left was a scorched and cracked stone. It seemed that he often absorbed the sun's fire here, so much so that the ground within 100 feet around him was scorched. After finishing his cultivation, Daoist Chao Yang's figure suddenly disappeared from the top of the mountain. Not only the old Daoist on Shaoyang Peak, but all the disciples of Taishan sect who cultivated in fire elemental Dao techniques were standing high up, facing the sun, breathing in and out. They were all doing the same thing, and that was to absorb the first wisp of pure sunlight that shone into the world when the sun rose. When the sun rose in the morning, the first ray of sunlight was the first wisp of sun essence that the sun emitted throughout the day. It was the purest true fire of the sun. Then, the sun emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the world. The pure true fire of the sun gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Clang! Soon, a melodious bell sound rang throughout the 9 peaks of Taishan. It came from Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks. It echoed throughout Taishan Mountain for a long time. This sound seemed to penetrate through Taishan Mountain and spread to every corner of the huge Taishan Mountain for hundreds of miles. It completely broke the peace of Taishan Mountain. After the bell rang, on the other 8 peaks that surrounded Taishan Peak, white-robed disciples or green-robed disciples appeared one after another. The disciples of Taishan sect who were cultivating on the 9 peaks of Taishan all came out from their cultivation places. Whether they wanted to or not, when they heard the bell, they all had to go to Taishan Peak in the middle. Even those who were in a deep state of meditation were awakened by the sound of the bell without exception. The disciples of the 9 branches gathered outside Taishan Temple on Taishan Peak. The 9 major arenas stood on the square, and the heads of the 7 branches and Xiantian Taoists sat high up in front of the temple. Chapter 52. The second round of competition was much more intense than the first round yesterday. 42 disciples were able to win in yesterday's competition, so they must have had something special about them. Either they were better at Taoist techniques, or they had powerful magical treasures that made it difficult for them to fight. But no matter if they won with Taoist techniques or magical treasures, no one had any objections. Victory was victory, defeat was defeat. This was the cruel rule of the strong. After the lots were drawn, the second round of competition began under the direction of the Xuanfa Taoist. The 9 arenas in the square were immediately filled with excitement. All kinds of Dao techniques emerged one after another, and the powerful pressure that emanated from the magical treasures was frightening. On the 9 arenas, 42 of the most outstanding youths from the 9 branches showed off their skills and fought with all their might. Even if they did not go too far, it was inevitable that one side would be injured. But if it was not life-threatening, or if the opponent was deliberately injured, the sect would not pursue the matter. The heads of the 7 branches and the sect leaders sat in front of the Supreme Mystery Hall. No one dared to act presumptuously in front of them. Therefore, the 9 peaks trials were carried out in an orderly manner without any disputes. It seemed that not many people knew that Gu Fei had been attacked last night, nor did it spread within the sect. Perhaps the sect leader and the heads of the 7 branches had suppressed the matter. The 9 peaks trials continued as usual, as if nothing had happened. This surprised Gu Fei. The reaction of the sect leader and the heads of the 7 branches seemed to be a bit unusual. The Taishan sect was one of the 3 main sects, a famous sect in the world of cultivators. To have a disciple attacked in the sect was no small matter, but the sect did not seem to have done anything about it. Whatever happens, it is not something I can control. Let's win the 9 peaks trials first. At this moment, the outcome of the battle between the 2 youths on the first ring had been decided, and it was Gu Fei's turn to enter the ring. Lei Ao, an outstanding disciple of the Biyun Peak, seems to be Dongfang Chen's senior brother. Interesting. Gu Feiyue stepped onto the stage and was greeted by a tall youth with long arms and legs. He looked very mighty. The 2 walked to a distance of 6 feet from each other and stood still. Lei Ao had the head of a leopard, the eyes of a tiger, the waist of a bear, and the appearance of a mighty man. It could be said that he was naturally gifted. Lei Ao stood in front of Gu Fei, and a ferocious beast-like aura immediately swept towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. This Lei Ao is not simple. Gu Fei felt that Bian Peak's Lei Ao's cultivation was not inferior to Dongfang Chen's. He was a strong opponent. Humph. Gu Fei, you went too far yesterday. Today, I will return the humiliation that Dongfang Chen suffered to you. Lei Ao pointed at Gu Fei with an ominous glint in his eyes and said ruthlessly. Senior brother Lei, why are you still talking so much with this arrogant guy? Just beat him up and help us vent our anger. The Bian Peak disciples below the stage all clamored. Not a single one of them did not glare at Gu Fei angrily. It seemed like they were going to attack Gu Fei as a group. Yesterday, on the arena, Gu Fei's humiliation of Dongfang Chen had greatly angered all the disciples of the Bian Peak and made them lose face. It would be strange if these disciples were not angry. As for Dongfang Chen, below the arena, he was gnashing his teeth at Gu Fei. He could not wait to jump onto the arena and chop Gu Fei into pieces to vent his anger. Yesterday, Gu Fei made him lose face in front of the disciples of the 9 factions. It could be said that he had formed an irreconcilable grudge with Gu Fei. Although Dongfang Chen had suffered serious internal injuries yesterday, after a night of treatment by the experts of the sect and the consumption of elixirs, his injuries seemed to have completely healed. The methods of cultivators were extremely mysterious. For those with great power, even moving mountains and draining seas was a piece of cake. It was very easy to heal a mere internal injury. Last night, Gu Fei was attacked by a cultivator of the transcending mortality stage. His body was hit by the Taoist true fire, which burned his meridians and meridians. His injuries were unimaginably serious, but he was still healed by Taoist Xuantian's 9 revolution golden pill. What a joke. Even Dongfang Chen is not my opponent. You should just admit defeat. Gu Fei said disdainfully. Lei Ao's cultivation seemed to be on par with Dongfang Chen's, but he still wanted to help Dongfang Chen vent his anger. Wasn't he looking for trouble? Damn it. Today, I will let you experience my power. Lei Ao was instantly enraged when he heard Sumo's words. Veins appeared on his forehead. Then prepare to be tortured. Gu Fei's expression turned cold and a ray of light shot out from his eyes. Then, he left an afterimage on his original spot and appeared in front of Lei Ao in an instant. Lei Ao did not expect Gu Fei's speed to be so fast and he was instantly shocked. However, he was after all, a rare young expert among the young disciples of Bian Peak. When Gu Fei moved, he let out a low roar and a violent wave of spiritual power surged out of his body. There was a series of crackling sounds around his body and sparks flew everywhere. His body was actually covered with a layer of dazzling lightning that was as thick as a child's arm, protecting him inside. When Gu Fei approached Lei Ao with his extreme speed, he had already attacked. A fist had already landed on Lei Ao's abdomen and the fist had even touched Lei Ao's clothes. However, Lei Ao's spiritual power had already erupted from his body like a volcano. It was a layer of red lightning net that carried a shocking fire elemental power. 5 Thunder's execution. Gu Fei's fist instantly collided with the protective lightning that surged out of Lei Ao's body and gave out a low thunder-like sound. Then, Gu Fei quickly retreated. His entire arm was already covered with red lightning. It was that punch that caused Lei Ao's protective lightning to attack Gu Fei's arm. It caused his entire right arm to feel numb. What a powerful lightning power. It is many times more powerful than the palm thunder. When the red lightning attacked his arm, Gu Fei's right sleeve was immediately burnt into ashes. Roar! With an angry roar, Gu Fei shook his right arm and used a strong force to disperse the red lightning on his arm. Then, he stopped his retreating body and stared coldly at Lei Ao, who was still retreating. Gu Fei's fist was extremely powerful. Although the fist did not really hit Lei Ao's body, the strong force of the fist still caused Lei Ao to suffer a great impact. His body was unsteady as he retreated continuously. Every time he took a step back, Lei Ao's heavy and ferocious steps caused the arena beneath his feet to tremble. He retreated continuously for more than 10 steps before he could dissolve the force of Gu Fei's fist. Warriors are indeed scary. Every move they make is filled with great force. In terms of body strength, I am not as good as Gu Fei. Lei Ao was secretly shocked. With a lightning-fast exchange of blows, he had already determined how strong Gu Fei was. 5 Thunders Technique, Eastern would thunder appear. Lei Ao pinched a thunder seal with both of his hands. The red lightning on his body that was crackling continuously immediately turned into a dark green color. Then, it rushed out from Lei Ao's body and formed more than 10 green lightning arcs that struck towards Gu Fei. The strong force of the thunder contained a wave of plant essence qi. The wood elemental power in the air also gathered from all directions and merged with the lightning, causing the tens of green lightning arcs to explode with even more blinding light. Among all the Taoist skills, the most powerful one was the thunder skill. Thunder was the command of heaven and it represented heaven to punish. Once the thunder was out, everything in the world would tremble. And the thunder skill that Lei Ao cultivated was the authentic 5 Thunders technique. Even though the thunder had not formed a core of Tao and had broken through to the realm of transcending mortality, the power of the thunder that he displayed was not to be underestimated. Feeling the oppressive aura that was filled with destruction from Lei Ao, Gu Fei could not help but frown. But at this moment, the tens of green lightning arcs had already struck in front of him and he did not dare to be careless. His right hand grabbed the air in front of him and a purple light instantly rushed out from his palm. With a clang sound, a purple lightning that looked like a sword but was not a sword immediately condensed and was caught in his hand. Gu Fei waved the 3 feet purple lightning that looked like a sword but was not a sword. Instantly, there was a chi-chi sound. Rays of purple sword chi broke through the air and slashed towards the tens of green lightning arcs at lightning speed. There was a series of loud noises as the sword chi and lightning collided with each other. But Gu Fei's body followed the sword and his aura was imposing. When he destroyed the lightning arcs, he took big steps towards Lei Ao. Gu Fei used the desolate steps. It looked slow but it was actually very fast. Lei Ao saw Gu Fei turning into a flowing shadow and pouncing towards him and he was instantly shocked. Although he was tall and strong and his Taoist techniques were powerful, his martial arts were very ordinary. He did not dare to let a martial artist like Gu Fei get close to him. Lightning doppelganger. Lei Ao shouted and there was a loud sound of thunder in the arena. At the same time, his body suddenly became blurry. Gu Fei's heavy punch directly penetrated through Lei Ao's chest. Just when everyone was shocked, Lei Ao's figure had already appeared behind Gu Fei. Illusion. Gu Fei's face was expressionless as he dispersed Lei Ao's after-image doppelganger with one punch. He was not surprised at all. Lei Ao's doppelganger technique was much inferior to the doppelganger technique that the person from last night had used. 5 Thunders execution, South Fire Thunder appear, Central Earth Thunder rise. Lei Ao's hands instantly formed 2 Taoist seals. On the arena, there was instantly an explosion of 2 violent forces. Then, kaboom! A large ball of fire exploded in the air above Gu Fei's head. It shot out streaks of lightning that were like fire snakes and formed a fire net that covered Gu Fei's head. At the same time, a thick earth energy suddenly rose under Gu Fei's feet. The earth energy was not a patch of grayness. Instead, under Lei Ao's Taoist technique, it had condensed into streaks of grayish lightning, which coiled around Gu Fei's body with crackling sounds. Five Thunder's execution used the power of the five elements to condense the power of lightning and used it to attack the enemy. The violent power of lightning tore the air apart and attacked from above and below. It completely sealed all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Chapter 53. It could not be denied that the Five Thunders technique of Lei Ao, the outstanding disciple of Biyun Peak, was truly amazing. Lightning as thick as a finger crackled and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Using a technique to attract the thunder and fire in the air and extract the thunder and lightning from the ground, Lei Ao seemed to have really used a great power to attract the fire thunder from the south and extract the earth thunder from the ground, causing the sky to lose its color. More than half of the arena was covered by the power of thunder and lightning. It was difficult for Gu Fei to dodge, and there was no place for him to dodge. Humph! A cold laugh came from within the net of thunder and fire. Under the shocked gazes of the audience, Gu Fei did not dodge at all. He directly let the fire thunder that fell from above and the earth thunder that rose from the ground attack his body. The crowd of Taishan sect disciples watching the battle immediately cried out. This was simply too crazy. Did Gu Fei really dare to use his flesh and blood to block the power of thunder and lightning? The Five Thunders technique was an authentic heavenly thunder technique. Using a spell with one's hand and activating one's spiritual power, one could draw out the true power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning was a violent and destructive force in the world. If an ordinary person was struck by it, they would definitely be burnt to a crisp in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. In the eyes of the spectators, this action of Gu Fei was no different from seeking death. Wah! The power of thunder and lightning engulfed Gu Fei in an instant. The powerful electricity invaded his flesh and mercilessly ravaged his sensitive nerves. The violent power passed through his muscles, bones, and flesh, causing him to howl in pain. Seeing this scene, Lei Ao could not help but be shocked. He could not believe what he was seeing. His opponent, Gu Fei, did not even try to block it. Instead, he directly used his body to block the power of thunder and lightning. Was he crazy? Oh no! This guy is looking for death. He can't blame me. But if he dies by my hand, I will also be unlucky. After a moment of shock, Lei Ao could not help but be shocked. The arena battles of the Nine Peaks trials did not determine life and death, only victory and defeat. It was understandable if one accidentally injured someone, but if one were to kill someone, then regardless of right or wrong, one would not be able to escape punishment. As Lei Ao thought of this, he hurriedly withdrew his lightning technique. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's voice was heard from the dazzling lightning ball on the arena. Good. Five Thunders execution. Not bad. What a pity. It's not strong enough. Trapped in the pincer attack of the Southern Fire Thunder and the Central Earth Thunder, although Gu Fei was screaming in pain, he was still able to speak, which was inconceivable to everyone. You actually said that my lightning technique isn't strong enough. Lei Ao, who was about to withdraw his Taoist technique, suddenly paused. His face was immediately covered with a layer of frost. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "All right, I will risk the sect's punishment to hack you to death, you arrogant brat." As he spoke, Lei Ao chanted and his hands formed the Five Thunders execution technique. As the mysterious hand seals were formed one by one, the sky above the arena suddenly darkened and there were signs of the weather changing. Following which, an earth-shaking explosion sounded from all four directions at the same time. Endless lightning appeared in the sky and rays of golden light danced in the air. They all struck towards Gu Fei, who was on the arena. When the spectators below the stage saw the might of the heavens and earth, they immediately cried out in alarm and retreated. They didn't want to be the fish in the pond. The power of thunder and lightning wasn't a joke. If they were struck by the electricity that shot out from the stage, although they wouldn't die, they would inevitably be injured. Rumble. For a moment, the sky above the first arena was filled with the sound of thunder. The entire arena shook violently. If it wasn't for the fact that the arena itself was protected by magic power, it would have collapsed long ago. Everyone's gaze was attracted to the arena. Everyone was shocked. Lao was really ruthless. He actually used the 5 thunders at the same time. It was obvious that he wanted to teach Gu Fei a lesson and did not give him any leeway. The 5 thunders moved around the arena and intertwined to form a huge thunderball. It trapped Gu Fei inside and bombarded him indiscriminately. It was a shocking sight. The dazzling light from the thunder made it hard for everyone to look directly at it. Gu Fei's furious roars could be heard from within the thunderball. However, his roars of pain did not weaken at all. Even the thunderclap seemed to be able to drown out his roars. The scene was extremely shocking. In front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, Daoist Xiantian, who was sitting on the throne, could not help but frown slightly. His gaze was like lightning, piercing through the void. He could clearly see the crazed Gu Fei trapped in the 5-colored thunderball. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts coiled around Gu Fei's body, passing through his entire body, inside and out, swimming in his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. The unparalleled power of lightning penetrated through his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and the 7 apertures of his body. He seemed to have turned into a god of lightning that emitted dazzling bolts of lightning from all over his body, becoming a spirit amidst the lightning. Good boy, he is actually using the power of the 5 elements to refine his body. How audacious! When Daoist Xuantian's powerful divine sense swept over Gu Fei's body in the 5-colored thunderball, he immediately discovered the strangeness of Gu Fei's body. At this time, the other 7 chiefs also revealed a trace of surprise. They had clearly also discovered the strangeness of Gu Fei. It turned out that the reason why Gu Fei did not resist the thunder technique that Lao had used was to refine his body. He was confident that with his strong body of the 7th heaven, it was enough to withstand the power of lightning released by a young expert like Lao. Surrounded by thousands of lightning bolts, Gu Fei roared continuously and cried miserably. The sound that came from his throat shook the entire Guangcheng, causing the spectators to be inexplicably frightened. It was said that when the peak cultivators on the mainland broke through the void and ascended to the heaven realm, a great tribulation would descend. This tribulation of ascension was the heavenly lightning tribulation. Those who ascended had to undergo the baptism of the heavenly lightning tribulation and completely refine all the elements in the mortal world so that their power would completely transform into the purest celestial spirit power. Their bodies would also be refined into the celestial spirit body. Only then could they successfully ascend. As for Gu Fei, he was now following the example of those peak cultivators, undergoing the baptism of lightning and borrowing the power of lightning to refine his body, taking the crucial step towards the indestructible treasure body. This action of Gu Fei was undoubtedly audacious and completely exceeded the scope of everyone's understanding. It could be said to be an extremely frightening and dangerous action. If Gu Fei could not withstand the power of the 5 thunders true technique, he would be blasted into charcoal by the terrifying lightning that was filled with a destructive aura. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have successfully withstood the bombardment of thunder and lightning. His 5 elemental natal essence qi became purer and purer under the refinement of the lightning bolts that passed through his flesh and bones. The impurities in his body were refined and washed away. Looking inside, Gu Fei realized that all the bones in his body had become as clear as jade, emitting a faint brilliance, as if they were made of refined iron. The strength of his bones was already comparable to refined iron. His desperate action had increased his cultivation by quite a bit. The changes in his bones meant that he had already entered the stage of changing his bones. The peak of the 7th heaven of awakened realm was the great success of changing marrow and changing blood. If he were to break through to the 8th heaven of awakened realm, it would be changing his bones, and all the bones in his body would start to transform. Chapter 54. Monster. This guy. How is it possible? Thunderclaps shook the heavens. 5 colored lightning shot out from the first arena in a frenzy. The destructive power of the lightning caused the heaven and earth to tremble. However, the white-clothed youth who had unleashed such a shocking lightning technique on the arena felt as if his heart had fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was ice-cold. Lei Ao, the only disciple of Bian Peak who practiced the 5 Thunders Righteous Tao technique in Dongfang Chen Sr., was now pale. He looked at the huge lightning ball that was formed by the interweaving power of the 5 elements of lightning in front of him in fear. His body trembled slightly. He could not believe his own eyes. A person of similar age to him could actually use his flesh and blood to resist his lightning technique. It was too unbelievable. Feeling the aura in the lightning ball that was gradually getting stronger, Lei Ao could not help but doubt the power of the lightning that he released. He no longer had the confidence he had before. Even a huge rock would be turned into dust after being struck by lightning for half an hour. Could it be that Gu Fei's body was actually tougher than a huge rock? Not only was Lei Ao shocked, but the people who were watching the battle below the challenge ring were also shocked. The scene that they saw had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the young disciples. They believed that they would remember this unbelievable scene for the rest of their lives. Zhao Ziru's heart was already in her throat. She stared nervously at the blurry figure in the lightning ball. Even her breathing seemed to have stopped. She was worried about Gu Fei. In her opinion, no one would dare to use their body to withstand the power of heavenly thunder. As far as she knew, the Taishan sect's 5 Thunders Righteous Way drew upon the true thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Its power was vast and could intimidate all things. With Lei Ao's cultivation, although the power of the lightning that he triggered was many times weaker than the real lightning, it was still not something that cultivators of the same level as him could resist. This action of Gu Fei had really shocked her. Luckily, Gu Fei seemed to be able to use his flesh and blood to resist the power of the 5 Thunders. This made Zhao Ziru feel more at ease. This Gu Fei, he is still not dead. The heavens are really blind. Wang Yuanji, who was watching the battle from the crowd below the stage, couldn't help feeling disappointed when he saw that Lei Ao was unable to summon a thunderbolt to kill Gu Fei. Wang Yuanji, a narrow-minded disciple of an aristocratic family, was taught a lesson by Gu Fei and robbed of his life-saving spirit talisman. Wang Yuanji wished he could grind Gu Fei's bones to ashes. However, he was not strong enough and did not dare to find Gu Fei for revenge. Thus, he hoped that Gu Fei would die in the hands of others. Seeing his enemy in trouble, of course, he was extremely happy. However, it was a pity that his happiness came too early. Not only did Gu Fei not die from the lightning, he was also using the power of the lightning to train his body and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. The extremely crazy training of the body brought about endless pain. The power of the lightning shook his soul and almost shook Gu Fei's 3 souls and 7 spirits out of his body. However, he gritted his teeth and endured it. However, he still let out a heart-wrenching scream from time to time, which made one's scalp go numb. The fierce power of the lightning passed through his body, causing him extreme pain. However, it also stimulated the potential of his body bit by bit. Where there is gain, there is loss, and where there is loss, there is gain. Enduring the endless pain brought about a sublimation of his power and body, and an increase in his cultivation. As for Lei Ao, he did not believe it and tried his best to gather the mana in his body. Using his mana as a guide, he moved the power of the lightning from all directions and crazily struck towards Gu Fei. Streaks of silver snakes rampaged in the air, causing the arena to be filled with a thick aura of destruction. Lei Ao's eyes were already red. He no longer cared about Gu Fei's life and death. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and his black hair danced wildly, as if he was crazy. Lei Ao's body emitted an unprecedented strong fluctuation of mana. He wanted to destroy this crazy young man in front of him, who made him tremble with fear. Daoist Xiantian and the 7 branch heads, who were sitting on the steps in front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, shook their heads inwardly. You're desperately using the 5 Thunder Righteous Tao technique, not to hurt the enemy, but to help them raise their cultivation. Of course, there were not many people present who could see the difference. They were all amazed by the power and dominance of the Green Spirit Peak's body training technique. It could actually train one's body to the point where it was not afraid of lightning. However, no one would have thought that Gu Fei was actually using Lei Ao's power to train his flesh and bones to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. The head of the Biyun Peak, Daoist Xian Fa, who was sitting beside Daoist Xian Tian, had an ugly expression on his face. Seeing his own disciples doing their best to refine the opponent's body made him feel like he was going to go crazy. The chiefs of the other branches were watching this scene with great interest. They didn't even look at the matches that were going on in the other arenas. Ah! Gu Fei, who was trapped in the 5 lightning ball, suddenly roared towards the sky. 2 rays of divine light, which were a few feet long, shot out from his eyes. His long black hair stood up, and every strand of his hair seemed to be surrounded by lightning. Every inch of his skin seemed to have electricity flowing. He was like a demon god. His body shook violently, and a majestic force exploded from his body. It was like a monstrous wave sweeping across the heaven and earth, and it forced the lightning flowing on his body away. Inside Gu Fei's body, there was a series of crackling sounds. The 84,000 pores on his body emitted needle-like rays of light at the same time. There were sizzling sounds, and a crystalline light flowed on his skin. At this moment, Gu Fei could clearly feel the tiny rays of light formed from the essence of qi flowing happily through his flesh and bones. It was like a stream of water, flowing over and over again. He felt that his body was filled with an inexhaustible amount of power. It was as if he could shatter the heavens with a raise of his hand, and crack the earth with a single step. 8th Heavenly Layer. I've finally broken through the bottleneck of cultivation and entered the 8th heavenly layer of the awakening realm. Gu Fei laughed to the sky. His laughter was filled with joy. A strong power was emitted from his body, which seemed to be made of steel. Not only did it cause Lei Ao, who was still using the thunder technique to attack Gu Fei crazily, to be shocked, even the younger generation disciples who were watching the battle below the stage felt a strong pressure, and their expressions changed. The lightning that Lei Ao shot out had already been blocked by the power that surged out from Gu Fei's body. The power of the lightning and the might of the thunder could no longer do anything to him. Humph! Gu Fei laughed coldly. Both of his hands directly reached into the densely packed lightning that was swimming around in front of him. Then, his hands separated, and he actually tore apart the lightning net that was enveloping him. Then, the endless power of the lightning was actually absorbed into his hands. The next moment, he waved his hands, and the lightning that was caught in his hands was thrown towards Lei Ao like a spear. Lightning shield. Lei Ao was shocked. He immediately formed a seal with both of his hands, and a light shield that was formed from the interweaving of lightning appeared in front of him. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The lightning that was thrown by Gu Fei instantly collided with the lightning shield. At the same time, there was a loud sound, and at the same time, there was a glaring strong light. The strong light was so glaring that it was painful. The disciples who were watching the battle below the stage were temporarily blinded in that instant, and they all exclaimed in shock. The lightning shield that was protecting Lei Ao disappeared at the same time as the lightning that struck him. Lei Ao, on the other hand, felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. His body shook violently, and he took a few steps back. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body moved, and in an instant, he was in front of Lei Ao. Lei Ao was shocked, and he wanted to use the Tao formula. However, Gu Fei did not give him the chance to do so, and Gu Fei had already landed a heavy punch on his abdomen. Wah! Lei Ao cried out miserably. His tall body instantly curled up like a prawn in pain. In that instant, he only felt that all the bones in his body were shattered by the punch, and all the meridians in his body were about to break. This kind of pain was simply unbearable. Chapter 55. Gu Fei had defeated Lei Ao so easily. When Lei Ao's body fell heavily on the arena, the crowd was still in disbelief and they stared at the scene with their mouths agape. The younger disciples of Taishan sect all gasped. Originally, Lei Ao had the ability to compete with Gu Fei. How was it that in just a short hour, Lei Ao could not even withstand a single blow from Gu Fei? Amongst the younger generation, no one understood what was happening. All of them scratched their heads in confusion as they looked at Gu Fei, who was leaping down from the stage, with fear in their eyes. The younger disciples had long heard that the disciples of Chui Ling Peak were different in Taishan sect. It was indeed not groundless. There was no fluctuation of spiritual power, and he did not use any Taoist techniques, but he had defeated the two outstanding disciples of Bian Peak. It was really frightening. The path of martial arts had long declined in the cultivation world of Tinglong continent. The profound meaning of martial arts had long been lost in the long river of time. Although there were still many martial artists in the secular world, those martial artists who walked in the pugilistic world were like ants in front of martial cultivators. They were simply not worth mentioning. No one understood the profound meaning of martial arts, and no one had seen real martial arts techniques. Therefore, the younger disciples were all in awe of Gu Fei. It was because they did not understand the path of martial arts that they were in awe of him. It was because they were ignorant that they were afraid. Humans tend to hold an attitude of reverence towards the unknown. Gu Fei did not care about the looks of others. After jumping off the arena, he walked out. The people in front of him quickly moved to the sides and made a path for him. At this time, a few disciples of Bian Peak had already jumped onto the arena and carried Lei Ao, who was unconscious, off the arena. Below the arena, Taoist Danyang's face was so gloomy that it was scary. He looked at the back of Gu Fei, and a light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed Taoist Dan Yang's gaze. He suddenly stopped and turned around. His eyes shone brightly as he glanced at the people behind him. All the younger generation disciples who were swept by his gaze were intimidated by the ominous glint in Gu Fei's eyes. Their bodies turned cold as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast, causing their hearts to palpitate. Finally, Gu Fei's gaze fell on Daoist Scarlet Sunday. However, at this moment, Daoist Scarlet Sun had already retracted his gaze from Gu Fei and bent down to examine the unconscious Lei Ao who was carried to the front by a group of disciples. I felt a dangerous aura coming from behind me just now. Could it be him? Gu Fei turned around thoughtfully and continued to walk out of the square. The breakthrough in his realm had also strengthened his spiritual senses. When Daoist Scarlet Sun revealed his hostility towards him, his sharp spiritual senses immediately captured the abnormality coming from behind him. However, Daoist Scarlet Sun was a cultivator at the transcending mortality stage after all. Although Gu Fei felt that something was amiss, he couldn't be sure who was behind him. In that instant, he felt a sense of danger. He had just broken through to the 8th heaven of awakening realm. He needed to calm down and comprehend for a while to consolidate and stabilize his 8th heaven of awakening realm. Therefore, he walked out of the square and sat cross-legged under a big tree at the side of the square. He closed his eyes and meditated. However, he did not dare to completely immerse himself in deep cultivation. Instead, he released a trace of his divine sense to observe the situation around him. Although no one dared to harm him under the eyes of the sect leader, Daoist Shantian, it was good to be careful. When Gu Fei came down from the arena, Xiao Xiru had wanted to go up to him. However, it was her turn to go up, so she had no choice but to jump onto the 8th arena. On the square, there were 9 arenas. On the other 8 arenas, 8 pairs of young disciples were already locked in a stalemate. Waves of powerful spiritual power rippled out and cheers rose and fell. The second round of the competition had already reached its climax. Among the 42 disciples, other than a few who possessed overwhelming strength, the rest of them were about the same level, with not much difference between them. On the 8th arena, Zhao Ziru, a disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak, fought against Ziyu, a disciple of the Taishan Peak. Because Ziyu, an outstanding disciple from the sect leader's faction, had participated in this competition, it attracted the attention of many disciples from the other factions. Ziyu, an elegant and beautiful young man, had a handsome face that made even women feel ashamed of their inferiority. He could be said to be a perfect young man, but the frailty that seeped out of him caused him to lack the masculinity that a man should have. This was one of Ziyu's flaws. He was a handsome man that was as weak as a woman. If he changed into women's clothes, he would definitely be a great beauty that could cause the downfall of nations. No one would be able to tell that he was actually a man. When the black tortoise seal appeared, the 8th arena was instantly filled with water vapor. An oppressive aura surged out, and the power of the water element swept towards Ziyu like a surging wave. Facing the outstanding disciple from the sect leader's faction, Zhao Ziru immediately took out the precious treasure of Purple Bamboo Peak. This was because Ziyu's cultivation was much higher than hers. Zhao Ziru's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer, while Ziyu's cultivation, although he did not use his full strength in yesterday's competition, a conservative estimate would definitely be around the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, or even had already broken into the 8th heavenly layer. In yesterday's second round, Zhao Ziru had lost to Song Ruochen, a disciple of the sky-piercing peak. Song Ruochen's cultivation was at the peak of the awakened 7th heaven. Although Song Ruochen had won through trickery, it was enough to show that a cultivator at the 7th heaven still had an overwhelming advantage against a cultivator at the 6th heaven who wielded a precious treasure. After a night of rest, Zhao Ziru was full of energy. The power she displayed when she activated the black tortoise seal could not be compared to before. The black tortoise seal quickly enlarged, becoming the size of a small mountain as it smashed down towards Ziyu. The vast and mighty water elemental energy emanating from the seal caused this part of the world to seem to be filled with water ripples. The water elemental energy seemed to have taken a tangible form, surging mightily above the arena like the waves of the sea, enveloping Ziyu from all directions. This was the extraordinary power of the black tortoise seal. Furthermore, this was not the true power of this precious treasure. If the black tortoise seal were to truly display its full power, it was unknown what kind of terrifying scene it would be. Rumble. The blue power that filled the sky was like waves as it poured down in torrents. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping, or as if there was a raging sea surging with waves. Faced with such a ferocious attack, the corners of Ziyu's mouth suddenly curled up, revealing the trace of a smile. Then, he calmly slammed his palm towards the black tortoise seal that was smashing down on his head. Chapter 56. Boom! The green palm that shot up into the sky violently collided with the black tortoise seal that came crashing down, exploding with an extremely loud sound. The blue water waves surged violently, and the tangible water elemental power was broken apart. The green palm was only the size of a normal person's palm, but it contained a vast amount of power. The giant seal in the sky trembled violently. Although it was not actually sent flying by the palm, it was still shaken. Everyone watching the battle could not help but be shocked. The palm that Ziyu had sent out was something that every disciple of the Taishan sect was very familiar with, because it was an entry-level technique of the Taishan sect, the Taishan mountain splitting palm. The Taishan mountain splitting palm, using one's own power as a guide, could release a tremendous power that could split a mountain. This was not an exaggeration. The black tortoise seal was already comparable to a small mountain. Zhao Ziru's expression immediately changed. This Ziyu's strength was indeed extremely powerful. With just his own power, he could shake the black tortoise seal. This was much more powerful than Song Ruochen the day before. Zhao Ziru hurriedly formed a seal, and sent a wave of power into the black tortoise seal in the sky that was repeatedly shaken by the impact of Ziyu's 5-ding mountain-splitting palm. The giant seal that floated above Ziyu's head immediately shone brightly, and stopped shaking. It surged with boundless water elemental power, and the sky was filled with surging blue water waves that seemed to have substance, smashing down toward Ziyu. The black tortoise seal was a water elemental magic treasure. It contained great power, and it could draw the water elemental power between heaven and earth to attack the enemy. It was a great killing weapon of the purple bamboo peak. The black tortoise seal emitted an incomparably powerful pressure, and it directly affected Ziyu's heart. In his mind, it destroyed his fighting spirit, and shook his confidence. In a battle between experts, aura sometimes played a decisive role. If an expert's aura was taken away, and fear arose in his heart, then his entire ability would be reduced by 40 to 50%. Ziyu obviously wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Just as the black tortoise seal above his head began to smash towards his head again, he stretched out his right hand and a dark green light flew out from his sleeve. Ziyu held the green light in one hand and brushed it upwards. Instantly, a powerful spiritual energy ripple spread out from the green light. The misty plant essence chi was like a dark green mist as it rushed up to meet the black tortoise seal that was smashing down. Only now did everyone clearly see what the green light in Ziyu's hand was. It was actually a jade green branch that was about 2 feet long, and there were 7 or 8 emerald green leaves on the branch. What kind of magic treasure is this? Besides feeling shocked in their hearts, all the young disciples couldn't help but guess what the branch in Ziyu's hand was, to actually be able to emit such an extremely formidable second wood essence. That branch was not an ordinary item. As it moved, it seemed to gather the wood elemental energy in the world. Dots of green light faintly appeared on the trees outside the square, gathering towards the 8th arena. The wood elemental energy surged on the arena. Ziyu continuously brushed the branch in his hand, and the misty wood elemental energy was like a green cloud. It actually blocked the huge seal that was smashing down from the sky, causing the black tortoise seal to stop its downward momentum, freezing it in the air. The water elemental energy that surged out from the black tortoise seal enveloped a part of the world, and collided with the wood elemental energy that was charging up from below. The two waves of energy continuously collided, continuously cancelled each other out, and unceasingly produced each other. In the sky, there was a rumble that was like muffled thunder. The remnant might of the two waves of energy swept down from the arena. The expressions of the spectators below the arena instantly changed, and they hurriedly retreated and dodged. The spirit branch in Ziyu's hand had actually blocked the precious treasure of purple bamboo peak, the black tortoise seal. This greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Zhao Ziru was even more shocked, and also felt a trace of fear. She repeatedly circulated her magic power, pouring it into the black tortoise seal that had transformed into the size of a small mountain above Ziyu's head, and did her best to activate the power of the black tortoise seal. But no matter how Zhao Ziru activated the black tortoise seal, she was unable to break through the misty dark green light below. The power emitted by the spirit branch in Ziyu's hand did not seem to be inferior to the black tortoise seal. Long Hongxue, the head of Purple Bamboo Peak, who was sitting on the steps in front of the palace and watching the battle in the 8th arena, said, "Senior Martial Brothers sect leader, isn't the branch in Ziyu's hand a branch that one of your disciples broke off from a spiritual root in the ruined heaven realm 100 years ago? I can't believe Senior Martial Brother has refined it into a unique treasure." The ruined sky realm was a land of treasures, but also a land of great danger. There were natural treasures that had long been extinct in the outside world, as well as treasures left behind by those extraordinary and powerful people from ancient times. After entering the ruined sky realm, if one was fated with the treasures, they would be able to obtain them. Daoist Xiantian, who sat in the middle, smiled faintly and did not answer. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the other branch heads. As brilliant as they were, they could already tell that there was no suspense in this match. At this moment, the situation on the arena had already changed. Ziyu's right hand brushed the spirit branch, while his left hand pressed towards Zhao Ziru. A strange fluctuation immediately spread out from his left hand. *ZZZT ZZZT ZZZT. Countless dark green vines instantly grew out of the void, rapidly piercing through the air and emitting strange sounds as they entangled towards Zhao Ziru. Inescapable net. Ziyu shouted in a low voice. His left hand formed a seal, and the endless vines that appeared out of nowhere immediately spread out. From top to bottom, left and right, they sealed off all of Zhao Ziru's paths of retreat and closed in on her. Ziyu cultivated in wood elemental Dao techniques. At this moment, his wood elemental magic surged violently on his body, causing his frail body to emit a powerful pressure. At this moment, Ziyu seemed to have found the masculinity that a man should have, becoming rather manly. Kiss. Zhao Ziru sucked in a breath of cold air. She had never imagined that Ziyu would be able to so easily use Dao techniques to attack her while blocking the black tortoise seal. It was difficult for her to use the black tortoise seal to defend against Ziyu's vine attack. She had no choice but to wave her hand and recall the black tortoise seal that was floating above Ziyu's head. The black tortoise seal instantly appeared above Zhao Ziru's head. Boundless water blue might descended mightily, and the vines that were entangling from all directions and were about to attack Zhao Ziru's body immediately collapsed under the impact of the water elemental power, and then disappeared in the void. The black tortoise seal protected her body, and waves of water blue membrane instantly formed around Zhao Ziru's body. The water elemental power that was emitted from the black tortoise seal seemed to have solidified, and the area around Zhao Ziru's body seemed to have really become an ocean, surging violently. The thousands of vines that were entangling Zhao Ziru immediately collapsed and disappeared, and Ziyu's Dao technique was broken. The instant the Dao technique was broken, Ziyu's face flushed red, and he seemed to have received an impact. Swish. 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 Ziyu repeatedly waved the spirit branch in his hand, and shot out rays of dark green light, blocking all the power of the 5 elements that were surging towards him. Then, the spirit branch in his hand suddenly shone with a green light, and an extremely huge wave of Emu essence chi instantly exploded from the spirit branch. Within the green light, the spirit branch in Ziyu's hand actually instantly grew into a huge tree that was more than 100 feet tall, and it was a treasure tree that looked like it was carved out of a top-grade jade. The power of the wood elemental power between heaven and earth immediately gathered, and dots of green light surrounded the tree. The 7 or 8 leaves had already become the size of a palm leaf fan, and there was a misty green aura surrounding them. Ziyu felt a wave of exhaustion, and he almost lost control of the treasure tree that was transformed from a branch. Because, in order to activate the power of the spirit branch, the power in Ziyu's body was almost sucked dry by the spirit branch. Roar. Ziyu hugged the treasure tree that was more than 100 feet tall, and directly swept it towards the giant seal that was the size of a small mountain that was floating above Zhao Ziru's head. At this moment, the treasure tree blossomed with boundless dark green light, and it dyed the heaven and earth green. The heavy power of the water elemental power that was emitted from the black tortoise seal was actually forced away. Zhao Ziru was instantly shocked, and at this moment, the treasure tree that was more than 100 feet tall had already swept fiercely onto the black tortoise seal. The direct collision of the 2 treasures immediately caused the heaven and earth on the arena to tremble violently, and the vast and mighty power that was emitted almost destroyed the arena. The giant seal, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, was swept away by the treasure tree, and Zhao Ziru also flew out of the arena as if she was struck by lightning. After the black tortoise seal was swept away, it quickly shrank, and finally returned to the size of a fist, and the treasure tree also turned back into a spirit branch. The head of the purple bamboo peak, Long Hongxue, who was sitting on the steps in front of the hall, waved his hand, and the black tortoise seal was kept into his big sleeve. Chapter 57. The battle between Zhao Ziru and Ziyu made everyone gasp in amazement. The treasure of Purple Bamboo Peak, the black tortoise seal, had actually been sent flying by Ziyu with an unknown magical weapon. It was truly surprising. However, Ziyu was a disciple of the Taishan Peak. The Taishan sect had been in charge of the treasures of the sect for generations. It was expected that he would have a few secret treasures. On the contrary, if a large Taoist sect like the Taishan sect did not have a few secret treasures, it would be strange. When the power of the magical weapons was equal, one's own cultivation became crucial. Ziyu's cultivation was much higher than Zhao Ziru's. This was the key to her defeat. The spirit branch in Ziyu's hand had already been put back into his sleeve. He then jumped off the platform. The disciples of the Taishan Peak immediately came forward to congratulate Ziyu on his victory. Junior brother Ziyu, well done. Li Lingfeng patted Ziyu on the shoulder and said with a faint smile. Although the battle between Ziyu and Ziyu was wonderful, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, the outcome had long been decided. The spirit branch in Ziyu's hand was enough to withstand the black tortoise seal, and then it was a contest of their own Dao power. In a contest of Dao power, Zhao Ziru was obviously no match for Ziyu. Ha! Thank you, senior brother, for your praise. Ziyu smiled, then walked with Li Lingfeng to where the disciples of the Taishan sect were gathered outside the square. On the other side of the square, in the tent set up by the disciples of Purple Bamboo Peak, Zhao Ziru sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. Her master, Yan Xingyun, placed one hand on her back, stirred up the spiritual power in his body, and poured it into Zhao Ziru's body through his palm. When Ziyu had used the spirit branch to send the black tortoise seal flying, her Dao technique had been broken. She immediately suffered a great impact, and her Dao power was almost shaken away. After being carried back by Yan Xingyun immediately used his own Dao power to strengthen Zhao Ziru's foundation and nurture her true essence, so that her cultivation would not regress. The 9 revolutions of cultivation, the Taoist true essence in Zhao Ziru's dantian that was condensed from essence, qi, and spirit began to spread out bursts of Dao power, nourishing her body and nourishing her primordial spirit. Zhao Ziru's exhaustion was immediately dispelled. Her dispirited spirit became energetic once more. The cultivation techniques of Taoism followed the path of core formation and nascent soul. The body was the cauldron, and the essence, qi, and spirit were the medicine in the cauldron. The essence, qi, and spirit were refined, thus achieving the trinity, forming the Tao core, and then cultivating the nascent soul and nascent soul. In Taoism, the body was nothing more than a cauldron that had to be abandoned in the end. Therefore, Taoism's cultivation focused on the essence, qi, and spirit, and would not pay too much attention to the cauldron that was the body. However, before reaching the nascent soul or nascent soul stage, this cauldron was still extremely important to cultivators. If the Dharma body was damaged and the cauldron was damaged, it would definitely affect one's cultivation. As a result, even though she was already full of energy, Zhao Ziru did not stop her cultivation. Instead, she continued to sit cross-legged on the ground and nurtured the Tao energy condensed from essence, energy, and spirit in her dantian, carefully nourishing the cauldron that was her body. On the other hand, after seeing that Zhao Ziru was fine, her master, Yan Hangyun, walked out of the tent and continued to pay attention to the matches on the 9 arenas in the square. From morning to noon, the first match of the 42 disciples of the 9 branches who had won the day before finally ended. Among them, the most eye-catching matches were the battle between Gu Fei and Lei Ao, the battle between Zhao Ziru and Ziyu, and the battle between Li Lingfeng. It had to be said that although Li Lingfeng did not have a handsome appearance, his cultivation far surpassed his peers, and the strength he displayed was shocking. None of the people who fought against him were able to last more than 15 minutes against him. They were all easily defeated by him, and it was under the situation where he did not use any treasures. However, no matter how intense and exciting the matches on the field were, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged under a large tree outside the square, was like an old monk in meditation. He did not even open his eyes, as if he was truly isolated from the outside world. I have already broken into the 8th heavenly layer, why can't I refine the essence of the short rod in my body? Gu Fei was adapting to the new power, but he found that the sword hilt-like purple rod that he had refined into his body with the weapon refining body transformation had not been completely refined into the blood and qi in his body. Gu Fei knew that this item left behind by his master was not as ordinary as it looked on the surface. It seemed to be an amazing treasure. With his current cultivation, it was still difficult for him to completely refine it. The purple essence in his body flowed along with the blood and qi in his body. With just a thought, Gu Fei could make a certain part of his body have the characteristics of this short rod. This was the power of the weapon refining body transformation. Once the body was transformed into a divine weapon, it would be unparalleled. As Gu Fei's cultivation increased, the divine weapon that he had refined into his body could also exert greater power. With the help of the power of thunder and lightning, Gu Fei successfully refined his body. Using this extreme method, he stimulated the potential in his body and made a breakthrough in the body refining technique, achieving great success in blood transformation. Looking inside, Gu Fei could feel that the blood and qi flowing in his body contained a huge amount of essence, emitting a strong aura of life. It was constantly nourishing his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, and his entire body's bones began to become as translucent as jade. The 8th heavenly layer of the awakening self-realm was the step of shedding ordinary bones, making the bones of the whole body extraordinary. All of Gu Fei's bones were already harder than steel, and it was absolutely no problem for him to resist ordinary magic treasures. It was no wonder that the indestructible body in the cave at the bottom of the icy jade lake could not melt after so many years, and still look like a living person, vivid and lifelike. It was all because the indestructible body's physical body was too strong. Its blood, flesh, tendons, and bones were no longer ordinary, and contained great power. Although the person was already dead, the power contained in the blood, flesh, tendons, and bones did not dissipate, but were firmly bound within the body, making the flesh immortal and invulnerable. And now, Gu Fei's body was also transforming in the direction of the indestructible body. Gu Fei sat under the tree for several hours, until it was his turn again in the afternoon. He opened his eyes and stood up from under the tree. The biggest dark horse in this 9-peak trials was undoubtedly Gu Fei. Before the 9-peak trials, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei, and everyone thought that he would be eliminated in the first round. Who would have thought that not only would Gu Fei not be eliminated, but he would also consecutively defeat the 2 top disciples of Bian Peak, Dongfang Qin and Lei Ao. Dongfang Qin was also known as the second strongest among the younger generation. From then on, no one doubted Gu Fei's strength, and no one dared to underestimate him. A powerful martial artist, who could resist the power of thunder and lightning, made the hearts of the younger generation palpitate. Perhaps, only the number 1 of the younger generation, Li Lingfeng, could be a match for him. And the battle between Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei would also come soon. The number 1 youth expert of the Taishan sect, among the young disciples of the 9-peak Xian sects, only one could obtain this honor. Who would be the first? This was something that everyone was curious about. Originally, the most outstanding disciple of Bian Peak, Dongfang Qin, had the qualifications to be the first. However, his qualifications had been forcibly removed by the sudden appearance of Gu Fei, causing him to no longer have any relationship with the first place. Now, everyone believed that the battle for the first place would only be fought between 2 people. Those 2 people were the only successor of Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei, and the eldest disciple of Taishan Peak, Li Lingfeng. Although many people found it hard to accept, Gu Fei's sudden rise among the younger generation was already an unchangeable fact. Gu Fei's second opponent in the second round was not Li Lingfeng, but a disciple of another branch. This was a match without any suspense. In the face of Gu Fei's overwhelming strength, the disciple's Dao technique was quickly broken by Gu Fei and he was sent flying out of the arena with a single punch. He was utterly defeated. In the evening, the second round of competition ended, and then another list was posted. In today's competition, 28 people had been eliminated. In the last round of competition tomorrow, the top 10 young experts would be produced from the 14 disciples who had successfully advanced to the third round of competition today. On the square, the disciples of each branch dispersed one after another, returning to their respective training grounds. The most talked about thing among the disciples was Gu Fei's performance today, which was breathtaking and dazzling. Gu Fei was already destined to become the topic of discussion in the Taishan sect. His strength, his boldness, and his reckless body-refining process had all become the topic of discussion among the disciples. Night fell. In the cave of Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a praying mat, motionless. His mind was completely immersed in training. As he inhaled and exhaled, he moved the air around him. Specks of multicolored light lingered around his body, and the bronze skin that was exposed outside his clothes flowed with a sparkling luster. The blood and qi that flowed under his skin washed over him in waves, tempering his skin and flesh. As his flesh and blood trembled, wisps of life essence energy were released, seeping into his muscles and bones, covering them with a layer of precious light. In his dantian, the life essence condensed into a multicolored ball of light the size of an egg. It flickered, and the 5 elements of essence produced from his flesh and blood gathered in his dantian. After being refined by the life essence, the impure impurities were filtered out, and then they were dispersed and reintegrated into his flesh and blood. The cycle in Gu Fei's body repeated itself over and over again. There was no end to it, and there was no end to it. The flow of essence in Gu Fei's body did not seem to be a Taoist technique at all, but it also seemed to follow some kind of rule of heaven and earth. It was so natural, as if it should be like this. The transformation of his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones would cause his strength to transform. Conversely, the transformation of his strength would promote the transformation of his tendons, bones, and flesh. The two were connected, and on the path of cultivation, Gu Fei's body would become even more powerful. Chapter 58. Just as Gu Fei entered a deep meditative state, in the peach forest behind Taishan Peak, there were 2 figures in white standing under the peach tree in front of the wooden house. "Brother, how confident are you that you can win first place in tomorrow's competition?" A handsome young man, who was so handsome that even beautiful women paled in comparison, said to an ordinary-looking young man in white. This peach forest behind the mountain was Li Lingfeng's place of cultivation. The ordinary-looking young man was Li Lingfeng, and the person talking to him was his junior brother, Ziyu. "I don't care who wins or loses, but this time, the head ancestor seems to pay special attention to this 9 vein trials. I feel that something is about to happen," Li Lingfeng said with a frown. The atmosphere between the head ancestor and the other 7 chiefs seems to be a little strange. I heard from some of the senior brothers in the transcending mortality realm that in the past 9 vein trials, the branches rarely used precious treasures, but this time, the 7 chiefs all gave out precious treasures, hoping that the disciples who participated in the competition would win, Ziyu said. The ruined sky realm opened once every 100 years. Few people even in the 3 great Taoist sects knew about this, let alone these young disciples who had only been in the sect for 10 years. However, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu had also vaguely noticed that something was amiss during the 9 peak trials. After the 2 talked for a while, they could not find any clues, so Ziyu said goodbye and left. Li Lingfeng also walked into the wooden house. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The mountains seemed particularly quiet. Except for the occasional roar of beasts in the dense forests and the places where fierce beasts roamed, there was no other sound to break this silence. However, in the sea of clouds hundreds of miles away from Taishan Mountain, a golden beam of light broke through the clouds and rushed out like a dragon. Swoosh! The dragon-like golden light turned and tore through the night sky like a golden bolt of lightning, flying toward Taishan Mountain. In an instant, it disappeared into the sky. At the summit of Taishan Peak, in the rear hall of Supreme Mystery Temple, where the headmaster, Daoist Shantian, cultivated, Daoist Shantian suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he disappeared from the praying mat in an instant. In the next moment, Daoist Shantian's figure appeared in the sky above the Supreme Mystery Temple. His sleeves fluttered in the wind and his white hair fluttered in the wind. He exuded an otherworldly aura. Daoist Shantian was like a celestial being, like a true immortal descending to the world. He looked towards the eastern horizon and saw a flash of golden light. When the golden light first appeared, it was still far away on the horizon. No one knew how far it was, but in the blink of an eye, it came closer. Like a golden bolt of lightning, it made a slight sound as it flew into the range of Taishan Mountain. In the blink of an eye, it was near the 9 peaks of Taishan. The square Immortal Sect's flying sword messenger. How sharp was Daoist Shantian's eyes. He could tell at a glance that this golden light was a flying sword released by a master swordsman. This shining golden light was only about 3 feet long, but he could not see the shape of a sword. It was very different from a real sword. From far away, Daoist Shantian could feel the cold sword chi that came from the golden light. From the cold sword chi that came from the sword light, it was righteous and not evil. This was definitely a flying sword that had been refined using Xianmen techniques. The Guangxing Immortal Sect cultivated authentic sword techniques. Their skills were all in the sword. As long as they had a sword in hand, they could kill anyone in their way. It was the most powerful technique in the Taoism. At this time, the golden sword chi had already flown above the 9 peaks of Taishan. However, at this time, there seemed to be a great power that was activated. A power like a wave of water blocked the golden sword chi outside the 9 peaks. It turned out that the protective matrix of the Taishan sect had come into play. After the attack of the demon lord of 6 paths, the protective matrix of the Taishan sect had been broken by the mysterious Tai Chi diagram. It had taken the Taishan sect a whole year to barely activate the matrix. The spiritual stones used to activate the matrix were very rare in the world of cultivation. It was very difficult to gather 81 of these spiritual stones, which contained a great amount of spiritual chi. Without spiritual stones to suppress the eye of the matrix, other spiritual items were used instead. However, the power of the Great Mountain Guarding Formation was much weaker than the original formation. Even so, the golden light could not break through the formation no matter how hard it tried. It was enough to show the power of the Great Mountain Guarding Formation. Daoist Shantian looked at the golden sword light in the distance and couldn't help but frown. Why did Xianyuan send a message to me with a flying sword? As he said this, he reached out his right hand and grabbed the golden sword chi. Immediately, a faint, illusory palm transcended the distance of space and reached out from the formation. It grabbed the golden light in its hand and then retracted back into the formation. Shantian Taoist removed a jade scroll from the flying sword. He loosened his grip, and the golden sword light immediately rose from his hand. It flashed a few times, and then quickly flew out of Taishan Mountain. Soon, the golden sword light came from the east and headed east before disappearing into the eastern horizon. Daoist Shantian held the jade scroll in his hand. With a thought, his mind immediately seeped into the jade scroll and learned all the information contained in it. After reading the contents of the jade scroll, Daoist Shantian could no longer remain calm. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect the trip to the ruined sky realm to be brought forward. Daoist Shantian lowered his head and thought for a while before his body flickered and he disappeared from the sky above Taishan Temple. On the morning of the 3rd day of the 9 Peaks trials, the melodious sound of a bell echoed through the mountains. All the disciples of Taishan sect came out of their training places and gathered at Taishan Peak. Today, the top 10 young masters of the younger generation would be chosen from the 14 outstanding disciples who had won the previous day. Everyone thought that the title of the top master would be decided between Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng. Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng were both powerful young cultivators. Their cultivation was higher than that of their peers, and they could be said to be the two most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation with unlimited potential. Compared to Li Lingfeng, the upper echelons of Taishan sect paid more attention to Gu Fei, because the cultivation method of Jade Spirit Peak was unimaginably difficult to cultivate. An ancient body cultivation method that was regarded as trash had been cultivated by Gu Fei to the 8th level of the awakening self realm. Those who knew about this cultivation method found it hard to believe. The competition began. The 14 people were divided into 7 pairs and fought in the 1st to 7th arenas. As a result, there were 2 arenas on the square that were empty. These 14 people were all the most outstanding young masters of the 9 Peaks mysterious sect. Unfortunately, Zhao Ziru had lost both of her matches the previous day and had already been eliminated in the second round. On the 3rd arena, Gu Fei stared at the opponent in front of him. His sharp eyes were like blades as he stared at the opponent's face. Power surged from his body, and an oppressive aura filled the air. Chapter 59. On the 3rd arena, Gu Fei and Ziyu stood facing each other. Ziyu's body was thin, and as he stood on the arena, he seemed to give off a light feeling, as if he could float away with the wind at any time. His handsome face, which could be said to be devilish, carried a trace of a faint smile, like a Buddha picking a flower, and actually revealed an otherworldly charm. Ziyu. Gu Fei had a serious expression as he looked at the opponent in front of him, and his eyes narrowed into a line. He didn't let Ziyu's outer appearance be affected, and in the midst of it, his keen spiritual sense felt the well-concealed pressure on Ziyu's body. That's right, the handsome youth in front of him made Gu Fei feel pressure. Junior brother Gu, please advise me. With a flip of Ziyu's right hand, a jade green, crystalline, and translucent 7-leaf tree branch that was like top-grade jade appeared in his hand. This was a magic treasure refined from the branch of a spiritual root of heaven and earth. As soon as he saw the branch in Ziyu's hand that emitted an enormous wood elemental power, Gu Fei's pupils immediately contracted, and rays of light shot out from his eyes. Gu Fei had long since heard that yesterday, Ziyu had used a branch to sweep away the black tortoise seal of the purple bamboo peak, and defeated Zhao Ziru. You flatter me. Gu Fei cupped his fists, and then took a step forward. A powerful aura swept out from his body as he took this step. His hair fluttered without wind, and his clothes fluttered from the impact of the airflow that burst out from his body. The 3rd arena was undoubtedly one of the most eye-catching places on the square. All the disciples were watching, wanting to know if Gu Fei's undefeated streak could continue, or if Ziyu would end his undefeated legend since the 9 Peaks trials. Wang Yuanji, the disciple of the Great Void Peak who had an inexplicable grudge with Gu Fei, was also mixed in the crowd of spectators below the arena. He looked fiercely at the figure who seemed to have transformed into a god of war and emitted a powerful pressure, as if he wished for nothing more than to swallow that person into his stomach. He was here to watch a show, to watch Gu Fei make a fool of himself, to watch Gu Fei be defeated. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, the only one who had conflicts with Gu Fei was Wang Yuanji, the narrow-minded disciple of an aristocratic family. Only he hoped that Gu Fei would be defeated. And the majority of the people all harbored intense curiosity as they watched the battle. They were very curious who would win the battle between Gu Fei and Ziyu. Under the ring, the most excited group of people were the young disciples of Taishan Peak. The disciples of Taishan Peak were divided into 2 groups. One group was cheering for Ziyu below the 3rd ring, while the other group was cheering for Li Lingfeng on the 1st ring. There was also a small group of people who were cheering for the other 2 outstanding disciples of Taishan Peak who had advanced. It had to be said that among the disciples of the younger generation of Taishan Peak, there were many outstanding figures. Among the 9 branches of Taishan Peak, there were actually 4 people who had overcome all the difficulties and entered the final round of the competition, which was enough to show that the disciples of the leader of Taishan Peak were extraordinary. Among the people who were watching the battle, there was one person who was very worried about Gu Fei on the ring. This person was a beautiful girl. Zhao Ziru was very clear about Ziyu's terror. With Ziyu's strength, coupled with that spirit branch in his hand, it was absolutely difficult to find a match among his peers. Just as Gu Fei took a step forward, Ziyu moved. The powerful sense of oppression emitted from Gu Fei made him feel uncomfortable. Swoosh! The green shadow in his hand waved, and a misty green light immediately rushed out from the 7-leaf spirit root, surging towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. That was the extremely pure Emu essence. In the misty green light, layers of tree shadows emerged, as if there was an endless stretch of dense green wood, squeezing towards Gu Fei. The power of the wood element. Gu Fei could be said to be extremely familiar with the essence of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, because he cultivated the refining body technique, and the life essence produced from his flesh and blood was the qi of the human body. However, his qi of the 5 elements was from his own flesh and blood, and was refined into qi, which was different from the power of the 5 elements in this big world. Among the 5 elements, metal restrains wood. I will use the metal element fist to break your Taoist technique. With that, Gu Fei's punch, which had been accumulating power for a long time, blasted forward like lightning. In front of his right fist, suddenly the wind was mighty, and the golden light was like a golden blade, sweeping forward, majestic and unstoppable. The power of the metal element fist that Gu Fei blasted out seemed to have completely turned into a tangible and substantial golden storm, constantly colliding with the thousands of giant trees that were surging and crashing in front of him. This was definitely a big collision between the power of the wood element and the power of the metal element fist, and the golden wind against the layers of green giant trees. The entire arena suddenly shook and trembled violently from the impact of the explosion of power, and all the people watching the battle below the arena quickly retreated. As if a dazzling golden sun had exploded in a green storm, Gu Fei's whole body was pulsating with a flame-like golden aura, and he rushed into the thousands of giant tree shadows in front of him, waving his fists fiercely. The incomparably powerful fist force was like a golden heavenly blade. It forcefully turned the thousands of tree shadows back into a ball of dark green light. When Ziyu saw this, he was immediately alarmed. He waved his hand repeatedly, and the 7-leaf treasured branch in his hand shot out layers of dark green light, transforming into a myriad of purple trees that launched wave after wave of powerful attacks at Gu Fei. The 7-leaf treasured tree branch emitted a surging green divine radiance that surrounded Gu Fei, completely sealing him off. 10,000 purple wood. With a light shout, Ziyu formed a seal with his hand and poured pure spiritual power into the 7-leaf treasured branch in his hand. Amidst the surging green light, the giant branches seemed to transform into real giant trees that had form and substance, exploding with an unprecedentedly powerful spiritual power fluctuation. With the force of a thunderbolt, they strangled towards Gu Fei. However, surrounded by the surging wood elemental power that was like a green ocean, Gu Fei displayed unparalleled power. Every time he threw a punch, he would definitely shatter a huge piece of wood. At the same time, he pressed towards Ziyu, who was in front of him, step by step. Bang! Gu Fei pressed in front of Ziyu, and directly punched the 7-leaf tree branch in Ziyu's hand. The fierce power of the metal element fist caused the 7-leaf tree branch to flicker chaotically, and it almost flew out of Ziyu's hand. Gu Fei was really too strong. His long hair danced wildly, like the reincarnation of the god of war, directly using his flesh and blood to contend with the powerful magic treasure. It was really crazy. After the punch hit the 7-leaf tree branch, the thousands of giant trees that surrounded Gu Fei suddenly disappeared from the void. At the same time, Ziyu also suffered a great impact, his body unsteady, and he staggered back 5 or 6 steps. When Gu Fei's punch hit the 7-leaf tree branch, at the same time as it shook the 7-leaf tree branch, Gu Fei also felt a pain in his fist, as if he had punched an incomparably hard iron, shaking his fist to the point of numbness. The 7-leaf tree branch was worthy of being an important treasure of the Taishan Peak. It was refined from a paper strip of a spirit root between heaven and earth. When Gu Fei shook the 7-leaf tree branch, he himself was also forced back by the powerful Imu essence that erupted from the 7-leaf tree branch. The crowd of Taishan sect disciples watching the battle below the arena were all shocked by the short and soul-stirring confrontation between Gu Fei and Ziyu, and they were dumbfounded. Everyone was amazed again and again. This Gu Fei was really too crazy, using his flesh and blood to fight a magic treasure. This was an expression that only a fool would have. Chapter 60. Ascending above the 9 heavens, breathing in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and attaining the path of immortality was the lifelong wish of every cultivator. But the path of immortality was vague, the grand Tao heartless, and the path of cultivation was filled with dangers and obstacles. The slightest carelessness would cause one to fall back into samsara. Thus, when cultivators comprehended the grand Tao of heaven and earth, they had to utilize various methods to seek fortune and avoid calamity, in order to protect their own safety. Magic treasures were the protective magic treasures that cultivators used to resist natural and man-made disasters. The magic treasures of cultivators were Daoist magic treasures that were refined day and night with their own Daoist energy, causing them to be intelligent and possess great power. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation of a cultivator, the greater the power of the magic treasures refined. For example, the black tortoise seal of violet bamboo peak and the 7-leaf treasured tree branch in Ziyu's hand were both refined by great cultivators at the realm of void controlling. In this way, to completely bring out the power of these 2 magic treasures, the cultivator using these 2 magic treasures had to at least have a cultivation at the realm of void controlling. Ziyu's cultivation was only at the early 8th level of the awakened heaven, and he could only bring out a very small portion of the power of the 7-leaf treasured tree branch. Thus, Gu Fei was able to shake this powerful magic treasure of Taishan Peak. If the power of this magic treasure was fully unleashed, even if Gu Fei had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. On the arena, Gu Fei pressed forward step by step, repeatedly using his fists to forcefully collide with the 7-leaf treasured tree branch in Ziyu's hand. The dazzling golden light and the dark green wood essence qi violently collided, exploding out with loud sounds that were like muffled thunder. The arena beneath Gu Fei's feet also shook violently from his heavy footsteps that were like mountains, as if it would fall apart and collapse at any moment. The fist of metal was incomparably domineering. Even if Ziyu repeatedly executed powerful Dao techniques and even released thousands of thorny vines to entangle Gu Fei, they were all shattered by the force of his fists. Ziyu actually seemed to be at a disadvantage. Unarmed, he was actually able to force Ziyu, who was wielding the 7-leaf treasured tree branch, into a disadvantageous position. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was truly unbelievable. Senior sect leader, this Jade Spirit Peak branch's skill does not seem to be underestimated. Xuanfa Daoist, who was sitting on the steps in front of the square, suddenly said to Xiantian Daoist beside him. This little fellow is not simple. At such a young age, he has actually cultivated the Jade Spirit Peak branch's cultivation method to such a level. Even at such a young age, he seems to be not much inferior. Long Hongshua's sect leader of Spirit sect also said, and son and. But, no one knew that Gu Fei was not an amazing cultivation genius. The reason why he had such a cultivation level was that he had a secret that no one knew except for him. A piece of yin-yang jade pendant could increase his cultivation speed by 10 times. In addition to increasing his cultivation speed, this piece of yin-yang jade pendant could also gather the surrounding spiritual energy when Gu Fei was cultivating. It was this piece of jade that had been integrated into Gu Fei's chest, leaving only a faint mark of the Tai Chi diagram on his skin, that had greatly increased Gu Fei's cultivation level. However, this mysterious yin-yang jade pendant had suddenly flown out of Gu Fei's chest on the night that the demon lord of Six Paths came to Taishan sect a year ago. Not only had it forcibly extracted part of the spiritual energy contained in the mirror of heaven and earth, but it had also broken the protective array of the Taishan sect. It had also completely absorbed the spiritual energy of the 81 spirit stones that had been used to suppress the eye of the array. After absorbing such a huge amount of spiritual energy, the mysterious yin-yang jade pendant seemed to have quietened down. After it had been integrated into Gu Fei's chest, there had been nothing wrong with it for the past year. 10 times the speed of cultivation had greatly benefited Gu Fei. It had greatly increased the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy from the outside world. He did not have to worry about his strength running out. Every time he punched out, it was as if a golden sun had exploded above his fist, shaking the world. When he used his full strength, he was able to break through all kinds of Taoist techniques and force Ziyu to retreat again and again. Swoosh! With the 8 desolation steps, Gu Fei suddenly left a shadow where he had been standing and shot into the sky. He used the golden element fist to break through the heavy power of the wood element and leaped into the air. Ha! Gu Fei suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. His voice was deafening, and the rolling sound waves cut through the sky, causing the ears of the disciples watching the battle to ring. Gu Fei's hair was flying in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. His tall and straight body suddenly turned upside down and swooped down. Metal and wood as one. As Gu Fei shouted, his expression became extremely serious. He punched down with both fists. His right fist shot out a bright golden light, and his left fist revealed a misty green light. It stirred up a fierce wind, as if it had triggered the power of metal and wood in the 5 elements of heaven and earth. A large amount of dazzling light poured down. This. Ziyu, who raised his head and saw this scene, was shocked. His face instantly became pale. That is. He. How is it possible? Ziyu could clearly feel that the aura on Gu Fei's body had undergone an earth-shattering change. His body actually revealed 2 surging forces at the same time. One of the forces was extremely familiar to Ziyu, because it was the surging power of the wood element. How could the 2 forces coexist in one body? This was really unbelievable. This time, not only was Ziyu inexplicably surprised, but the disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect who had witnessed all these changes were also dumbfounded, as if they had been petrified. In the sky above the arena, the 2 forces constantly collided with each other. Not only did they not weaken these 2 forces, but they also continued to rise, erupting with even more powerful energy fluctuations. The power of the 2 elements as one was still astonishing. This was a battle skill that Gu Fei had comprehended after his cultivation broke through to the 8th layer of the awakening realm. This kind of battle skill, if used to the extreme, could make the 5 elements as one, erupt with a terrifying power that would make even the heaven and earth lose color. Right now, Gu Fei could only make the 2 elements as one. Gu Fei's use of this battle skill of the 2 elements as one was not smooth, because he had not yet completely grasped this battle skill, nor was he proficient in using it. However, even so, he was able to constantly erupt with his potential. The metal element fist and the wood element fist collided, and the power of the 2 elements intertwined. The power of the 2 elements continued to rise, and the power of the unity was like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. It was unstoppable, and the terrifying power caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The arena below shook violently, and cracks appeared on the arena. The spiritual power that was exerted on the arena seemed to be unable to withstand such a violent and unparalleled power pouring down from the sky, and it could collapse at any time. Seeing this scene, the people around the arena couldn't help but be shocked. They quickly retreated far away, hiding far away, not daring to approach the arena. On the steps in front of the square, the 7 chiefs and the sect master, Taoist Xiantian, were both moved at this moment. The power of the 2 elements as one was actually so shocking. The spiritual power exerted on the arena to protect it from damage was enough to withstand a full-force attack from a cultivator at the peak of the ninth heaven. Didn't that mean that the power of Gu Fei's two elements as one was actually comparable to a full-force attack from a cultivator at the peak of the ninth heaven? Cultivators, terrifying cultivators, invincible in the same level. This was indeed not groundless. Even if the Green Spirit Peak was facing the danger of decline, they still did not give up on cultivating this ancient body refining technique, and it was not a reckless move. In the crowd, Zhao Xiru looked at the figure that was swooping down from the sky with great surprise, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. At this moment, Ziyu, who was facing the two elements as one attack head-on, felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on him from the heavens. The vast and mighty force pressed down on him to the point he was almost unable to straighten his back. What a good Gu Fei, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems that I've underestimated you. Ziyu's mind spun rapidly. Seeing that the unparalleled power of the two elements as one was about to envelop him, he actually did something that no one would have thought of. Ziyu, a disciple of the Great Mystery Peak, swung the seven-leaf treasured branch in his hand, and shot out surging streams of emu essence, which actually rushed out from under Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei's two elements as one, and an unparalleled fist force erupted. The fist force enveloped the entire arena. If Ziyu wanted to rush out of the encirclement of Gu Fei's fist force, it was equivalent to rushing out of the arena. In this way, as long as Ziyu's feet landed outside the arena, he would be considered to have lost this match. However, Ziyu really did rush out of the arena under the surprised gazes of the crowd. Roar! The instant Ziyu rushed out of the arena, he gave a furious roar. A powerful mana undulation suddenly erupted from his body. His two legs strode in the air, and actually made an inconceivable turn in the air. It was as if there was an invisible ladder in the air, going against the air and scurrying into the air. Ziyu's body actually brushed past the unparalleled fist force that Gu Fei blasted down. Not only did he avoid the fist force, he even arrived at a position at the same height as Gu Fei. Swoosh! The seven-leaf treasured branch in Ziyu's hand suddenly shone with extraordinary splendor. Amidst the twining of dark green light, it suddenly grew explosively into a treasure tree over 100 feet long. Ziyu raised the treasure tree high and smashed it down towards Gu Fei's head without the slightest bit of hesitation. Gu Fei's strength was seriously astonishing to the extreme. His martial arts techniques and mystical abilities were hard to contend with. Even with a powerful magic treasure in hand, it also made Ziyu feel the aura of danger. Humph! Gu Fei gave a cold laugh and still dived down rapidly. However, the fist force of the two elements as one was retracted. Thud! Gu Fei's body landed on the arena. As if his feet had stepped on an incomparably huge drum, a muffled sound rang out. The right side of his body was surrounded by golden light, while the left side of his body was pulsating with dark green light like ghost fire. The power of metal and wood surged on his body, causing him to look extremely strange. Just as Gu Fei landed on the arena, the giant tree that was surrounded by green light and emitted a powerful undulation of mana like a mountain had already smashed down towards his head. Roar! Gu Fei's two fists closed and punched upwards. His right fist was metal and his left fist was wood. Two elements as one, his two fists continuously vibrated. Two different types of power entangled and struck towards the giant treasure tree that was smashing down. Boom! The energy wave formed by the interweaving power of the two elements instantly collided with the treasure tree transformed from the seven-leaf treasured branch. The powerful fist force, under everyone's shocked gaze, directly blew away the treasure tree that was smashing down. Ziyu's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As if he was struck by lightning, he flew backwards. Boom! With a loud noise, the arena beneath Gu Fei's feet finally could no longer withstand the unparalleled power that exploded and collapsed. Gu Fei's body followed the collapse of the arena and fell straight down. Chapter 61. Ha! A beast-like roar burst forth from Gu Fei's throat as he spat out a mouthful of white air. Following a loud bang, the entire arena completely collapsed. Gu Fei fell to the ground amidst the flying pieces of wood. A raging energy storm swept out, and everyone nearby scrambled to avoid the flying pieces of wood. The arena was built of wood, and it was imbued with transcendence energy to protect it from being destroyed by the energy released during the battle. But now, the arena had collapsed. It was all because the destructive power displayed by Gu Fei and Ziyu was too strong. The arena, which was already protected by transcendence energy, could not withstand the impact of the power and was destroyed. After colliding head-on with the treasure tree transformed from the 7 leaves tree branch, Gu Fei immediately felt a sharp pain in his arms. It was as if thousands of sharp needles were stabbing into the flesh of his arms at the same time, and it was unbearable. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the sleeves of his arms had long disappeared. On his fists and forearms, dense beads of blood seeped out. From his fists all the way to his forearms, his skin cracked like a spider's web on the dry ground. In the attack just now, he had used the combined power of the metal and wood elements to blast away the treasure tree transformed from the 7 leaves tree branch. However, his arms had also suffered an extremely fierce impact, and his skin and flesh had been torn by the power that erupted from the treasure tree. Gu Fei stood in the middle of the collapsed arena, urging the qi in his body to surge to his arms. As the skin and flesh of his arms trembled, the cracks on his skin and flesh immediately shrank, preventing blood from seeping out. With regards to the control of his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, Gu Fei had already reached the point where he could command them like his own arms. It's only flesh and skin, not tendons and bones. It's not a big deal. As Gu Fei looked inside, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The bones of his hands and arms were as clear as jade, glowing with a layer of white light. They were like exquisite works of art. They were in perfect condition, without any damage from the direct collision with the magic treasure. Gu Fei's legend of invincibility had never been broken since the 9 Peaks trial. Today, even Ziyu, who had mastered the treasure of Taishan Peak, the 7 leaves tree branch, was defeated by Gu Fei's fist. This made all the young disciples extremely shocked. Especially Wang Yuanji, who had a grudge against Gu Fei. When he saw Ziyu's defeat, he immediately did not stay and walked away angrily. Gu Fei. I'd like to see how long you can be so mighty. Wang Yuanji walked toward the place where the disciples of his branch gathered, while hating Gu Fei. The disciples of Taishan Peak saw that Ziyu had been defeated by Gu Fei. They were disappointed, but they could not help but feel a little dissatisfied with Gu Fei. Gu Fei had beaten Ziyu until he spat out blood. He was too heavy-handed. The magic treasure of a cultivator was connected to the cultivator's mind and was closely related. It was equivalent to a part of the cultivator's body. Some spiritual magic treasures, even if they were thousands of miles away, as long as the owner of the magic treasure willed it, it would immediately fly back to the owner's hand. The 7 leaves tree branch was blown away by Gu Fei, and Ziyu immediately suffered a great impact. The essence, qi, and spirit that he had attached to the magic treasure with his spiritual power were scattered, causing him to suffer some internal injuries. However, the 7 leaves tree branch had borne most of the power of Gu Fei's dual-element unification, and only a small part had affected Ziyu's body. In fact, Ziyu's injuries were not very serious. The battle between 2 young cultivators had collapsed the arena. This seemed to be unprecedented. The upper echelons of the Taishan sect all looked at the 2 of them with new eyes, especially Gu Fei. Although his disciple had been defeated, Taoist Xiantian did not seem unhappy. Instead, his eyes flashed, as if he was very interested in Gu Fei. The 7 heads of the sect were surprised, and their faces became a little serious. The only disciple of the Green Spirit Peak seemed to be very complicated. At this time, Gu Fei walked out from the broken pieces of wood on the ground. The surrounding disciples looked at him with a strange look. Senior brother, you won again. Congratulations. Zhao Ziru greeted him with a smile. Gu Fei's victory seemed to be even happier than her own victory. Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. He walked to the side. Zhao Ziru hurriedly followed. When she saw the blood on Gu Fei's arm, she could not help but frown. She took out a small jade box and quickly walked forward. Senior brother, wait! Zhao Ziru shouted as she ran in front of Gu Fei. Then, she stretched out her hand and placed it in front of Gu Fei. Here, this is the jade toad ointment that specializes in treating external injuries. At this time, the two of them had already arrived under an old pine tree at the side of the square. Jade toad ointment. The jade toad ointment of the spiritual bead peak. How did you get this thing? Gu Fei was startled. He looked at the small jade box in Zhao Ziru's hand, then raised his head to look at Zhao Ziru, and asked. Zhao Ziru smiled and said, not long ago, I helped the medicine granduncle with a small favor. He gave it to me. Seeing that Gu Fei did not intend to accept it, Zhao Ziru said anxiously, quickly accept it, your injury. Gu Fei looked at Zhao Ziru, then looked at the small jade box in her hand. Then, he said slowly, thank you for your kindness. The injury on my hand is just a flesh wound. It's not a big deal. This box of jade toad ointment might be of great use to you in the future. You should keep it for yourself. Gu Fei still knew about the jade toad ointment of the spiritual bead peak. This was a type of spiritual medicine made from the snow mountain ice toad and 10 other rare herbs to treat external injuries. With this kind of spiritual medicine, no matter how serious the external injury was, or even if one's arm was chopped off, it could be reattached. Moreover, it would be in perfect condition. There was no difference compared to before the injury. Although the cultivation of a cultivator was not above the corporeal body, if the corporeal body was injured, it would be like a cauldron being damaged. The essence in the body would leak out and affect the cultivation. Before condensing the primordial spirit or nascent soul, if a cultivator's dharma body was injured, it would affect the cultivation. Especially the cultivators in the awakening self realm, they were actually the same as ordinary people. Even if they suffered a fatal injury, they would still die. Only after breaking through to the transcending mortality realm and condensing the Tao core, nourishing the primordial spirit with the essence, qi, and spirit. When the primordial spirit and the Tao core became one, it was equivalent to a cultivator having 2 lives. Even if the corporeal body was destroyed, but the Tao core was not destroyed, the primordial spirit could temporarily reside on the Tao core. If there was an opportunity, it could even take over a complete body and cultivate again. But your hand? Zhao Ziru said anxiously. Her beautiful eyes looked at Gu Fei worriedly. I appreciate your kindness, but I cultivate a body tempering technique. My body's healing ability is stronger than the average person's. This small injury will heal in less than 3 days. If I were to use the jade toad ointment for this, it would be a waste of God's gift, said Gu Fei with a smile. This. Zhao Ziru saw that Gu Fei was unwilling to accept the jade box in her hand. She did not know what to say for a moment. Yes. If junior sister has nothing else to do, I want to find a place to rest. There should be a fierce battle this afternoon. Gu Fei said. Then. All right. Senior brother, you must be careful during the competition. Zhao Ziru said as she put away the small jade box in her hand. Her tone was filled with deep concern. This made Gu Fei's heart warm up. This junior sister Zhao. No matter how stupid Gu Fei was, he also understood Zhao Ziru's feelings at this moment. However, a person in the distance frowned when she saw this scene. That person was a slender middle-aged Taoist nun who wore a Taoist crown on her head and a green Taoist robe. Chapter 62. After Zhao Xiru left, Gu Fei found a place outside the square and sat down cross-legged. He circulated his body tempering technique, mobilizing the 5 elements yuan qi in his body and sending it to his arms. A layer of misty multicolored light emerged from his arms. If one observed carefully, one would notice that the skin and flesh of Gu Fei's arms were trembling slightly. His tendons and bones were trembling, and his flesh was surging. A huge amount of yuan qi was like a glowing thread, passing through the tendons, bones, and flesh on his arms, forcing out the clotted blood and necrotic skin and flesh on his arms bit by bit. The 5 elements yuan qi was repairing the injuries on Gu Fei's arms, and the skin on Gu Fei's arms was gradually covered with a layer of dark and smelly blood. It had to be said that the healing power of Gu Fei's body was really amazing. Every tendon and every muscle contained a powerful life yuan qi. His injuries were healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The skin and flesh on both of his arms had split open like a spider web. In less than half an hour, a layer of scab had formed over them. Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached the great success of changing marrow and blood changing, and had stepped into the realm of bone changing. The blood and qi flowing in his body had already been renewed, and there was a huge amount of life yuan qi in his blood and qi. The life yuan qi was constantly nourishing the tendons, bones, skin, and flesh of Gu Fei's entire body. Even if Gu Fei did not deliberately circulate his qi to heal his injuries, the injuries on his arms would be healed in a day or 2. Now that he circulated the 5 elements yuan qi in his body to his arms, the speed at which the injuries healed immediately doubled. Just as Gu Fei was healing his injuries outside the square, the matches on the other 6 arenas had also reached a white-hot stage. Above the 6 arenas, there was a vast and shocking fluctuation of magic power. On the other hand, the match between Gu Fei and Ziyu was so hair-raising, and the victor was determined very quickly. As for the matches in the other arenas, it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. On the first combat ring, Li Lingfeng's opponent was an extraordinary youth. He was young, tall, and had a gaze that was like cold stars. His hands formed seals, and with a raise of his hand, he struck out with layer upon layer of Dao arts. He was actually locked in an endless battle with Li Lingfeng. The Great Void Peak actually has such a character. I don't think I've heard of him. The disciples of the 9 lineages who were watching the battle below the arena whispered and pointed at the 2 people fighting above. Li Lingfeng's strength was in no way inferior to Gu Fei's. Since the beginning of the 9 Peaks trials, no one had been able to last more than 15 minutes against him. More often than not, the winner would be decided in a single exchange. Li Lingfeng's cultivation base was higher than his peers, and he was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 figure among the younger disciples. But now, Li Lingfeng seemed to have met his match. Senior brother Yusu, when did you have such an amazing disciple? You've really hidden it well. On the steps in front of the Taishan Temple, the head of the Shaoyang Peak, spiritual master Chaoyang, who was sitting next to the head of the Great Void Peak, said with some surprise. The other heads also looked at Yusu. The Yushu Peak had actually produced someone who could contend against Li Lingfeng. It was really surprising that they didn't know about it beforehand. Haha. It's not that I'm trying to keep it a secret. In fact, I only found out a few days before the 9 Peaks trials that a young disciple of my lineage had suddenly made a breakthrough on the path of cultivation, Yusu said with a faint smile. How could the other heads of the other lineages believe Yusu's words? This disciple who could contend against Li Lingfeng was definitely someone that the Great Void Peak focused on cultivating. They had thought that there was no outstanding disciple among the younger generation of the Taishan Peak who could contend for the top 10, but it seemed that everyone was wrong. Level 8 cultivation base, If Li Lingfeng wants to win, he has to use his true strength, Daoist Xiantian murmured as he watched the battle. Junior brother Qin, be careful. In the arena, Li Lingfeng no longer held back. He did not make any hand seals, nor did he recite any mantras. Suddenly, 8 rays of light of different colors rushed out of his body. Qin Daoyun, the disciple of the Great Void Peak, was immediately shocked. He felt that 8 different powers had burst out of Li Lingfeng's body. The power of the 8 phases of heaven and earth. How is this possible? Qin Daoyun's expression immediately changed. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly made a hand seal and attacked with all his strength. He cultivated the way of yin and yang, not the way of the 5 elements. Black and white qi swirled around his body. The yin and yang power that burst out of Qin Daoyun seemed to communicate with the yin and yang of the world. As he made a series of mysterious hand seals, the world around him began to tremble slightly. Yin and yang split the world, palm and finger overturned the universe. Qin Daoyun shouted softly. The black and white qi that represented the power of yin and yang quickly gathered from all directions. Then, in the sky above Li Lingfeng's head, they formed a huge palm that was half black and half white. It pressed down directly. Rumble. The huge palm in the sky pressed down like a mountain. The vast power of yin and yang shook the void and caused the arena below to tremble violently. However, Li Lingfeng, who was beneath the huge palm, had a calm look on his face. The power of the 8 elements swirled and surged around him, quickly condensing into 8 trigrams to block the power that surged down from the sky. The huge palm formed by the power of yin and yang above him seemed to have no effect on Li Lingfeng at all. Qian, Kuan, Zhen. Sun. Zhen, Dui. Kansas Li. 8 trigrams appeared outside Li Lingfeng's body. The power of the 8 phases of heaven and earth immediately surged towards Li Lingfeng. The trigrams that represented the 8 phases of heaven and earth suddenly shone brightly, and the 8 kinds of power shook the sky. The spectators were all shocked. No one could have imagined that Li Lingfeng actually cultivated the innate 8 trigrams divine technique. He used his own power to form the 8 trigrams and communicate with the 8 phases of heaven and earth. Who could resist such a Tao technique? Li Lingfeng's Tao technique had a great origin. Even the 7 branch heads frowned. Only Taoist Xiantian smiled without saying anything. It was said that in ancient times, there was an extremely talented god who comprehended the power of the 8 phases of heaven and earth. Then, he created the innate 8 trigrams divine technique that could shake the heavens and earth. The 8 trigrams divine technique allowed that god to move unhindered in ancient times. Only a few gods with similar great divine techniques could contend against him. This kind of divine technique was said to have disappeared along with that god. No one would have thought that it would appear on Li Lingfeng. The 8 trigrams divine technique was marvelous. When cultivated to great success, it could shatter the heavens and earth and reopen the chaos. It was one of the few great divine techniques in the world. With the innate 8 trigrams divine technique, Li Lingfeng was already in an invincible position. He pounced forward, his body merging with the Sun trigram. Sun was the wind, and Li Lingfeng seemed to transform into a gust of wind. He rushed out from the yin-yang giant hand that was pressing down from above. The other 7 trigrams circled around the gust of wind. It was a spectacular sight. By transforming his body into wind, Li Lingfeng moved as fast as the wind. He was unbelievably fast. The moment he rushed out from the envelopment of the yin-yang giant hand, Li Lingfeng made his move. He drew the Kan trigram that was circling around him into his right hand, and the Li trigram into his left. The 2 trigrams of Kan and Li appeared on his palms, with Kan representing water and Li representing fire. Boundless power of water and fire immediately gathered on Li Lingfeng's palms, and then, he thrust his palms towards Qin Daoyun. The Kan trigram and the Li trigram seemed to have condensed into tangible objects. They rushed out from Li Lingfeng's palms and quickly enlarged. The Kan trigram set off a monstrous torrent of water, while the Li trigram erupted with an earth-shattering sea of flames. The 2 mutually reinforcing and restraining forces intertwined and surged toward Qin Daoyun at the same time. Roar! Faced with the surging power of water and fire, Qin Daoyun let out a low roar and hurriedly gathered the power of yin and yang. The yin-yang giant hand that was descending from the sky immediately dissipated. The enormous power contained in the giant hand was restrained by Qin Daoyun. Yin-yang great shift! Qin Daoyun shouted. The power of yin and yang surged from his body. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. A monstrous power exploded from his body. Yin and yang qi instantly gathered in front of him and formed a black hole. He wanted to move the sea of flames and the monstrous torrent of water. However, the power of water and fire stirred up by the two trigrams was too strong. The moment Qin Daoyun's yin-yang vortex came into contact with the power of water and fire, it began to tremble violently. How could it be easy to move two such powerful forces away? After only a few short breaths, Qin Daoyun's black hole vortex was shattered by the power of water and fire. Wah! Qin Daoyun let out a cry of surprise. He was directly knocked out of the arena by the surging power of water and fire. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Qin Daoyun's body actually made a turn in the air and lightly landed below the arena. He did not seem to be injured by Li Lingfeng's move. Swoosh! The 8 trigrams entered his body, and the strange phenomenon that appeared from the power of water and fire immediately disappeared. The world suddenly became clear. There were no raging flames that covered the sky and the earth, no surging torrent of water. Everything that had just happened seemed like smoke in the eye, making people feel that it was extremely unreal. Many thanks to Senior Brother Li for showing mercy, Qin Daoyun said to Li Lingfeng, who was on the arena. The reason why he was not injured was that Li Lingfeng was unwilling to hurt him. Don't say that. I am also very impressed by Junior Brother Qin's magical Dao techniques. Li Lingfeng's words were extremely sincere. He did not have the slightest intention of making fun of Qin Daoyun. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and then Li Lingfeng leaped down from the arena. The two of them returned to their respective formations. The disciples of the Taishan Peak were naturally elated, and the disciples of the Taishu Peak did not seem to be disappointed by their defeat. After all, no one had ever lasted so long against Li Lingfeng since the start of the 9 Vein trials. Although he had lost, it was enough to show Qin Daoyun's strength. Today was already the last day of the 9 Peaks tournament. The 7 pairs of disciples fighting on the arenas had already come to an end. Li Lingfeng, Gu Fei, and the other 5 disciples who had won would compete for the title of number 1 among the top 10 youths in the afternoon. And the 7 who had lost would compete for the last 3 spots among the top 10 youths. No one knew what kind of dog shit luck Dong Fangqin had, but he had actually defeated the strong opponent he had fought, and still had a chance to compete for the number 1 spot. On the contrary, the powerful Qin Daoyun and Ziyu were extremely unlucky. They had encountered young powerhouses like Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei, causing them to completely lose their chance to compete for the number 1 spot. Chapter 63. Without any suspense, after a fierce battle, when the sun was setting in the west and the sky was filled with rosy clouds, the fight for the first place was between Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng. This was the most exciting scene in this 9 Peaks tournament. Of the top 7 young cultivators, only Song Ruochen from the Sky Reaching Peak had the lowest cultivation level. He was at the peak of the 7th Sky of Awakening. The other 6 were all at the 8th Sky of Awakening. As for Li Lingfeng's cultivation, he had already broken through to the 9th heavenly layer. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's sudden appearance, the title of first place would have been his. First place. Gu Fei was not interested. He just wanted to fight. He wanted to make breakthroughs in battle and improve himself in battle. Winning was good, but if he lost, he wanted to lose with a bang. And among the entire younger generation of the Taishan sect, only Li Lingfeng could be considered his strongest opponent. A warrior at the 8th Sky of Awakening was strong enough to compete with a cultivator at the 9th Sky of Awakening. There was no doubt about that. No cultivator at the same level as Gu Fei was a match for him. Even if these cultivators had powerful magical treasures, Gu Fei could still defeat them with his fists. He did not need magical treasures. He himself was a magical treasure, and his powerful body was comparable to a magical treasure. And now, Li Lingfeng did not seem to be using any magical treasures. Once he used the 8 symbols and 8 trigrams, even without magical treasures, he could defeat his opponent. Both of them had their own trump cards that others did not know about. The battle between Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng had not even begun, but it was already full of imagination. Would Gu Fei's battle skills be able to compete with Li Lingfeng's 8 symbols and 8 trigrams? No one knew. Both of them were young experts with peerless strength. Without competing, it was hard to judge whose battle prowess was a notch higher. Cultivators definitely had magical treasures on them. What was Li Lingfeng's magical treasure? Everyone was also very curious. Whether it was Daoist Xiantian or the 7 branch heads, they were all looking at the 2 people on the second martial stage. One was an ordinary white-robed disciple with an ordinary appearance. He didn't release any powerful aura, and his ordinary appearance gave people a feeling of elegance and transcendence. On the other hand, the other youth had black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, a tall and straight figure, and a pair of eyes that were like the cold stars in the sky flickered with a terrifying light that gave others an oppressive aura. The young man in the second ring with a different temperament attracted the attention of the audience. Who would be able to compete for the top spot among the younger generation of the Taishan sect? Everyone was extremely nervous at this moment, especially the disciples of Taishan Peak. Li Lingfeng was recognized as the number 1 among the younger generation. But today, his number 1 position was challenged by a disciple from the Green Spirit Peak that had completely declined. Gu Fei was now the only one left of the entire Green Spirit Peak. He had now embarked on a path of cultivation that was different from that of his predecessors. On the second martial stage, Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng stood motionless, facing each other. The distance between them was only 9 meters. With the speed at which they were moving, this distance was not a distance at all. But the 2 of them were like wooden figures, standing there, neither making a move. Their eyes met in the void from time to time, and every time they looked, sparks seemed to shoot out in the void. This Li Lingfeng is indeed not simple. Gu Fei's pupils suddenly contracted. Li Lingfeng made him feel a great deal of pressure, and Gu Fei could no longer be as relaxed and calm as he was when facing other opponents. The awakening 9 heavens was the bottleneck of the first great realm of cultivation. Li Lingfeng's essence, qi, and spirit were completely full, and he had reached the stage of condensing his core. Although such a cultivator did not have the terrifying spiritual power of the shedding mortality realm, they had also cultivated their own spiritual power to the point where they could communicate with the power of heaven and earth for their own use, and borrow the power of heaven and earth to attack the enemy. In the face of such a cultivator, Gu Fei really did not have absolute confidence that he could defeat his opponent. The 2 of them stood there for half an hour. All the disciples of Taishan's sect who were watching the battle nervously under the arena were beginning to look impatient. The originally quiet square gradually began to whisper. The momentum of these 2 people has climbed to the peak. Why haven't they made a move yet? What are they waiting for? In the crowd, a disciple in white whispered. You don't know about this. They are waiting for an opportunity to make a move, a companion standing next to the disciple in white said aloud. An opportunity to make a move. Yes, an opportunity to make a move. For evenly matched experts like them, if they don't make a move, it will be earth-shattering. They must defeat their opponent in one move. As long as one side shows a flaw, the other side will immediately launch a fierce and peerless attack. At this time, another voice joined the conversation between the 2. Boom! Right at this moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the arena. After that, a thunderous sound resounded from the arena. Even though the sound wasn't loud, it resounded throughout the entire arena. It was not the spiritual power fluctuations that everyone was familiar with, but pure power fluctuations. That was Gu Fei making a move. Could he finally not hide it anymore? Everyone's eyes were glued to the arena. Sure enough, they saw Gu Fei stomp on the arena, and the entire arena suddenly shook violently. Then, Gu Fei's body was like a fierce tiger, leaving a series of afterimages in the void as he pounced on Li Lingfeng. The distance of 3 feet was covered in an instant, and a gust of strong wind immediately swept out from the arena. Roar! With a furious roar, Gu Fei, with his black hair fluttering behind him, clawed out with awe-inspiring might. A cold light more than a foot long shot out from the fingertips of his 5 fingers. The power of his fingers pierced through the void and directly clawed at Li Lingfeng's chest. The violent and rapid claw shadow caused the air to emit a dull explosion. It was as if even the air had exploded under the claw. It was incomparably ferocious. Gu Fei's skin, flesh, tendons, and bones had all been trained by him to be harder than iron, and he dared to go head-on against the magical weapons of cultivators. Now that he was using the claw technique that he had learned from the fierce tiger pouncing on its prey with all his strength, his 5 fingers that were even harder than fine iron definitely had the terrifying power to pierce through stone and gold. If one were to be clawed by his claw, there was no need to fear that 5 bloody holes would immediately appear on one's body, and their tendons would break and their bones would break. However, the bystanders only felt that this claw of Gu Fei's was ferocious, but Li Lingfeng, who was facing this claw, had a completely different feeling, one that shook him to the core. This claw of Gu Fei's had actually enveloped the surroundings, and it caused Li Lingfeng to have the feeling that he was unable to dodge. It was truly terrifying. What a good fellow, Li Lingfeng. He didn't panic in the face of danger. When the wind from the claw assaulted his face and caused him pain, with a single thought, a violet light flashed before him, and an object appeared to protect him. Gu Fei was instantly startled, but his body had copper skin and iron bones, and he was utterly unafraid of any magical weapon of a cultivator at the level of the awakening realm. His right claw directly grabbed onto this object that was coiled with violet light. Clang! The ball of purple light in front of Li Lingfeng was immediately dispersed by Gu Fei's claw, revealing a purple gold 8 trigrams. What was shocking was that when Gu Fei's claw made contact with this violet gold 8 trigrams, it actually emitted an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. Could it be that his hand was forged from fine iron? At the same time that the violet gold 8 trigrams blocked Gu Fei's attack, Li Lingfeng rapidly retreated, pulling away from Gu Fei. When exchanging blows with a cultivator like Gu Fei, close combat was a great taboo for cultivators. The violet gold 8 trigrams was sent flying backward by Gu Fei's heavy and fierce claw force. Li Lingfeng formed a seal with his hand, and the violet gold 8 trigrams immediately circled around his body and returned to his hand. However, a faint blush flashed across his face. Although Gu Fei's attack had made contact with a magical weapon, it had still caused Li Lingfeng to suffer a considerable impact. After he stabilized his body, the blood in his chest immediately surged. Chapter 64. Magic Weapon. Gu Fei's claw grabbed onto the purple gold 8 trigrams and was immediately shocked. The finger power that could pierce through stone and gold felt as if he had grabbed onto a piece of incomparably hard iron. The 5 fingers of his right hand were numbed by the powerful force of the purple gold 8 trigrams. The bones of his fingers shook and made a slight explosion sound. At this time, Li Lingfeng, who was on the opposite side, smoothed out the 5 faint finger marks on the purple gold 8 trigrams. He formed a spell with his hand and formed a hexagram. The purple gold 8 trigrams suddenly emitted a huge wave of magical power. Then, the 8 powers of the 8 elements of heaven and earth emerged on the purple gold 8 trigrams. Each hexagram corresponded to a kind of power. Misty water vapor, raging flames, thick earth chi, the power of mountains. The 8 powers of the 8 elements interchanged with each other on the purple gold 8 trigrams. They rotated and curled around each other, revealing a heavy pressure like that of a mountain. The spectators below the stage were all shaken and looked nervously at Li Lingfeng. The 8 hexagram rushed out from the purple gold 8 trigrams, setting off 8 kinds of power of heaven and earth. They spun and sealed off Gu Fei. The 8 types of hexagram enveloped one side of the world. The 8 kinds of unparalleled power that rushed out from the hexagram intertwined and collided with each other. It actually caused the sealed part of the world to return to chaos, showing a shocking power. However, in the face of the hexagram that was sealing him from all directions, Gu Fei felt a different kind of scene. The surging power of the 8 elements made him feel as if he had fallen into a chaotic energy storm, and at this time, he was in the eye of the storm. The power of the 8 elements of heaven and earth set off by the 8 major hexagrams seemed to have really imprisoned these 8 kinds of power. In an instant, Gu Fei was drowned. The entire arena shook and trembled violently. If it were not for the protection of the magical power on the arena under the feet of the two would have collapsed long ago. The disciples of the Taishan sect who were watching the battle around the arena were all dumbfounded. They opened their mouths wide and forgot to close them. Yesterday, Li Lingfeng had already defeated the outstanding successor of the Great Void Peak, Qin Daoyun, with the power of the water and fire phases. Now, with the 8 phases simultaneously, and with the use of a magic treasure to drive the power of the 8 phases, its power was simply incomparable to the power of the water and fire phases yesterday. Among the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect, only Gu Fei could force Li Lingfeng to use his full strength, not daring to hold back. Long Hongxue, the head of the Purple Bamboo Peak, who was watching from the front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, said to Daoist Xiantian with a smile, "Senior brother sect master, it seems that your disciple, Li Lingfeng, has already won this match." Not necessarily. Daoist Xuantian's face didn't reveal any expression, and his tone was as calm as usual. Even the 7 branch heads couldn't see the slightest clue from his face. This purple gold 8 trigrams. Senior brother, I don't remember the sect having such a magic treasure. Zhenren Chaoyang, the head of the Shaoyang Peak, suddenly said with some surprise. On the arena, Li Lingfeng's purple gold 8 trigrams had already flown to the sky above Gu Fei. It slowly rotated, emitting a powerful wave of magical power. The 8 trigrams on it all emitted a dazzling brilliance that shone down. The power of the 8 phases was mighty, completely trapping Gu Fei. Ha! When Daoist Xiantian heard this, he actually gave a rare laugh, and then said proudly, "Our sect does not have this 8 trigrams among its treasures." Then, in that case, this magic treasure, when the heads of the 7 branches heard this, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. They found it hard to believe, because what they were thinking of seemed to be too unbelievable. That 8 trigrams was made by Li Lingfeng himself. "It is not a treasure of the sect," Daoist Xiantian said with a smile. A magic treasure made by himself. A disciple who had yet to condense a Dao core in his body and had only been in the sect for 10 years could actually make a magic treasure himself. After receiving Daoist Xuantian's confirmation, the 7 branch heads couldn't help but be a bit shocked. Only a magic treasure made by himself can be used with ease. Daoist Xiantian sighed, his gaze never leaving the arena. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the arena. The purple gold 8 trigrams hanging in the sky began to shake violently. The power of the 8 phases below was like a surging wave, violently rolling, as if there was a primordial beast trying to break out of the space trapped by the 8 phases. The spectators below the arena were immediately startled by the loud sound. Their faces were filled with shock, and some people began to retreat into the distance. The spectators below the arena did not want to be caught in the crossfire of the battle between 2 young experts. Zhao Ziru, who was mixed in the crowd, was also extremely nervous. The power of the 8 phases had trapped Gu Fei inside, which made her very worried. At this time, Gu Fei had indeed encountered the most dangerous battle since the start of the 9 Peaks trials. Trapped within the 8 phases, Gu Fei didn't dare to hold back any longer. He released all the power in his body. The energies of the 5 elements rushed out of his body and formed a layer of colorful flame around him. Terrifying energy waves surged out of his body and blocked the power of the 8 elements that surged over from all directions. 5 elements against 8 phases. Gu Fei really felt like he was trapped within the 8 trigrams. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body, restricting his movements. Boom! The fist surrounded by golden light forced back the power of the 8 trigrams. Above the purple gold 8 trigrams, the heaven trigram that represented the power of the 8 trigrams trembled and flashed wildly. Li Lingfeng, who was making hand seals, also seemed to shake a little. The purple gold 8 trigrams were connected to his aura, as well as his spirit. When the magic treasure was attacked, he would also react. Li Lingfeng's expression was extremely solemn. He made hand seals again and again, and the magic power in his body surged. He struck at the purple gold 8 trigrams in the sky, causing it to shine brightly, and the power it released was even greater. He was fully activating the power of the magic treasure. If it was a demon that was sealed within the 8 phases, he could even use the power of the 8 phases to refine it. Right now, Li Lingfeng's 8-fold divine art was merely the tip of the iceberg. If he could fully master it, no matter how powerful a devil was, once it was trapped by him, even its body and primordial spirit would be completely refined. The devil would then completely disappear from the world and be deader than dead. Unfortunately, Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams magic was still far from the day of mastery, and Gu Fei's 5 elements combat skill also had great power. The 8 trigrams and 8 symbols divine art could not cause any substantial damage to Gu Fei. Using the 5-element fist, the fist force was as heavy as a mountain, blasting away all the 8 trigrams and 8 symbols that were charging at him, making it difficult for them to get close to him. Gu Fei roared again and again in the world sealed by the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams shone brilliantly. Although it was blasted back, Gu Fei could not break the seal of the 8 trigrams and rush out. This was a collision between Taoist techniques and combat skills, a contest between cultivators and warriors. Li Lingfeng used Taoist techniques to activate the power of the 8 trigrams and the 8 powers of the 8 phases of heaven and earth, causing the world to lose its color. However, Gu Fei's performance was even more shocking. Every punch of the 5 elemental fist was as heavy as a mountain. With every punch, a dazzling 5-colored aura surged out. It was like a surging 5-colored wave that blocked the power of the 8 symbols. It was really surprising that he could burst out such a terrifying power with his body of flesh and blood. Very good. It seems that if I don't use that move, it will be difficult to break this formation. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light. He planned to use his final trump card. In fact, Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams magic had vaguely formed a mysterious 8 trigrams magic formation, firmly sealing Gu Fei. And the purple gold 8 trigrams above Gu Fei was the eye of the formation. Li Lingfeng was not old, but not only did he refine his own magic weapon, but he also dabbled in formations. He was really a talented person with unlimited potential. At this time, Gu Fei could see that a protracted battle would be very disadvantageous to him. If he continued to drag it out with Li Lingfeng, he would very likely be the one to lose. This was because Li Lingfeng cultivated the Tao. Using Taoist techniques to guide the spiritual qi of heaven and earth for his own use was the instinct of a cultivator. Although Gu Fei could also absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, his power came from his own 5 elements yuan qi. He had not broken through to the transcending mortality realm, and he had not transformed his skin and flesh. He could not communicate with the heaven and earth, and make his yuan qi endless and endless. Whether it was a cultivator or a warrior, in the awakening self realm, they could not reach the point where their mana and yuan qi were limitless. Only by breaking through the cultivation realm, from the awakening self realm to the transcending mortality realm, could a cultivator condense a Tao core, and a warrior transform the blood vessels, tendons, bones, skin, and flesh. Only then could they achieve endless mana and yuan qi. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar, and his black hair danced wildly. His eyes emitted two frightening rays of light, and he looked extremely ferocious. Pang! A violent force like the eruption of a volcano surged out from his body. In an instant, the clothes on his upper body were shaken into thousands of pieces, and the upper half of his body was completely exposed. His bronze skin flickered with a brilliant light, and it made people feel that he was powerful and terrifying. Clang! A light burst out from Gu Fei's right hand, and a tricolored light shot out from his hand. The tricolored divine light shrouded it, and it was the power of 3 of the 5 elements. The dusky gray was the earth elemental energy, the dazzling gold was the metal elemental energy, and the aqua blue was the water elemental energy. The power of the 3 elements shot out from Gu Fei's hand, and then it quickly shrunk from dozens of feet to about 10 feet. Gu Fei seemed to be very strained, and the blue veins on his right hand were bulging. His forehead was covered with soybean-sized beads of sweat, but before the sweat could flow down, it was evaporated by the huge yuan qi surging in his body. He forcefully combined the power of the 3 elements, and condensed it into a 3-colored sword light that was about 10 feet long. The 3 forces collided and intertwined with each other, but it was also more powerful and terrifying than the 3 elements combined. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could barely combine the 3 elements, and the time he could maintain it was very short. He was staking everything on this one throw, and if he didn't win, he would lose. Kill! Gu Fei shouted, and took a step forward. Dong! The entire arena suddenly shook violently, and there was a muffled sound. Then, he struggled to wave the light sword in his hand, and slashed at the Zhenghua trigram that was rushing over. The 3-colored sword light suddenly rushed up, like a dazzling divine light, and cut through the void. It was as if the space had been cut, and the Zhenghua trigram was silently split into 2 halves from the middle. Zhen was a mountain, and Zhenghua represented the mountain aspect of the 8 symbols. The mountain energy was extremely heavy, and the power condensed by the trigram was as heavy as a mountain. However, it was easily cut in half by Gu Fei's sword light that combined the 3 elements. Li Lingfeng was shocked when his magic was broken. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body swayed a few times. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. After the sword light broke the Zhenghua trigram, it didn't dissipate. It directly broke through the world that was sealed by the power of the 8 symbols and the formation of the 8 symbols, and slashed out. Chi! There was a soft sound, and wherever the sword light passed, it immediately left a long sword mark on the arena, and rushed out of the arena. Everyone was shocked. When the 3-colored sword light rushed out of the arena, it had already become dim, as if it could dissipate at any time. However, no one dared to be careless. Wherever the sword light went, the people below the arena hurriedly dodged. A blue figure rushed out of the crowd, and a palm seal was pressed against the sword light. Chapter 65. The power of the 5 elements complemented and restrained each other. With the 3 elements combined into one, Gu Fei's strength had been raised to a terrifying realm. Powerful yuan qi fluctuations swept out in all directions like a gale with astonishing power. The 3-colored sword light in his hand was like a divine weapon that could split the heavens and the earth, blasting out a terrifying sword light that could tear the world apart. It actually broke through the power of the 8 symbols, causing Li Lingfeng, who controlled the purple gold 8 trigrams, to suffer a great impact. However, the mountain qi that had been broken by Gu Fei's sword exploded with a loud bang. The torrential power also made Gu Fei take 3 steps back. The skin and flesh that had been tempered like fine iron also cracked open with bloody marks. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar. Under his roar, the whole arena shook violently like a big tree in a gale. The sound shook the sky. The young disciples who were watching the battle below the arena were immediately shaken by the sound wave, causing their ears to buzz. They were inexplicably terrified. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of a god of war. He was so ferocious that it caused people's hearts to palpitate. He slashed out 7 times in a row as if he had gone mad. These 7 strikes could be said to be the 7 shocking strikes, condensing all the 3 elemental yuan qi in his body. The 3 elemental energies were all released in these 7 strikes. The 3-colored sword light was like a startling rainbow, tearing the void and sweeping in all directions. The cold sword qi spread out, causing people to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Without any suspense, the other 7 trigrams also collapsed under the sword strike of Gu Fei. The power that represented the 7 symbols of heaven and earth immediately exploded. The 7 forces of heaven and earth intersected with each other, forming a vast energy storm. This energy storm swept out like a surging wave, instantly drowning Gu Fei. Even if his body had copper skin and iron bones, the moment the terrifying energy storm hit him, Gu Fei suddenly felt as if his whole body was going to be torn apart by this terrifying power. All the bones in his body made cracking sounds, giving him a terrible feeling as if his tendons, bones, and flesh were being torn apart. Pain, all the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones of his whole body were suffering from the impact of the terrifying energy storm. His skin cracked open, and his skin, which was comparable to ordinary magic treasures, actually burst open. From this, one could imagine just how powerful the impact would be when the power of the 7 symbols exploded. Even though Gu Fei's body was already strong enough to directly withstand ordinary magic treasures, he was still injured. If it was an ordinary cultivator, then that cultivator would have probably been torn into pieces by the energy storm that erupted from this place a long time ago. Li Lingfeng's complexion immediately turned deathly pale when his 8-fold divine art was broken. Each of his divinatory diagrams was shattered by Gu Fei's unparalleled sword light, causing his body to shake violently and take a step back. The 8 divinatory diagrams were dispersed, but Li Lingfeng was forced to take 8 steps back. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth and dripped down the front of his clothes, giving Li Lingfeng a somewhat tragic feeling. The purple gold 8 symbols in the sky had already become dim, and it was on the verge of collapse. Break for me. Within the energy storm formed by the power of the 8-fold symbols, a furious roar suddenly rang out. The spectators below the arena were all startled. In the midst of the roar, a wild and ferocious aura spread out from the arena. Even the high-level disciples paled. The wild and unparalleled Gu Fei was awe-inspiring. As soon as the shout resounded out, everyone below the arena saw a dazzling 3-colored sword light cleave straight up from the energy storm, and a shocking sword qi tore through layer upon layer of enormous waves of energy before slashing onto the purple gold 8 symbols in the sky with a bang. The purple gold 8 symbols was directly blasted flying, and it instantly became dim and lusterless. Moreover, the essence, energy, and spirit attached to the purple gold 8 symbols instantly dispersed. Li Lingfeng's head droned while the world spun around him, and he was unable to distinguish what was going on. His figure swayed repeatedly as if he was drunk, and he staggered a few steps back and almost fell on the arena. This Gu Fei is so ruthless. He actually dispersed the essence, energy, and spirit condensed on the purple gold 8 symbols with a single strike of his sword. This is no different from causing Li Lingfeng's painstaking efforts to be wasted. Some high-level disciples that knew a thing or two about equipment refinement couldn't help but whisper in discussion. The Tao of equipment refinement was to use one's own essence, energy, and spirit to refine a magic tool day and night so that it could be connected with one's own aura. By attaching a strand of divine sense onto the magic tool, one would be able to move the magic tool freely like one's own arm. If the essence, energy, and spirit that had been fused into a magic tool were dispersed, then not only would the magic tool's master suffer an extremely great impact, even the magic tool itself would instantly lose its spirit energy and spirituality, and it would be no different than an ordinary weapon. If one wanted to make a magic tool possess spirituality once more, then one had to fuse the essence, energy, and spirit into the magic tool once more. It could be said that this magic tool of Li Lingfeng's was half useless. After the purple gold 8 symbols were blasted flying, the three-colored sword light condensed by Gu Fei with the fusion of the 3 elements was unable to maintain its state any longer, and it dispersed. The 3-colored sword light transformed into specks of qi that flickered indeterminately like fireflies, and they once again entered Gu Fei's body. When the 8 trigrams divine ability was destroyed, the storm of energy on the arena instantly vanished without a trace, and the energy of the 8 symbols that Li Lingfeng had driven over returned to the heavens and the earth. At this moment, blood seeped out from all 7 apertures on Gu Fei's face, and his appearance was terrifying to the extreme. When all the disciples that were spectating the battle below the arena saw Gu Fei's appearance, they instantly exclaimed in shock. Zhao Ziru, who was mixed within the crowd, was even more flustered. She didn't know to what extent exactly Gu Fei had suffered an injury, and this caused her to be extremely worried. Swoosh! Gu Fei, whose entire body was bathed in blood, took a stride forward, and he'd already arrived before Li Lingfeng, whereas Li Lingfeng was already on the verge of collapse at this moment. The 8 trigrams divine ability was destroyed, causing Li Lingfeng's essence, energy, and spirit to be severely injured, whereas essence, energy, and spirit were the source of magic energy, and Tao energy and magic energy were all refined from essence, energy, and spirit. At this moment, Li Lingfeng already didn't have the strength to fight any longer, and he who'd practically exhausted his magic energy would probably be unable to even endure a single punch from Gu Fei. You've lost. Gu Fei no longer had any thoughts of attacking, because although he had destroyed Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams divine ability, he had already exhausted 95% of the essence in his body. However, Gu Fei still had the strength to fight. This was because even if his essence was completely exhausted, he still had a ridiculously powerful body. Just by relying on the strength of his physical body, he could still contend with ordinary martial cultivators for a while without being defeated. His powerful physique allowed Gu Fei to unleash his combat prowess to the fullest. His entire body had been tempered to the point where it was tough and soft at the same time. When it was tough, it was like metal, impervious to blades and spears, and difficult to be injured by Dharma treasures. When it was soft, it was like water, without any force. He could control all the muscles and bones in his body freely, and every part of his body could deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This was the terror of a martial artist. I've lost. Li Lingfeng was a little absent-minded. He couldn't accept this reality. He knew that Gu Fei was very powerful, but Gu Fei's strength had exceeded his expectations. Geniuses were all arrogant. Li Lingfeng was undoubtedly a genius among the younger generation of disciples in the Taishan sect, but this genius had been defeated today. Li Lingfeng slowly calmed down, and the trace of frustration and discouragement that had welled up in his heart disappeared in an instant. He adjusted his mentality in an instant. The legend of invincibility was just a legend. In reality, which genius had not suffered setbacks? Setbacks were not scary. What was scary was the mentality you used to face setbacks. Thinking of this, Li Lingfeng no longer felt the slightest sense of defeat. His eyes narrowed into 2 slits, and 2 rays of light that were as sharp as knives looked at Gu Fei. You're very strong. The next time we fight, I will defeat you. You will be my whetstone, a whetstone that will allow me to go further on the path of cultivation, Li Lingfeng said indifferently. Very good. There was no expression on Gu Fei's face, nor did he say anything superfluous. However, the strong desire to fight in his tone was not concealed in the slightest. The path of martial arts was different from the path of cultivation. Martial techniques were battle techniques. They were the strongest, most direct, and most primitive techniques that humans had comprehended in the ancient times, when they fought against the heavens, fought against the earth, fought against demons, ghosts, and thousands of ferocious beasts. They were the most powerful, direct, and primitive techniques that humans had comprehended in the endless slaughter. Chapter 66. The battle for first place had already been decided. Gu Fei, a disciple of the Green Spirit Peak, was the biggest dark horse in this year's 9 Vein Trials. His performance had shocked the entire Taishan sect. No one would have thought, not even the higher-ups of the Taishan sect, that the Green Spirit Peak, which had been silent for hundreds of years, and had even been forgotten by some of the old monsters in the sect, would once again enter the eyes of everyone. Gu Fei's madness, not only made the hearts of the younger disciples of the 9 Veins of Taishan tremble, but also the higher-ups were deeply shocked. However, there were also people who did not think so, because in the past hundreds of years, no disciple of the Green Spirit Peak had been able to successfully enter the realm of transcending mortality. If he could not take that step, it meant that in 100 years, Gu Fei would follow in his master's footsteps. At that time, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. No matter how glorious he was now, in 100 years, he could only turn into a handful of dirt. For martial cultivators, 100 years was too short. It passed in the blink of an eye. For martial cultivators who successfully entered the realm of transcending mortality, the direct benefit was that their lifespan was greatly increased, and living for hundreds of years was not a problem. In these hundreds of years, martial cultivators had a lot of time to make breakthroughs on the road of cultivation, even reaching the great accomplishment of the primordial spirit, nascent soul, and breaking into the realm of controlling the void. Of course, there were very few people who could reach the great accomplishment of the primordial spirit and nascent soul. Therefore, although Gu Fei had shown shocking martial arts skills at the 9 Vein Trials, some of the higher-ups of the Taishan sect were not optimistic about Gu Fei because of this. For hundreds of years, no disciple of the Green Spirit Peak had broken through the shackles of cultivation and entered the realm of transcending mortality. Would Gu Fei be an exception? No one thought that Gu Fei could surpass the predecessors, because this hurdle was too difficult to surpass. The excitement of the day had already died down. Among the disciples of the 9 Veins, the most talked about thing was the only successor of the Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei. Gu Fei had shown everyone that martial arts were not inferior to Taoist techniques. Pure power, as long as it was powerful enough, could break through all kinds of magical powers and spells. This was an unquestionable fact. There were 3,000 great Daos, and all of them could become saints. The path of cultivation was not the only one. Although the path of martial arts was full of difficulties, and it was very difficult to transcend the mortal world and become saints, once one succeeded in cultivating it, they would become an even more terrifying existence than martial cultivators. The fact that Gu Fei defeated Li Lingfeng, who was in the 9th layer of the awakening state, was a very good proof. A bright moon hung high above the mountains, sprinkling down endless milky white moonlight, making the mountains seem as if they were shrouded in a layer of hazy gauze. There was light smoke and auspicious air rising, making the 9 peaks of Taishan look like the realm of immortals. In the supreme profound hall, the sect leader, Daoist Xian Tian, sat on his throne. He looked around at the 7 junior brothers sitting on his left and right, then said with a frown, "I wonder if any junior brothers have any suggestions on what I just said. Feel free to speak your mind." "Senior brother, why did the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect request to open the Ruined Sky Realm earlier? There is no reason for them not to know that opening the Ruined Sky Realm is much more difficult before the time is right, and there is no guarantee of success." Xuanfa Daoist, who sat on the first seat to the right of Daoist Xian Tian, questioned. "Is there something we don't know about?" The Full Moon Peak Chief Daoist Xian Tsang said in a low voice, stroking his beard. In this year's 9 Peaks trials, no one from the Full Moon Peak had made it into the top 10, but Daoist Xian Tsang did not seem to care and still looked calm. "Humph. The Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect would not dare to do anything behind our backs. Without our participation, they can forget about opening the Ruined Sky Realm," Purple Bamboo Peak Chief Long Hongshue said with some disdain. Although the three great Taoist sects were on the same side, they also shared different dreams. However, the three great Taoist sects each had their own backing and could not do anything to any of them. Even if the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect joined forces, the Taishan sect was not worried. On the Tinglong continent, the Buddhist, Taoist, demon, and ghost sects represented the current situation of the entire cultivation world. The cultivation world of the Tinglong continent looked very calm on the surface, but there were undercurrents everywhere. Of course, the three great Taoist sects would not be so stupid as to kill each other and give other forces an opportunity to take advantage. Therefore, in the eyes of the Taishan sect, the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect would not be able to come up with any earth-shattering conspiracy, and they would not dare to. For the longevity grass, we must open the ruined sky realm, but we also have to guard against the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect playing tricks. In 3 days, send those 10 people down the mountain. Taoist Xian Tian said to the 7 peak chiefs after thinking for a long time. So urgent. Everyone present couldn't help but be a little surprised. Xian Yuanli Qin sent me a flying sword message, agreeing to open the ruined sky realm in a month. The ruined sky realm is in the 100,000 mountains, which is thousands of miles away. They should be able to get there in a month, Taoist Xian Tian said. It's half a month earlier than the astronomical changes that occur every 2 60-year cycles. What on earth are old monster Xianyuan and the others trying to do? Taoist Xian Tian, the chief of the Shaoyang Peak, gasped. To open the ruined sky realm, it needed to be coordinated with the astronomical changes. Otherwise, even a terrifying demigod would not be able to open the ruined sky realm. This was also why the three great Taoist sects could only open the ruined sky realm once every 120 years. Only the legendary demigods who could break through the void and transcend the mortal world could use their supreme magical power to break through the barrier of the macro world, tear through the void, and force their way into the ruined sky realm. But demigods who had reached the saint stage should have broken through the void and ascended to the legendary heaven realm. No one knew if there would still be a few immortals of this level left in the mortal world. Making wild guesses is not a solution. You will know the intentions of the Guangqing Immortal sect and the Shangqing sect when the time comes. Junior brothers, go back and make your preparations. Taoist Xian Tian waved his sleeve and stood up from his seat. In the world of cultivation, strength was always the most important thing. With Taoist Xian Tian's cultivation of the 9th heavenly layer of the void-controlling realm, it was rare for him to meet a worthy opponent in the mortal world. He was not afraid of the Guangqing Immortal sect and the Shangqing sect schemes. Yes. Senior brother. When the heads of the 7 branches saw Taoist Xiantian stand up, they also quickly stood up and bowed to him before leaving the Supreme Mystery Hall. After the heads of the 7 branches left, Taoist Xiantian returned to his cultivation area in the back hall and sat cross-legged on a praying mat. At this moment, one of the 2 Taoist children who were waiting outside the hall suddenly became extremely respectful, as if he was listening to something. Then, the Taoist child left the Supreme Mystery Hall and went straight to the back mountain. In the back mountain, in the peach forest, Li Lingfeng sat on the ground under an old peach tree in front of the wooden house. In front of him was a small tea table. On the small tea table was a saucer, and on the saucer was a purple clay teapot and a red clay teacup. In the teacup, there was a ball of dark green tea that emitted a faint fragrance. Singing to the moon, how long will life be? I didn't think Senior Brotherly would be so carefree. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the small path outside the plum forest. Then, a white figure came from the small path, stepping on the moon. Li Lingfeng didn't even bat an eyelid. He reached out and picked up the red clay cup in front of him. He first brought it to his nose and took a whiff. Then, he closed his eyes and enjoyed the fragrance of the tea. Only then did he drink the tea bit by bit. However, he didn't swallow it immediately. Instead, he left it in his mouth. the person passed through the plum forest. His steps were like flowing water in clouds, without the slightest trace of the secular world. Soon, he arrived under the old plum tree in front of the wooden house. "Junior brother Ziyu, why have you come?" Li Lingfeng had already drank the tea in his mouth bit by bit. Then, he put the red clay teacup on the tea table in front of him. The person who came was Ziyu. He smiled and sat down opposite Li Lingfeng. "Yes." Ziyu took a deep breath and said, "Good tea." The fragrance of the tea lingers and lingers in the nose. It makes one feel relaxed and happy. "Ah, I only know about the way of tea." Li Lingfeng smiled. Then, with a flip of his hand, a red clay teacup appeared in his hand. "Come, have a taste." As he spoke, Li Lingfeng placed the teacup in front of Ziyu. Then, he picked up the teapot and filled it up gently. "Senior brother, that Gu Fei." Ziyu wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to be hesitating. Right now, the only person who dared to mention Gu Fei in front of Li Lingfeng was Ziyu. As expected, the moment Li Lingfeng heard Gu Fei's name, his brows immediately furrowed. He put down the teapot and said indifferently, "Why did you mention him, junior brother?" Ziyu smiled awkwardly. "Nothing much. I just felt that senior brother losing to Gu Fei was a little unexpected." "Does that Gu Fei really have such strength? Senior brother couldn't have lost to him on purpose, right? What are you saying?" Li Lingfeng was a little unhappy. He said with some displeasure, "Why would I show mercy to Gu Fei in a major event like the Nine Peaks trials? That Gu Fei does have such strength. He deserves to be number one." When Ziyu heard this, he could not help but be somewhat surprised. Li Lingfeng was their eldest senior brother, and was publicly recognized as the number one person in the younger generation. But now, following Li Lingfeng's defeat, the disciples of Taishian Peak also felt humiliated. "Senior brother, you are only one step away from condensing your core of Wei. Now that you have the essence condensation pill, the matter of condensing your core is already set in stone. The next time you fight, you will still be number one among the younger disciples," Ziyu said with a smile. Many people heard the conversation between Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei in the arena. At this time, Ziyu had already understood why Li Lingfeng said that. The top 10 of the Nine Peaks trials could receive a reward from the sect. It was a precious pill that could greatly increase the success rate of condensing a core of Wei for martial cultivators who had awakened from the ninth heaven. With Li Lingfeng's level of cultivation, even without the essence condensation pill, he would definitely be able to successfully condense his core. Now that he had the essence condensation pill, wouldn't it be easy for him to condense his core of Wei? Martial cultivators in the transcending mortality realm could use their core of Wei to communicate with the inside and outside of their body, drawing upon the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Through the core of Wei, they could quickly convert the power of heaven and earth into their own spiritual power. In this way, the martial cultivator's spiritual power would be endless and would never dry up. The power of the path techniques and techniques that he could use would definitely be several times stronger than when he had awakened from the ninth heaven. Unless Gu Fei could break through to the ninth heaven, perhaps he would not be able to match Li Lingfeng. Martial artists who had awakened from the ninth heaven could still contend with martial cultivators at the first heaven of transcending mortality realm. This was because with every increase in cultivation, Gu Fei's strength would also multiply. Humph. I'm improving, but there's no guarantee that others won't improve as well. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. You can't take any shortcuts, Li Lingfeng said with a serious expression. Gu Fei's improvement was just too fast. He didn't seem confident that he could surpass him in a short period of time. After all, he, Li Lingfeng, had personally witnessed Gu Fei break through from the seventh heaven to the eighth heaven in the past few days of the Nine Peaks trials. Li Lingfeng felt a chill in his heart just thinking about how fast his cultivation had risen. He felt that it was inconceivable. Ziyu still wanted to say something, but at this moment, both of them seemed to sense something and looked towards the small path. Not long after, a short figure appeared on the small path illuminated by the moonlight. The boy in front of the hole. What's he doing here? When Li Lingfeng and Ziyu saw who it was, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The person who had come was the Dao boy who served in front of the Supreme Mystery Hole. Chapter 67. In the rear hall of the Supreme Mystery Temple, where Daoist Xiantian cultivated, Li Lingfeng respectfully stood before Daoist Xiantian with his head lowered. He didn't know why Daoist Xiantian had summoned him. Even after a long while, Daoist Xiantian remained motionless on the praying mat, as if he hadn't noticed Li Lingfeng's arrival. As for Li Lingfeng, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of the sect master. Although this wasn't his first time being summoned by the sect master, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence for him as he stood before Daoist Xiantian. Less than an hour later, Daoist Xiantian's eyelids twitched. Then, the purple gold 8 trigrams that never left Li Lingfeng's body suddenly trembled and flew out of Li Lingfeng's body. Startled, Li Lingfeng hurriedly looked up. At some point, Daoist Xiantian had already opened his eyes. The purple gold 8 trigrams he had refined himself were now floating in front of him. Greetings, Grand Master. Li Lingfeng hurriedly knelt on the ground. Yes. Daoist Xiantian only nodded, then focused on the purple gold 8 trigrams in front of him. His eyes flashed like lightning, and with a single glance, he saw the inside and outside of the purple gold 8 trigrams. The purple gold 8 trigrams were only about half a foot in diameter, much smaller than when Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei had fought today. Clearly, Li Lingfeng had refined it to the point where it could grow or shrink at will. I didn't think Gu Fei's sword energy would be so powerful. Daoist Xiantian stared at the sword mark on the purple gold 8 trigrams and exclaimed. The sword mark had split the purple gold 8 trigrams in half. The sword mark was so deep that it almost split the 8 trigrams in half. There's no spirituality at all. The essence of the artifact has been completely scattered. Daoist Xiantian muttered to himself. Then, he pointed at the purple gold 8 trigrams that had lost its spirituality and turned into stubborn metal. Buzz! The purple gold 8 trigrams immediately shook, and transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out from the purple gold 8 trigrams. Then, the sword mark on the purple gold 8 trigrams actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer any damage to the 8 trigrams. Daoist Xiantian had used his great power to repair it. The only flaw was that the purple gold 8 trigram was still a piece of stubborn iron without any luster or spirituality. However, this wasn't a problem for Daoist Xiantian. His right hand reached out towards the kneeling Li Lingfeng, and a strand of essence was immediately expelled from Li Lingfeng's body. Daoist Xiantian then raised his right hand and sent the wisp of essence, energy, and spirit he had expelled from Li Lingfeng's body into the purple gold 8 trigrams. Pang! When that strand of essence, qi, and spirit entered the purple gold 8 trigrams, the purple gold 8 trigrams immediately shone brightly. The 8 trigrams seemed to have come to life, turning into 8 rays of light that rushed out of the purple gold 8 trigrams and circled around it. At the same time, Li Lingfeng, who was still prostrating on the ground, shuddered. Somehow, he could sense the existence of the purple gold 8 trigrams again. The connection between him and the purple gold 8 trigrams that had been severed was restored at this moment. Take it. Daoist Xiantian waved his sleeve, and the purple gold 8 trigrams that had regained its spirituality flew towards Li Lingfeng. With his cultivation, restoring the purple gold 8 trigram spirituality was as easy as raising his hand. If Li Lingfeng were to refine his essence, energy, and spirit into the purple gold 8 trigrams again and refine its spirituality, who knew how much time and effort he would have to spend. Thank you, Grand Master. Li Lingfeng was extremely excited. He hurriedly and respectfully reached out to receive the purple gold 8 trigrams that flew to him. With a thought, the 8 trigrams around the purple gold 8 trigrams merged back into the 8 trigrams. The entire purple gold 8 trigrams was flowing with a layer of misty luster, as if there were streaks of light that were as thin as hair wandering on its surface. Obviously, the purple gold 8 trigrams had regained its spirituality. Get up. Daoist Xiantian said calmly. Yes. Li Lingfeng put the purple gold 8 trigrams back into his magic treasure pouch, then rose to his feet and stood respectfully to the side. You can go back now. Daoist Xiantian seemed to have asked the Daoist boy to summon Li Lingfeng, but he only needed to repair Li Lingfeng's magic treasure, and then told him to leave. Li Lingfeng was also very surprised to hear that. However, the actions of the sect leader were not something he could control. If the sect leader did not say anything, he would not dare to ask. Yes. Li Lingfeng, who was full of questions, retreated. In the huge stone chamber, only Daoist Xiantian was left. After a long time, he murmured to himself, with this purple gold 8 trigrams, I believe you will be able to protect yourself in the ruin heaven realm. With that, Daoist Xiantian closed his eyes again, as if he had turned into a stone statue, and did not move an inch. At the same time, in the cave abode on Jade Spirit Peak, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall. He was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of shorts. His eyes were closed, and a vast wave of yuan qi was spreading from his body, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. Specks of 5-colored light surrounded him, which was the pure power of the 5 elements that had gathered from all directions. He was healing his injuries, and the Tai Chi Yin and Yang pattern on his chest was emitting gentle Yin and Yang Qi, which increased the speed at which the 5 elements spiritual energy gathered by 10 times. Surrounded by the energy of the 5 elements, the muscles all over Gu Fei's body were slightly trembling. Strands of energy of the 5 elements seeped into his body through the pores all over his body, then melted into his flesh, tendons, and bones, replenishing the yuan qi he had consumed during the battle with Li Lingfeng during the day. The cracked skin on his body had long since scabbed over. His body, which had been thoroughly tempered, had an astonishing healing ability. Wave after wave of 5 elements spiritual energy washed through his flesh and bones, forcing the clotted blood out of the injured parts of his body. As his flesh and blood surged, the injured parts of his body rapidly regenerated and healed. After breaking into the 8th heaven, Gu Fei's entire body had been tempered to the point that the inside and outside of his body had become one. With a single thought, an enormous amount of yuan qi could reach every inch of his body. Gu Fei's realm of controlling his body had reached an unimaginable level. Gu Fei guided the 5 elements spiritual energy outside his body, letting it pass through his flesh and blood and enter his internal organs and bones, causing every inch of his body to be filled with a 5-colored glow. Through the frequency of his breathing, the impure yuan qi in his internal organs, flesh, and bones was expelled from his body through the pores of his skin. His flesh, bones, and internal organs were constantly tempered and improved by the purest 5 elements spiritual energy. Gu Fei's physique was slowly changing. The cultivation of martial arts was to constantly temper the body and unearth the hidden treasures in the body, breaking the shackles of the human body, and unlocking the mineral deposits of energy in the body, realizing the continuous transformation and sublimation of the self. Gu Fei believed that one day, he would also be able to enter the Tao through martial arts and break through the boundaries of life and death, stepping into the legendary realm of immortals. 6 hours later, Gu Fei woke up from his meditation and walked out of the cave. At this time, the bright moon was already setting in the west. A cool breeze was blowing gently outside the cave. In the cracks of the rocks, unknown insects were chirping tirelessly. There was no other sound in the surroundings. It was very quiet. Chapter 68. At the foot of Green Spirit Peak, there was a clear lake in the middle of the bamboo forest. From time to time, the mountain breeze would blow, swaying the bamboos and rustling bamboo leaves. Suddenly, there was a strange rustling sound in the bamboo forest. Someone was running quickly in the bamboo forest. Several birds were startled and flew into the sky, flying into the distance. Whoosh! A silhouette appeared at the edge of the lake. Then, without any hesitation, he leaped into the lake. Plop! The calm surface of the lake, which was as calm as a piece of jasper, immediately set off waves. The calmness of the small lake was instantly broken by the arrival of this person. Splash! Water splashed in all directions, and a person emerged from the lake. The area around Green Spirit Peak was the cultivation area of Green Spirit Peak, one of the 9 branches of Taishan. In the dead of night, there would definitely be no disciples of other branches appearing here. The person who rushed into the lake was Gu Fei. At this moment, he was swimming in the lake, washing away the blood stains on his body. The cold lake water not only cleansed his body, but also his soul. At this moment, Gu Fei's heart was at peace. His tense nerves for the past few days had completely relaxed without him realizing it. Then, he actually began to circulate the ancient mysterious art in the lake. All of this seemed very natural. Gu Fei did not force himself to cultivate, so his body naturally reacted in this manner. Then, the entire lake rippled. Wisps of spiritual qi gathered and fluctuated. Gu Fei was shrouded in a layer of mist and his figure became blurry. Slowly, Gu Fei stopped swimming on the surface of the lake and disappeared. He sank to the bottom of the lake, but the layer of mist on the surface of the lake didn't dissipate. The lake water calmed down. Gu Fei entered a mysterious state. He seemed to have become one with the surrounding lake water. The fish in the lake were not afraid of this intruder and swam around him. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he could feel the aura of heaven and earth. In a trance, Gu Fei felt that his aura seemed to really merge with heaven and earth and become a part of nature. This was a kind of mysterious martial state similar to epiphany. He no longer needed to breathe because all the pores on his body were opening and closing. He had entered the internal breathing state, a breathing method that allowed him to absorb nutrients from the surrounding space without using his nose. Endless spiritual energy was integrated into his body from his skin, and the turbid air was naturally discharged from his pores. Unknowingly, in this dreamlike state, Gu Fei's body was stimulated with a special ability. As long as Gu Fei was not in an absolute vacuum, there was no possibility of him suffocating. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei opened his eyes and rose from the bottom of the lake. In the east, a rising red sun hung high above the mountains, bathing him in the gorgeous morning glow. However, Gu Fei sensed that something was amiss the moment he emerged from the water. Without any hesitation, he shot out of the lake like a fish with a poof. Li Lingfeng. In an instant, Gu Fei appeared on the edge of the lake. At the same time, he also discovered the source of the abnormality. Next to a cluster of bamboo by the lake stood a young man in white. An ordinary-looking young man in white. However, it was this ordinary-looking young man that made Gu Fei feel a hint of danger. Gu Fei, have you been cultivating in the lake all night? A strange look flashed in Li Lingfeng's eyes. When did Li Lingfeng get here? Gu Fei thought to himself. He was in a strange martial realm, so he did not notice Li Lingfeng's arrival. This made him feel a little uneasy. Gu Fei flung his long, wet hair and walked towards Li Lingfeng with a faint smile. The wounds on the surface of his body had long since disappeared. His skin flickered with a sparkling luster, as if he had never been injured in the first place. Peeking at other people's cultivation is a big taboo. There's no way you don't know that. Gu Fei walked over step by step, but the aura coming from his body was gradually increasing. Li Lingfeng's expression changed when he heard this, but then he smiled and said, "You're looking for an excuse to fight me, aren't you? Unfortunately, I don't want to fight you for the time being." Gu Fei did not enjoy himself to the fullest during the fight for first place in the arena yesterday. It was because the arena was too small, and he could not fight to his heart's content. As soon as Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams divine ability appeared, it enveloped the entire arena. Gu Fei had no place to hide, and he was obediently trapped in the 8 trigrams. If he was not confined to the space of the arena, Gu Fei could have completely avoided the 8 trigrams, and he would not have been forced to fight with his life on the line. Now that he encountered Li Lingfeng again, Gu Fei could not help but feel a little itchy. Humph. Now that you're in my place, it's not up to you whether you want to fight or not. Gu Fei took a step forward, and he was already 6 meters away from Li Lingfeng. At this distance, Gu Fei only needed to stretch out his hand to launch an extremely fierce attack at Li Lingfeng. It was a great taboo for cultivators to allow a cultivator to get close to them. In terms of fist and leg skills, cultivators were not a match for cultivators at all. Moreover, every move of Gu Fei's combat skills were extremely fierce, and they were killing moves that could kill the opponent the moment he attacked. The battles between cultivators were the most dangerous, and life and death could often be determined at the first contact. Eat my fist. A fierce light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes, and his body suddenly became blurry on the spot. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind rose out of thin air, and it instantly ruffled the clear water of the lake. At practically the same time, Li Lingfeng suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura envelop him in an instant. A chill shot up from the back of his spine, and all the hair on his body immediately stood on end. He didn't even think about it. He didn't have time to think about it. Li Lingfeng patted the magic treasure pouch on his waist, and the violet gold 8 trigrams immediately flew out and blocked in front of him. The 8 trigrams surged out, and the water in front of him was unable to flow in. In the next moment, Gu Fei's body appeared in front of Li Lingfeng, and his right fist directly blasted towards the 8 trigrams that seemed to have taken form. Golden waves swept out in front of Gu Fei's fist, and the fist force was like a surging river, and its indomitable momentum was completely revealed. The dazzling golden fist aura dyed the whole heaven and earth gold, and the terrifying fluctuation of yuan qi directly shook the whole space. Even the earth started to tremble, and the bamboo nearby was completely shattered by the fist force, turning into fragments that shot out all over the sky. Boom! The unparalleled fist aura instantly collided with the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams suddenly trembled violently, and 8 kinds of dazzling light burst out. The power of the 8 symbols of heaven and earth surged violently. The 8 trigrams seemed to be connected to a world of 8 symbols, and it actually swallowed the unparalleled fist force. However, the fist force of Gu Fei was really too strong, and 7 of the 8 trigrams had successively collapsed, and only the Sun trigram was still in operation. The 8 trigrams had collapsed, and Li Lingfeng's face instantly turned deathly pale. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to launch a second punch, he hurriedly formed a seal with his hand, and recalled the Sun trigram that represented the power of the wind. Then, his body and the trigram merged, and he turned into a gust of strong wind that flew out of the bamboo forest. The purple gold trigram was immediately put into the magic treasure pouch at his waist. I haven't had enough fun yet, where are you going? Gu Fei shouted, and his right foot pushed off the ground. Pang! With a bang, the soil splashed, and the ground under his foot immediately burst open. But he had already used the force to support himself, and turned into a golden lightning, chasing after the gust of strong wind that Li Lingfeng had turned into. This guy Gu Fei is really abnormal, and his strength seems to have increased a lot. Li Lingfeng was secretly shocked. Under Gu Fei's punch, he had almost triggered the internal injuries he had suffered yesterday, so how could Li Lingfeng still dare to continue fighting with Gu Fei? If he was at his peak, Li Lingfeng was not afraid of Gu Fei, but now, he was not as good as Gu Fei, because Gu Fei was at his peak, and he, Li Lingfeng, could not display his peak strength. His body and the Sun trigram merged, and Li Lingfeng seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. His speed was unparalleled, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed out of the bamboo forest. Gu Fei, pass on the order of the head teacher. In 3 days, in the morning, the top 10 experts will gather at the Supreme Mystery Hall, and you must not be absent. Li Lingfeng did not stop at all, and instantly went far away. His voice came from afar, and it was abnormally clear. Whoosh! Outside the bamboo forest, a golden figure rushed out of the bamboo forest like a bolt of lightning. His extremely fast-moving body brought with it a strong gust of wind, and the bamboo leaves on the ground were suddenly blown into the air by the gust of wind, dancing in the air. Gu Fei's body seemed to be wearing a golden armor, and the metal energy was like a golden flame that steamed around his body. He stood outside the forest, staring in the direction that Li Lingfeng disappeared in, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This Li Lingfeng's speed. Gu Fei clenched his fists, and an evil smile suddenly appeared on his face. Interesting, he actually used only one night to repair that magic treasure. This opponent is not bad. This time, Gu Fei was wrong. The purple gold 8 trigram was not repaired by Li Lingfeng, but Gu Fei, even if he broke his head, could not imagine that someone had repaired the magic treasure for Li Lingfeng. Gather at the Supreme Mystery Hole. Just what is it for? Gu Fei was a little confused. The golden light that pulsed around his body had gradually weakened, and finally disappeared into his body, leaving only traces of a golden luster flowing on his skin. The power of the metal element was invincible. Compared to the other 4 elements, its attack power was the fiercest and fiercest. Using it to fight with others, it was truly indomitable. In a battle, momentum was very important. A strong momentum could make the opponent's heart palpitate, make the opponent lose their mind, and gain the upper hand even before the battle began. Let's talk about it in 3 days. Gu Fei muttered to himself for a moment, then turned around and walked into the bamboo forest. However, he did not dare to ignore Li Lingfeng's words, because he had come to pass on a message from the head teacher, Daoist Shantian. Gu Fei was not so arrogant that he could ignore the words of the Supreme Mystery Sect's sect leader, Daoist Shantian. 3 days later, Gu Fei returned to the cave, changed into a set of clean clothes, and sat on the praying mat. He had a vague feeling that something would happen in 3 days. He suddenly took out a small box from his body, looked at it, and then sighed. He opened the small box, and a burst of fragrance immediately rushed into his nose. A vermilion red pill was quietly lying in the box.